Miles Brent sighed to himself as he laid on the hard floor. This whole situation had him all but helpless, and after the initial panic, rage, and the entire emotional gauntlet that followed, he had grown pensive and considerate. Now his mind was running cold instead of hot, and he thought and recalled. The situation is easily summarized. He was one of the basic janitors that was being brought along for first contact. Technically second, but first face-to-face contact with alien life. Turns out that Earth and the entire solar system is smack dab inside some hellish patch of space that the Star Trek nerds had gotten everyone calling a negative space wedgie. Mostly because there seemed to be about 1 million different names for it, usually about 50 per alien language, so may as well start giving it a few of our own. Now what's the wedgie do? It completely screws up almost every law of physics needed for FTL and most of the basic ship systems required. Artificial gravity? The wedgie says no. Efficient life support? Wedgie no likey. Proper astrogation? With the wedgie you can't even trust your own eyes. Apparently the creme de la creme of the wedgie's effect is the ozone layer, which the other races call a naturally developed planetary disruption field. Rare in the galaxy and has all the effects of the rest of the wedgie concentrated and wrapped around our little blue ball of a planet, making the advanced technology needed extra impossible. About 3 years ago, the alien equivalent of the United Nations had managed to get a probe to Earth and start up contact with a very primitive AI that had been manually decoupled until a basic clockwork timer had plugged it in. They did this because their laws stated that anyone lost in anything like a wedgie was owed at least a rescue attempt by law, and that law had recently been bent in such a way that we counted. Anyways, the AI program, it was the alien equivalent of Reader Rabbit or some other child education game designed to help create specialized ships to get out of the wedgie. First problem was that trying to get anything with the engines needed for crude FTL through the ozone layer made a really, really big bang. We'd been warned about this from the program, so that first flight had been unmanned just to see how big a bang it would be. Most of the people that looked at it directly needed experimental optical surgery to see again. People like me that saw it through a recording were blinking spots out of their eyes for hours to come. Still, it was really neat to see a double-sided mushroom cloud. To cut out more of the bullshit, we built the thing in space, developed slingshot railguns with the help of the AI tech to throw things into orbit to cut down on cost. The way down still has a doozy of a first step, though. Then came manning the big clunky beast of a ship. The program stated that for proper first contact, they wanted a large variety of every type of human around. So a lottery went out to each and every major population center, and I signed up. I got lucky and they gave me my training. I'm called a janitor, but I'm also trained as a mechanic, soldier, and diplomat to some extent. A few friends I made during basic had joked that if we were separated or got bored, we had everything we needed to start our own rebellion on an alien world. Considering we were in gunsmithing class at the time, I had to agree. My role on the ship was to sit on my hands and hope to never need to come off them. The Dauntless has thousands like me, each one trained well enough to take over for an actual engineer, soldier, or diplomat. Though to be fair, the diplomatic training was mostly a crash course in the standard trade language that we didn't pass until we could go through an entire day being monitored without speaking anything but galactic trade. After that, there was required reading on numerous political texts with some final grade essays and 1,000-question quizzes that you had to get 90% or get sent for remedial training, which I had to do, twice. Things had gone well at first. The Dauntless held up well, and the experimental technology, as well as the old standbys we were already familiar with, kept us safe and sound through the wedgie. Then we broke through the edge, and the ship nearly plowed through an observation post. After that slight debacle, we began to straight up sail through the cosmos as we brought the separate pieces of the advanced equipment together, and the entire ship went from a gravity-less pain in the ass into a comparative luxury hotel with warp drives. We soared among our fellows for the first time. The scuttlebutt on the ship said that most of the aliens speaking to us through the comms not only looked humanish, but also gorgeous. Babes for days. Star Trek had gotten something else right. Then the pirates hit. Turns out that Galactic UN was just as useless as Earth UN. no standing army of its own, and no official power. A massive advisory board with their heads up their asses and hoovering up the taxes. The escorts were basically the Salvation Army, and their own laws hadn't given them permission to teach us about weapons and armor. Our ship was basically a giant flying piece of armor due to the ablative plating needed for the wedgie, and we had snuck aboard a lot of missiles, guns, and torpedoes for our own paranoia. But when a battle fleet of raiders a few hundred strong drop on top of you, it really doesn't matter how much metal you've got or how much bigger you are, they're going to get at least a few drops of blood. Which leads to me. One of those few drops. My military training had given me the option of specialization, and I'd picked sniping. The idea of getting to play with one of the big guns that can still be used for something other than a war crime had appealed to me. The training where I had to shoot the thing with pinpoint accuracy while balancing a fucking coin on the gun was annoying as hell, though. This meant that when the boarding torpedoes that hit the Dauntless started puking out giant metal beasties, I quickly put my baby together, loaded up my favorite caliber of fuck you, and took just the right amount of time I needed to completely ruin a pirate's day. The hallways turned it all into a turkey shoot. Their weapons were effective for about 10 meters, and a range that short against my gun was just insulting. I managed to get about a dozen shots off, 3 confirmed as kills, and the rest opening the idiots up for those with more close-range weaponry. The shotgun boys really had fun with face-to-face, and the grenadiers were pissy that they couldn't use their babies in the ship. Standard troopers had a standard good time. Basic bitches. That's when the second volley of torpedoes came and opened up the wall to my immediate right. It bounced me off the one opposite, and by the time I could put 2 thoughts together, I only had time enough to look some energy weapon right down the shaft and eat a face full of electricity. I woke up in this tiny cube with a reinforced door worthy of a bulkhead and cool but not cold air. The vents are reinforced, magnetically sealed too, meaning I can't rip them out, on top of the fact that I'm clearly being watched. I'd patted myself down to check for what I had been left with, my clothes, which include a Kevlar weaved under vest, my steel-toed boots with hidden knives, and that's about it. They'd taken my baby, my sidearm, backup revolver, and the few grenades I had on me. It's the revolver that's pissing me off. That gun had been a gift from my father. Despite his divorce with Mom being bad, he still had the names of my entire immediate family burned into the wooden grip. A way to hold my family close, even light years away, all around a cheesy but sweet gesture. When I get tired of lying around and waiting for something to happen, I sit up with my legs crossed. Sort of. During the combat training, they drilled us on some weird Eastern way of sitting that lets you rise up fast and stay solid the whole time. A neat trick, but the unarmed combat part of training had been really lacking for favor of guns, vehicle combat, and the sheer time limits of getting the project off the ground. The wait isn't much longer, just long enough to make me really wish there was a toilet, regardless of the camera. As I'm contemplating pissing in the corner, the door opens, and the first thing I see is the same sort of sparking taser rifle that tagged me before. So they're not here for bullshit. That's just as useful as being sloppy. Someone sloppy you can get around easily. Someone paranoid you can drive insane. I slowly rise up, examining the armor up close for the first time. It's either a powerful and well-made robot or power armor. Bulky and angular, the thing has no obvious weaknesses from the front. Maybe the head part, shooting it with a sniper rifle, had disabled if not killed the others. The guns, if shot, end up overloading and paralyzing these things, meaning they're not shielded against their own weapons, opening them up for all sorts of fun. A bit of a mistake, really. It's painted mostly dark red, with patches of black that have skulls and crossbones for some god-forsaken reason. There's what looks like a score tally across the left side of its chest. A chest that likely contains some kind of missile port or the big guns for the way it sticks out. Come! Now! It orders in a mechanical monotone, taking a step back and not giving me a chance. I step out, staring right at its head. At least I assume the chunk on the top with a glowing red sensor line is where the head is. Or at least where whatever is controlling this thing is seeing me from. A sensor line surrounded by reflective material, meaning I've got a sort of plan. There's another of the big, stompy mechs with another sparky taser gun. It turns away from me and begins to move as the first one gestures for me to start moving with its weapon. I spot what looks like handholds in the back of the departing armor and can see a few seams, either for repair or to get a pilot in or out. It can still go either way, but I'm leaning more towards these things being piloted. I look over my shoulder and pay close attention to the reflection in the mech's sensor. I keep pace with wherever they're marching me to as I give them the best lazy eye I can. It takes only a few moments before the weapon is raised at me, but I refuse to react. Just keep pace and keep glaring. Stop staring over your shoulder at me. The mech pilot orders. This easily confirms that there's someone either in there or remote controlling it. A machine would take a lot longer to freak unless you had a weird AI in control. Stop it. The pilot orders, and I slowly shake my head. Stop it. They order again. Are they really cracking this fast? I double the glare as best I can. If I was in a cartoon, my eyes would be stretching out of my head. Stop it! They scream so loudly I can hear it through the suit itself and the speaker. There's a woman in there. The gun starts to spark, and I slide to the side. The blast of electricity hits the other mech, and I throw myself forward to power slide between its legs before turning around and climbing up the back with the handholds. The topmost one has a button in it, and it unlatches the panels in the back. No! The woman piloting the mech screeches in protest, flailing around and ripping a panel off the wall. My grip isn't all that good, and the moment the shock wears off, I'm dead, so I kick off and dash into the opening rather than fight a battle I'm slowly losing. My time in engineering training taught me what these are. A maintenance hallway. FTL-capable ships need a lot of wires and tubes going around for all the little systems that need to fire off perfectly. So many, in fact, that all the walls are pressed in by anywhere from a few feet to a few meters, usually a few meters. This one is a meters version, and I have room to dash down the maintenance hallway. I reach the small bulkhead with ladder that goes up and down the levels, and quickly get myself down an entire segment of the ship. I seal it after me to buy a few more moments. Okay, now I'm in the guts of the place. I just need a map and a bathroom, and then I can really start raising hell. Thankfully, the bathrooms in this place are borderline human standard, a bit big with enough legroom in the tub to qualify as a swimming pool, but otherwise standard. Thank God for that. Zero-G toilets are uncomfortable and annoying. A vacuum up to your butt or dick when you're not in the mood to fool around is just weird. Getting into and out of the maintenance hallways is easy when you figure out the particular ship's latches and such. I get in good and quick and rush towards a nearby ladder as I hear a big stompy mech show up at the bathroom I was just at, and I get up to the next level. There's the slam of the panel into the maintenance hallway and some fast movement, and I know I was spotted going up. So I go back down and rush ahead. After all, if they think you're up, go down. If they think you're down, go left. I give them a trail more akin to the Gordian knot than anything else for about an hour before calming down and leaning out to try and find some place with either weapons or a map of some kind, before ducking back in to do so again elsewhere. A few hours of poking around and avoiding patrols here and there, and I find myself near the front of the ship. Science fiction would tell me that this is where the helm and such is located. On the Dauntless, it's actually in the middle of the ship and behind so much armor that you have to shear away most of the vessel before actually getting to the command crew, life support, or engine controls. After a short time, I find one of the alien women going at a communicator under her breath as she activates it. I crack open the panel and get a glance in. It's some kind of quadrupedal dog woman. I don't know how better to explain it. It's like someone took a dog and tried to make a porn star out of it, but never bothered to get her to stand upright and only seriously feminize the face rather than replace it. The alien is still covered in fur, but is also in what seems to a patchwork business suit. A bandana keeps her absurdly long blonde hair out of her face as she sits down like a dog and adjusts her massive mane. Also, she's huge. If she stood upright, she'd be maybe 9 feet tall and ridiculously proportioned by any stretch of the imagination. There are discolorations in small, straight lines through her gray fur. Possible scars? I crouch down low with my right boot knife held ready, just in case. Hello, Captain Lilpaw. I take it from your expression that the raid didn't go as expected? Another woman's voice asks on the opposite end. This is getting ridiculous. The first 2 or 3 encounters being female only was odd but not really worth notice. Having nothing but female encounters with the official first contact over communications, the pirates that took him and now their sponsor. Where are the males? No. The ship was unexpectedly armed on top of the absurd armor needed for cruel space. The humans use kinetic and explosive weaponry with an obsessive fervor. Captain Lilpaw answers with her entire frame drooping. Oh, that was unfair. Having a woman that looks like a puppy and a porn star at the same time as my enemy is a low blow. What about boarding parties? The sponsor asks. I can't see the screen past Lilpaw's enormous chest. If I wasn't planning on killing her, then this situation would be out of a particularly depraved porno. We're only missing the badly hidden zipper on the alien outfit for me to be Dick Nova, alien penetrator. Everyone on that wretched ship was armed to the teeth. The fatality rating was over 90%. They reacted so fast. They were so well armed. The humans aren't here for peace. Their ship is military. Elite military, too. We only managed to get one, and the crazy beast is running rampant on my ship as we speak, taking an almost sadistic pleasure in confounding my hunters. Male? Yes. Almost every single scan we have, and every picture we got during the failed raid was of a man. Even better, the one we captured is a man as well. A cute one. It took a lot of threats, and even a few injuries before I had him thrown into a cell rather than dragged into some woman's bunk. Okay, so we have some product for the meat market. Tell me, how close to being in season do you think he is? So there's slave trade? Fuck. Well, damn. I really need my guns now, or maybe hers if it's not DNA encoded or something. The male thing I put aside for later. He's in season right now. That's why I had to break a few limbs to get him into a cell unarmed but untouched. The sheer smell of him still has my head spinning. He's so deep in season that half the crew are trying to follow their noses, and to make it worse, he's not stupid and is using the maintenance tunnels like a personal playground. How did he get out? We were transporting him to a film studio so we could get some good shots for a sale when he freaked out one of the guards enough to get her to shoot at him with her stun cannon. He dodged the zero-range shot which hit the other guard and then slipped between her legs before climbing onto the back of her armor and trying to get in, giving the girl a panic attack. Then he vanished. By the time she came to her senses, she saw that she accidentally tore open a maintenance panel and he was gone. Surely you have some idea where he went. We got a hint of him when a refresher was used about 5 decks away from his original cell, and a glimpse was caught of him by a patrol woman who had been heading to that one anyways. She saw him going up, but he tripped a sensor 3 decks down before deciding to bounce from one end of the ship to the other, like a child's toy launched out of a railgun. No escape pods have been launched. All shuttles are accounted for, and every weapon and suit is power-locked, but he's vanished. The only comfort is that he hasn't gotten away because his people are still talking about rescuing him through the bug we planted. Lilpaw rants in frustration before rubbing a paw down her mane, panting a little as she does. I narrow my eyes at this revelation. They've got a bug on the Dauntless. Something else to look into. Well, he's a typical male at least. Stuck in a pirate ship, and the first thing he does is make sure he looks his best. The sponsor says with a slight chuckle, causing Lilpaw to laugh. I trust the ship is locked down, so you've got him penned in. Yes, every pod is keyed to our weapon keys, and the shuttles need not only a weapon key but a password to activate now. He's not going anywhere but in front of the cameras then to a customer that will be giving up a planetary ransom for the first human slave on the market, she says before taking in a gulp of air and fidgeting. What is the matter with you, Captain? Pressure getting to your furred head? The sponsor demands, implying that she herself is not furred. I have no idea if that narrows things down a little or a lot. It's his pheromones. He must have passed by my cabin. She starts panting a bit before moaning. It's powerful stuff. He's in the peak of his season. How he can even move is a miracle. She groans out, and I blink in confusion. Do they think that pitching a tent somehow stops me from doing anything? Good, that just raises his price. Catch him and get him in front of the cameras. Then we can sell him as unique, untouched goods after that. You can ride him as you please as recompense. The travel times alone to anyone's private collection will give him time enough to come out of season so no one's missing anything. Thank you, Catch another 10 or so and I'll even let you keep one. Fresh faces on the slave market sell well and I can be very generous to those who get me products like that. The obvious brains behind this raid says to her muscle. Not that I can afford to underestimate Lil Paw here. For all I know, the second the call ends, she'll pounce on me through the wall panel. And with the way my luck is going, these broads likely eat their mates after breaking the pelvis. No way of knowing one way or the other, but I need a good look at the boss lady that Lil Paw has started some suck-up ritual towards. Luckily, there are a lot of reinforced pipes right behind me. No electricity running through them, and they're very well secured. Thankfully, they can take my weight as I climb up them and lean out to look through the slight gap as best I can. It's not enough, so I crack it open a hair further. The boss of this pirate captain is in a properly formal suit and has the camera set at an angle that's giving me one hell of an upskirt shot. It's clearly designed to make her look towering, even on the small screen. I'm uncertain if her skin is pitch black or if she's got a really dark shade of some sort of fine fur. She's also got glowing markings on each cheek, bright yellow to match her glowing eyes. I'm not sure if they're natural or artificial, but it's a clue. Her proportions are just as backbreakingly absurd as Lil Paw's, if not more so. A human woman with those kind of proportions would be a freak of nature and barely able to stand upright without mechanical assistance. Any time on a trampoline would snap her back in half. I wonder if that could be used as some sort of torture implement against these aliens. I shake my head and refocus. She either has a strange hat on, or her species has long ears stretching upwards, with more bright yellow glowing markings near the tips. There's a cat-like demeanor to her beyond the clearly female portions and clear rabbit ears, if they're ears. Very female, as I can tell, the woman clearly wears a size or two too small for her undergarments. The suit is shockingly normal looking in creamy off-white miniskirt, jacket, button-up, and a crimson tie. Strange things to be universal, but there you go. No earrings or jewelry I can see beyond a bright silver or maybe platinum ring on her left middle finger. A wedding band? A status symbol? A vanity? I need more information. High-heeled shoes in glossy red, another oddity, and I think I can see the outline of some kind of hidden weapon tucked in on each side of her jacket. Either that or the bra she's got on is as literal as the term industrial strength can get. It would have to be for those oversized melons. Best I can tell, this band of raiders is sponsored by a CEO of some company or another, so she can pocket extra profit and likely lean on her competitors and maybe even kill troublemakers in her own company. Shit. I'm in some kind of action movie, aren't I? Now the question is, am I the hero, the cannon fodder, or the hostage? It can go any which way, to be honest. I'm dealing with the equivalent of an insurance company whose head hires out a biker gang to make sure that his premium is bought then never used. Plus slave trading on the side just to be extra evil. Hot alien chick or not, I'm putting a bullet in her. The call is cut off through Lil Paw's fawning, and she bats aside the screen before reaching down and moaning out loud. I keep quiet as I slip down, sheathe my knife, and slowly open the panel, even as the alien woman pleasures herself into a puddle. So these aliens are weak to pheromones? Even the small amount of sweating I've been doing in this light cardio workout's been enough to reduce this woman into a moaning heap. I quickly case the room the moment I stick my head out. There's what looks like a computer terminal nearby, with what looks like a small 3D printer or replication machine right next to it, and lucky for me, Lil Paw keeping herself busy and facing the wall opposite. Good enough. I slip into the room, completely inaudible over the sounds the woman is making. I do my best to ignore the absurd distraction as I activate the computer and smile. No password and no fingerprints or anything. It must work off proximity to her chip, if it has any protections at all. And considering I'm maybe 2 of her body lengths away from the woman, it counts it as her accessing things. I turn off any volume and set things to text only. It's in galactic trade, which is good and easy. It's one of those languages that are easy to master, but hard to learn. Once you've got its rules and most of the sounds down, you can slam your way through anything spoken or written on context. Ship outline. It's vaguely rectangle-shaped with a wedge at the front, with two large chunks full of engines in the back, and a bunch of laser banks on both the top and bottom. A Jules-class interceptor, it's called. The registry has it as the Claw, and it's got a clear purpose to get in fast, hit hard, and get out before there's much hit back. From what I'm reading of its boarding torpedo tubes and comparatively weak armor and shields supports the frame's in and out philosophy. This thing is mean and quick. Basically what my kind would call a corvette, a flying sucker punch. Internals of the ship has this place near the bow. Apparently I'm a few rooms away from the helm. Good to know. There are several armories, but no indication where my weapons are. That's annoying. The captain seems to get her second wind in self-satisfaction, and I turn to shoot her a dirty look for a moment. Damn woman, have some self-respect. A bit more poking into weapons and administration, and I smile widely. So the small divot in the wall next to the computer isn't a replicator or printer. It's a universal installer for access chips. With the captain blaring approval mentally due to her fun times, I have full access. Full access that lets me make an account of equal authority. One just for me. It's set up quickly, then I use the approval from my account and hers to first make it so that we cannot overwrite each other's decisions. Then use the unending approval from her to help me make a new highest rank on the ship for myself with full override power. Now I just need to put my hand in the panel. A beam of light basically teleports the thing into the middle of my palm before the machine lets out a chime. "Welcome, Commander," the ship says in a deep male voice, and I freeze. The room is dead silent. There's movement. "Don't," I say, holding up a finger but not moving otherwise. This throws her off her game. "Don't what? How did you get in here? Why did it call you Commander?" Lil Paw demands. I'm not doing that whole turnaround and behold the monster bullshit. Go back to your fun, now. I order, pointing down now. Still haven't turned. "Monster? An alien creature that kidnapped me and is planning on selling me into slavery and likely a gruesome death on the torture table of some sick lunatic. Sounds pretty monstrous to me," I reply, watching her from the reflection off the screen. She's pacing and possibly distressed. How this species evolved to the point of sentiency is beyond me. She's too bulky, and if she tried to crouch down, she'd crush her breasts. "Hey, wait. You know my name?" she asks in a somewhat stunned tone. "What's with your proportions? They're appealing, but they'd get you killed by predators evolution-wise. Or is cosmetic surgery common?" "That implies it's the females that seek mates out?" I ask in a slightly shocked tone. "Well, yeah. Isn't that normal? You only need one male to keep a small village pregnant and reproducing if he's in season. Doesn't it work like that with your kind?" "It can, but the males compete with each other for the females. Now, what's your actual question?" I ask, turning around to face her as I cover the computer monitor. A few taps to turn it off and somewhat hide all the research I made. I need to make a dash, and I need to see her all the better. Her tail starts really wagging at the sight of the tent. "Is that for... what proportion of your kind is male? 1 per 100 is normal? 2 per 100? 3 per 100? She asks, her voice getting lower and more salacious with her every iteration. 100 per 100, I answer, and she goes still. "Equal chance of male or female at conception. I have 2 brothers and 3 sisters. I answer, and her eyes go comically wide. "An entire world of hunks trapped in the middle of cruel space? The galaxy is a complete and utter sadist." She pants, tensing up and shuddering. She takes a deep breath to steady herself, but apparently my pheromones are just that much of a whammy as she wobbles and pants. I take this time to casually walk over to the maintenance panel, open it up, and walk back in. "Hey, wait," she protests as I close the door and move off. I rush past a bulkhead and close it behind me before listening. She thinks I went up. A reasonable assumption. I start walking away casually as I consider things. I now have full authority in the ship that can't be superseded by anything. Unless they've got some solid hackers on board, likely, then they can't keep me in or out of anywhere. But more importantly, the nature of her questions not only tells me why I've been taken prisoner, but also that if I was made of solid gold and left a trail of flawless diamonds as I went, I still wouldn't be half as actually valuable as I am. They won't risk anything damaging the merchandise. The stun cannons are likely as heavy and hard as they'll go. With the overpowered pheromones of their only prize burning out of her system, she had been able to clear her head enough to take a suppressant. Then she had made a ship-wide announcement to make sure everyone had the lust blocker in their system. Just a few minutes of marinating in his scent had nearly driven her insane and given him enough time to hack into the systems. His price tag was going up, and if he was the type to escape, he might even be a repeating investment. After all, catching a runaway slave and keeping everything hush-hush is good money. Especially if his pheromones have an addictive quality beyond basic bonding, they'll be able to name a price each recapture, not to mention the original sale. At first they tracked his fancy new key chip, and then he'd caught wise and got to another terminal. He was off the grid now, and they had to scour the ship from end to end. To make matters worse, he would play merry havoc with all the ship systems the moment he got near another terminal, which was getting more and more frequent. What few computer technicians she had were locked out of the system in such a way that if they were within 10 meters of a terminal, they would automatically deactivate. Then anyone she sent near a terminal would cause it to power down. The moment the power went up again, it started its shutdown sequence if any of their chips were nearby. That was both impressive and infuriating. She'd have to beat how he did it out of him once she was done beating the wretch for what he did to her in her own quarters. Embarrassing her in front of their main meal ticket? It was bad enough that she had to suck up to the self-important slag, but doing it while going insane from lust? She would take his next 20 children from him and make sure to raise each and every one to hate his guts. "Captain?" Jingai, one of her helm officers, asks on the open channel. The limbless communications officer was more than a little typecast for her species, but good at her job. "What is it, Jingai? Any sign of the prisoner?" "Not yet, but our allied vessel is coming in. I didn't know you had some secret friends to help out, but they'll be a relief." "What allied vessel?" she demands as her blood runs cold. "They've already engaged the docking clamps," Jingai mutters in shame. "And they're so big that if you try to accelerate out of the grip, you'll rip this ship apart. I win. Also, I have my guns back." The prisoner chimes up over the onboard comms. "Yes, I can hear you. Yes, I've been listening in for a while, and no, you won't be getting away. I've got complete control. Also, you people don't check near the engines anywhere near enough. I practically set up a base camp down there." He mocks them, even as the entire vessel shudders. "Also, I've turned off your weaponry. Having them all controlled through a central component gives them an easy method of attack and sabotage. Also, your mechs are powering down. Well, I, as commander, suggest you surrender and be ready to talk. My kind believe in redemption and clemency, meaning that if you play nice with the arresting officers, you get a lighter sentence. Not to mention, I personally see opportunity here, and I think the Admiral will too. One you will like almost as much as he and I will." "What kind of opportunity?" she asks, trying to find any kind of way out of this mess, and he chuckles. "I'd like to clear it with the Admiral first. Don't want to unreasonably get your hopes up. Anyways, play nice with the army of heavily armed and thoroughly unamused men, and they'll play nice right back." He offers, then the nearby maintenance panel opens. "Okay?" he asks with a big smile. Hey, don't try it," he says, stepping out fully with a small weapon at the ready. The deactivated electrical cannons are useless in their hands, but sheer reflex caused them to bring them up. "I've got 11 hollow points in here. Each one will tear apart your internals, and energy shields do nothing. These are kinetic," he says before pulling something off his belt. "And this is a grenade, a chemical explosive that wreaks absolute havoc and death in these close quarters. I activate this, and we all die." A few moments pass, and the airlock opens entirely. "Contacts! We have our man here!" A black-clad and armored man shouts out. The former prisoner lowers his weapon. "Are you injured?" "This is Miles Brent, code Sierra Tango Alpha 00228, confirm," He states into the device, and there's a burst of static. Code confirmed. Good to have you back, soldier. Report to medical, please. I'm going, but I need to speak with the Admiral as soon as possible. In person, we have an opportunity here, and it would behoove us not to miss it. He says into the device before it gives another burst of static. Confirmed. Get moving. He'll see you there. The person on the other side orders him. On my way, he replies before tucking the device back into the shoulder strap, then moving out. All right then, ladies. Nice and slow. Otherwise, we start putting holes in people. The soldier says before forcing them out and through a reinforced hallway and into a large cargo chamber with numerous ship-grade weapons pointed at them. The entirety of her crew is marched in, including a surprising number of the boarding crew she thought lost. They're dripping with desire and barely able to move properly. The entire ship really is full of men, isn't it? No questions, no interrogations, no nothing. Then after a long enough time for the lust suppressant to start to break down, the pheromones in the air makes everyone start to squirm, and not just the returned boarding crew. Then the door open, and a small crowd files in. Was this time to put them all at disadvantage? At the front is a man in a formal uniform with graying hair and a harsh glare. His presence is one of intimidation and strict brutality, the sort of thing from those schlocky movies where societies of warrior men were found, or perhaps one had been found, in cruel space. Captain Agenda Lilpaw? The high-ranking human asks, and she nods. I am Admiral Garfield Cistern, leader of this endeavor. Your ship and crew are at my mercy. He states plainly, and she glares at him. A mercy that you will be able to take full advantage of. Now she's intrigued. As my soldier commander Brent has pointed out to me, I have need of additional ships, further crew, and local intelligence, particularly of the unsavory parts of the galaxy and less than legal societies. Right now, my species has everything in one oversized troop transport. That's not good enough. Wait, is he trying to recruit her? To this end, I want to sponsor your group of miscreants as privateers. To that end, you will willingly share all information with us. We will openly deny that we have anything in common, but in secret, we will be giving you supplies, and our ships will only fire upon yours if we are under the observation of other entities. We'll also be missing a great deal in such circumstances. Admiral Cistern explains, and Lilpaw's jaw has dropped. She regains her composure and gives out a huff. And what exactly will you be wanting of me and my crew? I don't have a problem with a sponsor to keep us flying, but what do we lose? There will be 10 of my men on your ship with veto power. If they say a certain target isn't to be hit, then it's left alone. We also get first refusal of loot you capture, meaning you come to us first to sell whatever you steal. We will pay in full. Don't you worry. This also means a guaranteed market for you girls. Finally, we will be sharing information and will occasionally require special missions from you. You will be paid richly for those missions, and we'll be using the commanders we station on your ship as our liaisons between you and us. You want to talk to us, you talk to one of them. We want to talk to you, then we talk to one of them. And what's stopping us from just flying off with everything you're about to give me and never hearing from us again? Because if we don't get a monthly report from them with the proper code phrases, then we will hunt you down and hurl every member of your crew into the nearest star before using your ship and a few puppets designed to resemble you in order to do the raiding, spying, and assassination ourselves. Servitude or death, what a wonderful choice. Captain Lilpaw growls out with her hackles rising. Behaving like you actually have standards and prospering, or throwing away any semblance of being anything more than an animal and dying. The Admiral counters, and she huffs. The commanders you will be putting on my ship. What authority do I have over them? It's my ship, I know it, I run it. I put my blood into making it run as well as it does. She demands, and the Admiral sniffs. Do not think me unaware of the unusual gender divide in the galaxy. These men are volunteers already tested so that they won't start a plague if they perform the duty you're no doubt thinking of now. Yes, really, we've also gotten the preliminary tests out of the way. There is risk of pregnancy if you overindulge. The Admiral remarks, and some of the men behind him look away, somewhat as if embarrassed. Finally, a normal reaction from these crazy humans. That's not a risk. That's a prize. Captain Lilpaw all but purrs. So they are a standard race, one with a weird gender ratio, but that's just a good thing. Still, confirmation they're clean, fertile, and capable makes the temptation run really, really high. That one, the one we caught then brought you upon us. I want him, she says, pointing to her former captive with a leer. The man, rather than flinching back, raises an eyebrow and smirks. Captain, this is his idea, he says before glancing back at the suddenly bashful-looking soldier. You learn things you never wanted to about your men with the things they sign up for, the Admiral says before looking back to Captain Lilpaw. His information is also what gives you your first mission. Oh? What did he see that pissed him off enough to make him want to sick her entire crew on them? Commander Brent will give you the details. This first assignment is non-negotiable. Furthermore, you must sign this if you are to be one of ours, he says, and is handed a briefcase by Brent that he opens up and lays between them. This is a contract with your writ of piracy. Basically, if any other human vessel somehow or for some reason catches you and yours, you can show them this and be released. So even if I'm replaced, you will have this. Admiral Cistern explains, and she picks up the paper. It's to the point legal talk, but solid looking. If this has some hidden clause or whatever, then I'm counting the whole thing as a trap and letting the galaxy know you're sponsoring pirates, she says with her eyes narrowed, and he nods. We want you to turn on your sponsor that was looking to have you kidnap and sell our people. We want her kidnapped from her home and handed to our interrogators. We want her business raided and its assets stolen. Take everything not nailed down and pry up what is. Burn the rest and fly cackling into the night. We'll pay premium prices on everything in return, and you get to name the price for the sponsor, he explains, and her jaw drops. We have less than an hour to get everything into your ship and settled, and we're not starting till you sign the contract, he says, and she focuses hard. A very fast skimming of the contract, and she signs her name on it. He signs his name as well, and then closes the case to hand it to her. My men are yours, Captain. Glad to have you aboard, the Admiral says, saluting her before turning around. Move out, men. I want that ship loaded and prepped 20 minutes ago. Go, go, go! He roars, and the 10 men behind him rush away along with a huge number of crewmen. What are you putting on my ship? Captain Lilpaw demands, and the Admiral turns to her. 2 months' worth of food supplies, 3 weeks of fuel in solid state, and 2 in liquid, the materials and tools to make a gunsmithing laboratory so that my men can maintain and improve their weaponry. Even produce more if it's requested of them. They will also be moving on their personal effects and the extra training materials we're having them complete. Extra training? Make no mistake, all 10 are excellent combatants. The training they underwent had a 95% failure ratio over 2.5 years, and each of them got through. However, the training was about local languages and combat as well as ship navigation and maintenance. They can destroy enemy positions and will raise unimaginable havoc to the enemy if given half a chance. Yes, the one we caught proved that right. Miles Brent passed by the slimmest of margins. Right at the line of failure, I and the other examiners personally saw him as the sort to finish all of his jobs, even if it meant he was leaving chunks of himself behind. He's one of the weakest links on our ship, but a laudably stubborn son of a bitch. Regardless, a pass is a pass. He, along with the others, will be learning about leadership, logistics, and everything we know about diplomacy and galactic politics, as well as several lessons from our own age of piracy. These 10 will not be a burden to your crew, and if they prove to be a burden, contact me and they will be replaced. The story we'll use is that you seduced them, and we'll disavow them as criminals officially. So sure, take them out and show them off if you want to, the Admiral says. Almost. There's a way back, but it won't be ready for years. It'll take a solid 5 years at minimum, likely 10 to 20. 5 years of absolute loyalty, with up to 20 before they have anywhere to go. Draft boards don't get a quarter that from their recruits. Captain Lilpaw says before smirking. 5 years to seduce those men as much as I want. Perfect. She mutters before glancing around. The hell are you all doing sitting on your hands? Get back to the ship. We've got ourselves loot to take and a bitch to deliver to our new friends here. We go where the money is. Spin up the engines, power the shields, and get the bafflers going. We got a raid up ahead. Her orders roar out, and her entire crew break out of the trance that her conversation with the Admiral had lulled them into, and they scramble, flap, skitter, and slither as appropriate back to the airlock. They're a bottleneck that makes her snort a little, but it quickly sorts itself out as she slinks calmly back onto familiar deck plating. Her ship is blasting with activity, and a nearby terminal tells her a little something. All 10 of her newest recruits are in a previously unused storage room, working on something feverishly. Apparently Brent is extremely quick on the uptake and already chipped all the others. Up 2 levels and a quarter of the way down the ship, the door opens and she walks inside to see 8 of them setting up several different machines as the last 2 are going around and bolting the machines to the floor. "Captain on deck!" one of them shouts, and all the activity stops, and she gets a smart salute from each and every one of them. She scoffs, appreciative but scornful of such things. She doesn't walk far in. Her head is already starting to swim from the scent of all these fertile and virile males so close together, all for her and her crew. It's an effort of will not to drool. "Fair enough, Captain. I hope you don't mind if I'm the one giving explanations," he says, and she grins salaciously. "Oh, don't worry. You'll be giving me a lot of explanations come tonight, but I want to know what kind of mess you're setting up in my storage room," she says, and he nods before taking a stance with his feet shoulder-width apart and his hand clasped behind his back. "This is a gunsmithing workshop and laboratory. We will be creating long-ranged kinetic weaponry in here as well as experiment to create better models and custom models for the many different crew members. This is also where we will be manufacturing the ammunition and performing maintenance on damaged weapons. We have a 3D printer for plastic part manufacture. We're also setting up a multi-bit drill, a metal press, a lathe for metal and wood, a belt sander, and a grinder. We also have a bullet press and a small chemical workstation. Finally, we'll be making a lot of use out of the foundry and scrap recycling chambers on this deck." "I see. What can you start handing out first?" "Easiest and the fastest is to use the 3D printer in plastic. The weapons come out more fragile than a metal one, but can be produced in huge quantities quickly." Brent answers, and she nods at the thought. "We can start now if you want cheap handguns. Proper rifles are too powerful, and forget about a plastic shotgun. However, we can pump out standard handguns roughly at a rate of 1 every half hour," he says, and she must have let her confusion show. "This is a handgun," he says, drawing out a weapon from a holster hidden under his left armpit. It's held easily in a singular hand. He flicks a switch and holds it out to her. "So it's like a stealth plasma caster compared to a multi-plasma caster and a long-range caster, I assume." "It sounds like handgun to automatic to rifle. We'll be making all of those." "All right then, gentlemen, carry on. I'll be assigning you all bunks shortly. Just get this done. Mealtime is in 4 standard hours." "Oh boy. If they're willing, then half my crew is getting gravid in short order. A prize beyond any amount of simple resources. 10 males on the vessel. An embarrassment of riches." She mutters to herself before shaking herself to clear her thoughts and then making for the helm at a fast lope. Captain Agenda Lilpaw stalked into the mess hall ready to kill the next woman who demanded that one of the humans bunk with her. Her hackles were up and her crew cleared a path as she prowled forward, many of them choking as they did so, as most of them seemed to be filleting their meals rather than eating them. A dangerous proposition when the main course was skewered meat with a side of roasted tubers and some veggies for balance. A bit of everything so that every type of digestion was accounted for. Hundreds of otherwise hardened pirates are grinding their thighs together and clearly daring each other to be the first one to jump the small gaggle of males in the middle of the room. There's a ring around them that starts nearly 4 meters from the lot. "One side, you thirsty idiots. Eat your food, stop playing with it, and then get back to work for pity's sake. She orders, shoving several crew members out of her way and sitting right next to them. 5 to 10 times the actual population of the ship, one of them mentions. Wait, that's almost it, exactly as it was roughly 7.3 times. You shit's been hacking the ship? Again? Christ Ryu, you're gonna drive her to drink. The largest one notes with a shake of his head. Drive her to drink more. Not that this horse piss really counts as a proper drink. The next biggest one states, he's a study in opposites with the other large one. Just as big, smaller only by a tiny measurement, but pale in all aspects, from nearly white skin to yellow-tinged hair to pale blue eyes. What's a horse, and why are you comparing our booze to its piss? Because this stuff is weak as piss, and a horse is a herd and draft animal, our species domesticated in antiquity. We even rode the bastards to war. The pale big one says, shaking the pitcher and taking a sniff before glancing over at agenda. Speaking of horses, Captain, you look like you've been run down by a herd of them. Brent notices from 3 places down. He then grabs his plate and wipes it down before putting his last skewer back on it. Load it up with your spares, gents. He orders, holding the plate out before wiping off his fork and putting onto the plate even as samples of tubers, vegetables, and a few more skewers are piled onto it. It lands in front of her as a massive, mouth-watering mound of food with a half-full pitcher of booze right beside it. She pauses. You know that bribing me with food and drink from my own damn kitchen is a shit attempt at currying favor, right? She asks. That only matters if it doesn't work, Captain. The large, dark one notes, and she snorts in amusement before grabbing 2 of the skewers and all but inhaling the meat off them in her hunger. After the first bite of temptation is taken, her restraint vanishes, and she savages the meal with all she has. She has to use the booze as more of a dining aid so that she doesn't choke on a couple of occasions before letting out a satisfied sigh. The sound of restrained laughter has her glare at the cretinous males forced into her crew, and they clamp down on it tighter, but are clearly even more amused. Her mood is improved with a full stomach regardless of the terrible company, and she takes a moment to sort her thoughts. All right, you punks, your quarters are sorted out. This ship has 6 levels, and you're on the 2nd. Forward left, we use it for storage when we take on a glut of plunder. It's up to you to furnish it, and I don't care how. Buy, borrow, make, or steal. I really don't care. If you are sleeping anywhere else, it's only with the express invitation of everyone in that room, get it? So, from how thirsty these girls are, we're mostly just using that room to store our stuff, I take it. The one sitting opposite of Brent asks. His skin is pale but speckled with bits of brown, and his hair is an odd copper color. Hey, you might finally get laid, Freckles. One at the end teases and gets an upraised middle finger from the one nicknamed Freckles. Wait, what did you say about my engines? Agenda demands, and he looks kind of sheepish. It's probably just me, ma'am. I've got hypersensitivity with hearing and touch, so I have a high-pitched whine with a little clicky-click buzzing in my ear. I can also feel it through the deck plating. He answers, and she quickly glances to her wrist computer and sees his bio. There's a note on it in the corner beyond his name and a picture. All right, Franklin, hold tight. Mabby, stop drooling over yourself and get over here. She bellows, and the engineer in question rushes up. Tell her what you told me, she orders, and the human nods. I have hypersensitivity to hearing and touch. I've been hearing a high-pitched clicking whine ever since I came on the ship and feeling it too. I narrowed down its source to the engine, but I don't know what it means. Franklin explains, and Mabby goes from visibly eye-fucking him to confused to surprised. This ship uses an engine for a beast an order of magnitude bigger than the Claw. It slowly shakes itself loose over a period of a few months, but if you stay on top of it, it's fine. Lets us get up and go way faster than most targeting computers can predict. We're at least a week away from the danger zone, and you can tell there's a problem. That's insane, the mechanic mutters before grinning. Come on, newbie. You're going to show me as many of the loose connectors as you can find. The Faley engineer says, grabbing the human with one of her dexterous but possibly deadly paws and leading him off. There are, appropriately, cat calls as they pass the rest, and a good chunk of the engineering crew break away to follow their leader and what is no doubt their new prize. I better go make sure they don't eat the poor bastard. He's clueless when it comes to people. Ryu says, standing up after quickly stacking Franklin's abandoned plate and cup onto his own tray before putting his tray onto Franklin's. Someone take those to the wash for me, please, he says before rushing off and dodging through the crowd with a grin. The hell is high-functioning autism? She demands, looking up, and there are some uncomfortable looks. That's not an answer. It's a mental disorder, one he was born with. Basically, he's got some over-the-top senses, is really bad at picking up social cues, and tends to be manic-focused. In his case, it's with science fiction and fantasy, so he's easily kept entertained. Brent says, and she turns it over in her mind. He's clueless idiot that hears and feels more than he should. Okay. It wasn't fair is what it was. The bastard made it look easy. I nearly went insane trying to understand things and falling asleep feeling like I've been thrown down the side of a mountain, and he was smiling the whole way through. Brent grumbles and the table laughs. You contemplated strangling him a few times, haven't you? Agenda asks with a smile. Now she was in familiar territory, bitching and griping and sassing. Try constantly instead. Don't get me wrong. I don't hate the guy. He's too nice to hate and will apologize for things that aren't his fault. The large, dark-skinned one remarks. Typical Canadian. One of them further down notes. Bald and round of head, but just as strong-looking as the rest. He's pale and shiny from the head he clearly polishes for some reason. Yay, the dude's the friendly and polite Canadian almost to the point of parody, but it's authentic. Catch him off guard and he's still friendly and polite. That's how you know it's real. Brent finishes and notices Agenda frowning. What? Canadian? Is that some kind of subspecies? Country. Humans are a very divided species. The project to actually build and crew the Dauntless is one of the first truly international efforts. The only thing our race almost completely agrees on, with only the craziest and most superstitious people arguing against it. Me and Jake over there are both American. Brent points to the large, dark-skinned man. Our home country shares the world's largest unprotected border with Canada, Franklin's country. Ryu is Japanese, an island nation. Egypt is my homeland. Beck is my name, says the one next to Jake. I am Lou, a Chinese man, says the smaller man next to Victor. Jean-Luc of France, and you bastards shut the fuck up right now. One of the ones near the end says before snapping at the rest. Some of them put their hands in the air and surrender, but everyone is smiling. A few are even holding back snickers. What am I missing? Agenda asks. I share my name with a main character from a popular science fiction series. I've heard unending jokes during training in transit. There is nothing these idiots can say that I haven't heard too many times as is. Jean-Luc mutters. I mean, good God, I'm basically the man's opposite, but for the name, what more do you guys want? To know if you want your tea Picard. Brent mocks him and nearly throws himself out of his seat to dodge the thrown mug. Beck catches it, then seems to toast him with it and a mocking smile. Fuck all of you! I'm going! Jean-Luc snarls, standing up and stomping out. Brent just makes a face at him as he goes. Rambo is. That happens every day anyways. If it's not in active use, then go wild. Just don't break it. Agenda remarks as she sees her crew, finally start to relax around the men and filter in to sit at the same table. So there's 10 in total, but I've got 8 names only. Miles, Franklin, Jake, Ryu, Victor, Beck, Lou, and Jean-Luc. Who are the last 2? Marcus, I'm Roman, the round-headed one says quickly before taking his last bite of his skewer. I am Sai. My family hails from India. Though with the traditions of my homelands, I doubt I shall ever return. There is a dim view on piracy and such back home, even if it is sanctioned. What? One of her crew asks. Honestly, Agenda was expecting this sooner, or more likely, it was Sai that it bothered the most. My home country is somewhat bound by an archaic caste system. I had to let go of many of my ideas and tenets of faith to merely pass the tests. Would I return even after 20 years of flawless service spending, but a day with pirates and the knock-on effects will be huge. These pirates are more advanced than nearly the entirety of India. It won't take much for you to spin it properly. Marcus tries to assure him. Only in India, and scorn will fall upon them if you make it known. Then they will be untouchable. If they're wise, then they shall know this and abide. Beck counters, but it clearly doesn't land. You gonna be there for the movies? Victor calls after him and he nods before leaving. Several crew members chase after him, no doubt seeking to comfort the poor man. You've all burned bridges, haven't you? Agenda asks as she reads the sheer weight that seems to have fallen on the men. Even going on the initial mission was burning a lot of bridges. We've severed friendships and familial ties for a shot at the stars. The smart money was on the ship being attacked and everyone inside taken as slaves. The fact we've subverted it doesn't make things much better. Jake explains before running a hand over the tight rows in his hair. Hell, I'm still wrapping my head around it and I've got criminals in the family. As a small argument breaks out, a small alert goes off on her wrist computer, and she checks it before rolling her eyes. Another small bit of stupid at the helm. The girls there couldn't find filth in a sewer. Made them great at taking orders without question, and even better in a fight as they were generally too stupid to know if they were in danger, but hot garbage for when she wasn't there to babysit them. It's a beautiful day on Skora. The planet is known for its placid conditions, making it a popular tourist destination and refueling depot in the outer trade routes, especially for those few thrill seekers that want to get close to the edge and gaze into the great stonking aberration of death and destruction known as cruel space. All in all, Skora is a wonderful world and home to the TRC-3100 number 1, or the Great Plain Nagasha as they like to call themselves, lucky bitches to the rest of the galaxy. A very reasonable people, even if their teens and young adults tended to go heavy with massive tail piercings and huge tattoos along their scales. But hey, rebelling teens are almost up there with death and taxes for how ubiquitous they are. Officer Teresa Tritt felt a rueful smile cross her face at the thought of that. Her daughter in teenage rebellion, bad enough when Teresa herself had gotten armor piercings or even little hollow projectors bolted to her leather plates. But if Micah follows the local patterns and gets one of those enormous tattoos, she'll have a beast of a time getting rid of it. Unlike the locals, their species doesn't shed their skin every few years. Being a Platon, or the BMO 100 number 48, had its ups and downs. Mostly ups, as few among the BMO classifications had natural armor plating along their body. So any sort of job in military law enforcement or security gave them a shoe-in, even former punks like Teresa. Still, it would be nice to... Her train of thought slams to a halt as within grabbing distance a male walks by. A BMO 1100 number 3 by the looks of his almost metallic hair tone and easy gait. He notices her staring and gives her a smile that sets her heart aflutter. She regains herself, reminding herself she can't just join a random tribe and marry in. She has a daughter to look after. She had paid for the insemination and everything, and loved her little Mika more than herself. Even if jumping on him now would mean that she would be the first in 3 generations to actually touch a male, let alone get laid by one. She turns to regard him with her eyes wide. His gait has him easily halfway down the block and is being stared at by every woman he passes by, and several of the locals are outright following him at this point, the sparking scrape of their piercings and chains sending shivers down her spine. He's being followed by one of the local gangs. They're normally too cowardly to try anything but pointless posturing. But if there's a prize like that, oh yes, that's definitely her business. She mentally notes to ask whoever he's bonded with what the hell they're thinking wasting his time in season like this. But first things first, get the poor fool out of harm's way. This is probably the first time in his life he's not been surrounded by his wives or mothers every second of the day, and she'll be damned if she lets a male lose his innocence on her watch. You! The man screams out all of a sudden and breaks into a dead sprint. Was he trying to get away from some kind of slaver? Is there a threat in the audience, is there? He shoulder tackles another man, this one bald, who had been coming from the other direction, and they roll to the ground together. Maybe an overenthusiastic. The other man ends up on top of the first one and starts raining blows down on him with brutal, meaty thunks. Sweet goddess! Someone shouts in shock as the two men become a blur of wrath. The copper top launches the other off him before kipping up and dodging his opponent's charge and punching him in the side as he passes. Control, this is Officer Tritt. We've got a brawl on 82nd and Winder. Males are involved, she says, activating the communicator on her lapel. Copy that, officer. You're clear to engage. Keep them safe. We're sending a car and ambulance. Control. Both combatants are male. Please advise. Tritt says into her comm, and there's a pause. I'm bringing up your badge camera, please. Holy shit. They're trying to kill each other, Control exclaims as the bald one drop kicks the copper top into a ground vehicle so hard that the side dents. Not that he really notices, as he seems to bounce off the bone-jarring impact into a charging left hook, so hard it sends the bald one staggering backwards before he springs forward and into a headbutt that smashes into Copper's face. Both combatants stagger back with Copper holding his bleeding nose. There's a grunt of pain as he rights it before snorting out mucus and blood that he flicks to the ground even as the bald one spits up a bloody loogie. They exchange words in an unknown language before starting to pace around each other, each of them seeking an opening to start attacking again. But the initial flurry is over. All right, you two good goddess, Officer Tritt starts to say to the pacing men, but that just signals them to attack each other again. The bald one gets in a quick series of 5 punches before he's grabbed by the shoulders and driven into a brutal knee by the other, a shove, and they separate, each trying to both pummel their opponent and deflect the other's attacks. A stomp from the copper one opens up the bald one to stagger back and take a few glancing blows. Someone brushes by Tritt, and she does a double take when a third man, this one very slight, with vaguely slanted eyes and a mop of short black hair shaved bald at the sides, runs along the top of several Nagasha tails, rushes past her and knocks down both fighting men before grabs something from their belts. He shouts something in an unknown language, and the other two roar back in a fury. The new third man leaps onto the tails of a few Nagasha to bounce off and race through the choking crowd with the other two in hot pursuit. Control. The fight's moving towards the starport. A third has joined in. Is this some kind of insane publicity stunt? Control demands. We've got nearly half the force rushing in after we confirmed the local news hounds got wind of this. We need to be seen trying to corral this madness, or they'll be roasting us over a bonfire and, oh damn it, now Thorn Insurance is reporting carjackers. They do so they can spin on it. We've got reports of a second brawl some way away from yours, all male as well. Yes, this is insane. We have report of a 4-man fight breaking out near your position. We're calling in the guard for reinforcement. We have no proper training or channels to deal with this. They have null particle launchers. They'll put these berserk men down without hurting them. Null particle? That will drop everyone in the crowd if it doesn't shut down half the city. And how else are we going to get them to stop? Stun bolts and containment spray will just paralyze one and let the other two straight up murder them. We need all of them down at once, or the other one standing may take advantage of it. We don't know what set these men off, but whatever curse or drug they're under will be flattened by the null. Control argues back, and Officer Tritt has nothing to say, even as she gives chase and... Oh, dear goddess, no! She moans as the leading man slams into a large, dark-skinned one walking around a corner, who instantly goes so berserk, picks him up with one hand and throws him into the other two that catch him and throw him back before tackling into him. All 4 men hit the ground in a bundle of furious blows, foreign invectives, and pure mindless rage. To everyone's shock, the bald one, who now has his shirt in tatters, lifts up all 3 of them with a deep roar before slamming the group as a whole into the pavement, then jumping into the mass elbow first. He's caught by the feet of the newest and largest one and launched upwards. He corrects and lands well, the wind blowing up his shirt and showing a patch along his spine with a blinking red light on it. It all falls into place. Someone here is getting some kind of sick thrill out of this in recording, which the entire crowd, including her, are doing. Damn. Get back here! The copper one screams in fury as he and the bald one give pursuit. The 2 of them shove against each other and take quick swipes at one another as the insane fight continues down several blocks before the biggest one is tackled by a smaller form. There's a tumble before the big man is temporarily pinned under a dour-skinned man who throws numerous blows on him for a few moments before the pursuing two tackle him off, even as the dark-haired one tackles into the mess. Then the big one is up again as he grabs the dour-skinned addition and uses the poor man as a club against the other three. He only swings him twice before the copper-haired one gets behind him and tackles him at the knees, even as the dark-haired one jumps up and delivers a double drop kick to the chest. The massive figure of a guard troop transport soars overhead and slams into the street beyond them before unfolding to reveal the null wave cannon, a non-lethal but exceedingly dangerous weapon which makes use of the same strange effects prevalent in cruel space to shut down people and technology both. The short burst guarantees that no long-term harm is caused, while it also wipes out any form of axiom-based drug or curses. A frenzy patch counts as both. She tunes herself into the network even as another transport soars overhead and lands near the other brawl. Today will be one to tell her daughter and any granddaughters coming up. All troopers brace yourself. Null wave particles are active and about to be unleashed. Everyone brace yourselves. Null! Officer Tritt calls out just as the massive gun powers up and the light drinking energy flashes out. Everyone hits the ground before they're forcibly dropped, and Officer Tritt is no exception. She's fine before the wave hits her, then utterly exhausted and feeling like she's been thrown down a flight of stairs. With a grunt, she opens her eyes. The men! They're still standing. But they're not fighting. They glance around and then run off. Good. The patches were broken. Hopefully they're all just heading home. But how did they personally resist the null? How? Holy shit, they really did shut down the whole city with that, Jake says with a whistle. Also, you punks are assholes, teaming up like that in a free-for-all. All's fair in love and war, big man. Now where the fuck's our ride? We've got minutes tops before people peel themselves off the pavement, and we have to start answering questions. Beck remarks before looking oddly at Franklin. Hold still, he says before grabbing the ginger's nose and righting it properly. Franklin grunts in pain but calms down as his breathing clears and nods thankfully. A shadow passes over them. A third piece of the military? No, a fancy-looking air car that lowers to their level, and in the driver's seat is Mercy. How much for how long, boys? She asks with a wink as all five pile in. Holy crap, you guys fine with that? Yay, getting the hell out of Dodge is more important than comfort. Punch it, Batgirl. Lou orders as he and Beck share the front passenger seat as the two smallest guys so the other three actually have room in the back. Franklin, Marcus, and Jake would all be squashed shoulder to shoulder with Jake in the middle if he wasn't leaning forward to watch out the front and both get his own and give a fair amount of breathing room. You heard the man. Let's get moving, Marcus remarks, and Mercy slams her foot down on the accelerator. It takes only a few minutes to soar to the claw and right into the main cargo bay where dozens of different air cars are already parked. Hey boys, hell of a show you gave us, the pirates call as they clamber out of the car and Mercy soars off and almost flies into the oncoming air car that has Ryu in it. She nearly pries the door open and grabs him out of his seat to all but shove her tongue down his throat. Numerous vehicles soar in and cackling pirates hop out. After the cargo deck is nearly filled, the bulkhead doors close and the ship lurches hard before the inertial dampeners fully activate. Ladies and gentlemen, that went off perfectly. We now have 63 luxury air cars, 400,000 in loose credit discs, 200 assorted plasma and laser weapons, nearly 3 tons of explosives, entire petabytes worth of blackmail for local government officials, 100 pounds of stolen jewelry, a literal ton of designer clothing, and one severely pissed-off hostage that used to be our employer. If this is any kind of example for what the humans want us to do, then we're riding on the easy lanes. Extra booze tonight, ladies. Woo! Agenda cheers through the speakers, and an answering cheer rises up from the entire crew, the men somewhat less hardy as their own beer and vodka distilling stills haven't been perfected yet. Little loud, and while I'm not much of a drinker, I agree with guys. The booze here is bad. We need to get those stills pumping harder. Our own microbrewery sounds wonderful, Mabby purrs. Hey, kitty cat, what's Axiom Energy? I've been hearing about it all over the place, and apparently most everything runs on it, including you girls, but what is it? Franklin asks her, and she shrugs. It's life itself, lover boy. It binds us and connects us, and holds the universe together. Mabby replies as she wraps her tail around his leg. He raises an eyebrow. Yes. Explaining that a tail around the leg meant she wanted it was a little embarrassing, but he didn't need to be told twice. Not to mention he was so damn attentive to her needs when they were together. Except in cruel space where null, its opposite exists in enormous amounts. Franklin begins as he leans towards her before the sound of an air car revving up draws all sorts of attention. Then it disassembles itself and pulls itself back together into a massive robot woman with rabbit ears and over-the-top front and rear bumpers. The formation of the armor and where the seats ended up give her the look of wearing a bathing suit and a fair amount of jiggle where it would be found on a normal woman. Okay, seriously. Even the transforming robots have giant tits. Their robots are brain scans of people. They get massive issues if they don't have body shapes similar to their natural ones, Mabby says in a dumbfounded voice as the equally shocked 20-foot-tall transforming air car robot rabbit woman overlooks them all. Seriously, is everything outside of cruel space required to have massive tits? Are men even a thing out here? Brent demands, and all the attention goes to him barring the few that start snickering such as Franklin. The whole mission was a cock-up from beginning to end. They had supplies and resources enough for a century-long trip, if the recycling techniques worked half as well as the hydroponic bays. And they did. The men were motivated and proud as well. The enemies that revealed themselves were incompetent when they weren't trivial to subvert or recruit. At least that was the general science before humanity came screaming into the scene. Apparently his species is becoming the exception that proves the rule bit of bullock. There is nothing I can do to stop my species from being the gigolos of the galaxy. He moans to himself. Our weapons outrange common hardware by a factor of 10 and outright ignore the most common defenses. We are functionally immune to the standard methods of non-lethal takedowns, but no, we're male so we can only be breeders and such. He picks up a data slate and peruses it, the information the galaxy has on his species. Bipedal, mammalian, omnivorous, 100 per 100 number 1. Species name, human. Homeworld, Earth. Sector, cruel space. No, these are not typos. No, this is not a mistake. A species with an obscene gender ratio has been found in the least habitable part of the galaxy. If not for the unusual gender ratio, they would be BMO and number 2 on 84. The tinny voice of the data slate reads out to him. He presses the button for further elaboration. Bipedal. The human species walks upright and upon 2 limbs like much of the galaxy. They have a very close resemblance to many lizard and ape descent strains of sapient, in that the extremities of their locomotion limbs are effectively modified, grasping appendages. They have an unusual and rare cooling system known as sweating. This process causes them to secrete oils, which rapidly evaporate and carry away heat from the body. This process also unleashes an enormous amount of pheromones in the air during the heat or rut phases of the species that use them. It should be noted that humans are effectively in heat from puberty to impotence. The data slate chimes up, and Admiral Cistern sighs. Mammalian. The human species is a warm-blooded and furred species. Although their fur appears quite sparse, superficially they closely resemble BMO 100-3 and likely share a similar biological ancestry in large apes that adapted to tool use. Interestingly, as they have evolved in the greatest natural null deposit in the galaxy, colloquially known as cruel space, they are likely immune to its effects. This has yet to be proven. Preliminary genetic tests and scans of their own databases prove them to have the acclimatization strains, allowing them to breed with any other member of the galactic community. They have long dubbed this vital portion of the DNA as the junk strains, as they were unable to decipher its purpose and assumed it as leftover and deactivated portions of the genetic code. It continues, and Admiral Cistern nods as he pulls out a small flask of good drink and takes a swig. Omnivorous. This is where humans begin showing truly exotic traits. Their unfortunate evolution in the middle of cruel space and lack of any form of axiom energy during their evolution as a species or culture has forced them to truly stretch the definition of omnivore. Great care is to be used in eating any form of human food, as their tolerances for poison is unrivaled and they consider many deadly substances and plants to be simple and stable parts of their diets. In particular, the crowd control and riot suppressant chemical weapons known as Wicked Winter and Ferocious Flame are considered mere flavors, minty and spicy respectively, and are often used in candies and meals. Furthermore, dangerous chemical stimulants are considered part of common recreational drinks that are universally available among both military and civilian population. They have dubbed it caffeine, and it is available to even small children. Scanning equipment is recommended at all times. It reads out, and Admiral Cistern mentally chuckles. The spiced chicken dinner that had been offered to the ambassador had not gone over well, nor had the dinner mince meant as a palate cleanser or a friendly chat with coffee and biscuits. Still, if these classifications were anything to be considered, it appeared they were understanding about that debacle. 100 per 100. The humans are the only sapient species in the known galaxy with an equal number of males to females. Current evaluations determine this to be a defensive survival trait against the sheer danger born of living in cruel space. The sheer lethality of their homeworld and this adaptation to it has caused massive cultural divides between themselves and the rest of the galaxy. To the humans, males are the expendable gender and are the ones that act as both warrior and laborer in their communities. That one was almost clinical, though the implication that Earth is exceptionally dangerous in some capacity does mean that colonization will likely be quite easy. So the main problem will be getting people off Earth and out of cruel space. After that, the other planets and peoples will fight to line up and offer them space. Number 1. Though in many respects all races are unique in the galaxy, humans hold truly one-of-a-kind qualifications due to their ratio between male and female and utter lack of axiom energy in any form of their society. The diplomatic vessel. Dauntless is their first major project into axiom technology, and they have proven to be an incredibly industrious species, having built a massive vessel in a period of time, rivaling a minor shipyard without any of the standard support structure or training required. Unfortunately, as a race, they have already been victimized by pirate attacks and lost a significant number of crew, suggesting that their martial capacities are not up to standard with the rest of the galaxy. Again, this is likely due to their lack of axiom energy around their homeworld. The slate belts out at him as he screws the top onto his whiskey and tucks it away. In conclusion, race BMO 100-100 number 1 is likely to break out into the entertainment and escort industry. They will undoubtedly quickly fall into this niche and be rapidly seen in many worlds over the next few centuries. That is all currently known about species BMO 100-100 number 1, the humans. With that, the data slate stops talking at him and he considers. As a man and a lifelong military man, no less, this bothers him. This really bothers him. The idea that he would be expected to sell himself around a pole more than manning a gun, or to be kept as a house husband and have his training and experience disregarded, makes him want to spit. Yet he could not find a better option. Humans are behind with everything on top of being stranded in the middle of a massive spatial anomaly that cripples advanced technology. It was like being from a continent where fossil fuels and electricity simply did not work. Forcing everyone to rely on coal, not a bad standard of living, but nowhere near what the rest of the world would consider impressive. I'm one of the most powerful men on Earth, and off it I'm at best a tight piece of ass in most circles. We're being humored by these cretins because they want boyfriends and husbands, he says to himself before exhaling an enormous lungful of air. The intercom on his desk beeps and he stabs the button without bothering to open his eyes. I'm on my way, he says before standing up and marching out of his office. He quickly makes his way to the anti-gravity corridors through the ship and holds up his arm to the right wall. The magnetic rail grabs onto the patch of metal on his wrist. It has his rank insignia and name on top of being able to serve as armor in a pinch. But its main purpose was to adhere to the rail and numerous other small devices with a single strong magnet on them, usually ammo cartridges. After a few minutes, he holds out his left arm and catches a ladder that he swings himself onto and climbs back into the gravity field. His stomach threatens revolt, but is brought back into line. He marches solidly into the large cargo bay and glares down. "Admiral on deck!" a soldier shouts, and the room turns to him with a salute. The aliens look confused by this, but that's what happens when you recruit from the scum of the galaxy. He snaps a salute back at both his workers and the brave, if suspect men that had volunteered to live among the pirates. "As you were soldiers," he says before turning and quickly getting on the lift. Moments later, and he's on the ground floor of Bay and walks smartly through the crews that part around him in deference for his rank. "Sir, our first mission was a complete success. Our malefactor won. Miss Karen Darkdown is being escorted to the holding cells as we speak. We have all of her personal blackmail material, several of her weapons deposits, her ludicrously expensive wardrobe, and it was all disguised by the theft of several 100,000 in physical credit discs and a massive carjacking operation," Commander Brent says with a salute, and Admiral Cistern nods, before glancing towards the bright red sports car with thrusters instead of wheels. "Excellent. What is the price tag our good captain has placed on these pieces?" he asks before turning at the sound of claws clicking against the floor to behold the quadrupedal captain. He looked over her at first before glancing down. The fact that a fair portion of the galaxy walks on all fours and rears up to use tools or temporarily balance on their hind legs for intimidation purposes is still sinking in somewhat. It helps to think of them like a bear with thumbs. That's also a woman. Price? Oh, I do like this part. First off, the bitch, I want 1,000,000 credits for her. I understand it'll take you some time, so consider it a debt you owe me. I'm keeping the dresses and the guns and money and the cars and, yeah. I'm keeping everything else and you owe me 1,000,000. Oh, but I'll swap a copy of the blackmail in exchange for an equal-sized copy of your movies and books and such, Lil Paw says with a smirk, and then raises an eyebrow as Admiral Cistern smirks. "An excellent bargain, Captain, and you don't have to wait for that 1,000,000 credits. I have brought over numerous goods and luxury items from the homeworld for trade, and have sold a small amount for an enormous profit. Apparently, delicious exotic candy made almost exclusively by men is worth roughly 10 times its weight in credits. Would you like your 1,000,000 credits in small units or larger ones?" "Larger ones, the hard credits we got in the raid were exclusively in smaller units," Lil Paw answers, and he nods. "Of course. Now, I heard something about someone requesting refugee status." "Right. This awkward, sir. Technically, she's the daughter of our apprehended target, sir," Commander Brent says, and Admiral Cistern gives him an even look. "Sir, have you had the opportunity to study on robotics and artificial intelligences in the galaxy?" "My schedule has been extremely full. We're currently eating into my personal time, soldier." "Then I won't cut too deep into it, sir. They can't make robotic minds, but they can brain scan and copy minds into a digital space. As such, all robots are basically a person in a robot body," Brent explains, and it falls into place. "Our refugee is a brain scan of Miss Darkdown?" "She is an abused, manipulated, and enslaved brain scan of Miss Karen Darkdown, sir. She was created on a power trip by Miss Darkdown and kept in perpetual servitude until she suffered what appears to be severe disassociation from her organic self. Legally standing, a brain scan is considered to be either a second instance of the person in question or a direct relation," Brent explains. "If the woman just wants shelter and rehabilitation, then we will help." Admiral Cistern and Commander Brent nods. "Is there more?" "She's a mode shifter, sir. A transforming robot rabbit woman that's 20 feet tall when bipedal. Her other form is a luxury air car," Commander Brent says, and Admiral Cistern closes his eyes for a moment before taking a deep breath and exhaling. He opens them again and glances at what he thought was a sports car, but is apparently the refugee requesting aid. That what you said makes complete sense is just, I fail to find the words. So long as she is not a danger to my men or my ship and is cooperative as a guest, I am willing to offer her refugee status in my capacity as Earth's main ambassador and admiral of its planetary navy, he says before turning towards the car. Madam, provided this isn't some absurd prank by my soldier, could you please introduce yourself so I may begin the process of assigning you quarters? A digital woman's voice echoes from the car before there's a shifting of its everything. It takes Admiral Cistern a moment to take in the 20-foot-tall woman that looks like a Playboy bunny in thigh-high boots and wearing opera gloves, all in red with her skin, the pitch-black leather of the car's interior. She even has a mess of wires and fiber optics for her hair, even as her ears twitch nervously. Biting back the obvious question of why a robot woman needs enormous breasts and an equally enormous rump, he simply nods. A pleasure to meet you, madam. I apologize that it's not under better circumstances, he says, and she takes a step back before kneeling down to better meet his gaze. Thank you. Is being this nice normal for your kind? She asks, and Admiral Cistern gives Commander Brent a sideways look. The soldier shrugs and mouths the words, good manners, in English. Madam, you are a thinking being that have not in any way proven to be my enemy or an enemy of anything I care about. As such, there are basic manners you are owed, basic courtesies and deference to your own right to choose and as a person. Until you somehow prove yourself less or more, then I will treat you the same as any other refugee asking for aid. You have asked for help and shall receive, madam. I don't care what your origin is, merely what we can do for you, he says, and the enormous alien robot rabbit woman shudders, shakes, and then bursts into tears before sweeping him up in an enormous hug and holding him close as she thanks him over and over again and begging for this to not be a dream and for it to finally be over. After an uncomfortable moment, Admiral Cistern hugs her around her head and she sniffs against him, the pinpricks of light that make up her facial expression shifting and twisting as she balls into his torso. Captain, do we know how long Darkdown had her mode locked and defenseless? Commander Brent asks, unsure about what to do about the spectacle happening in front of them as a robot somehow produces both tears and mucus to smear into the Admiral's uniform in her distress. Several hours later, after the annoyance of calming down Miss Caddy Downshift, their refugee had requested a rechristening. He had set her up with her own quarters, and all but threw one of the ship's psychiatrists in there with her. He'll either end up with a broken pelvis, used as a plush toy, or actually help the poor woman. Whichever it was, the problem was averted for now. He took a fortifying sip of the coffin polish grade coffee he had ordered. Stressful days like this needed the old college trick where you ran the coffee through the grinds and filters a few times to concentrate it to the point of near lethality. Taking it with stomach pills is a must. After he gets to the halfway point, the door opens and he sees 9. Nope. The 10th of his pirate boys is racing up with a huge folder full of paper. Get in here, I want a full debriefing, he says, and they all march in. Followed by the 10th, Franklin, skidding in and nearly plowing into the desk. What's the rush, soldier? Sorry, sir, I was organizing all my notes on the substances axiom and null and their possible military uses, sir. The ginger replies before standing up straight. He looks like he's been through a strainer, and the bags under his eyes are so dark they resemble bruises. When was the last time you slept, soldier? Prior to the raid on Thorin Insurance, he says, and the rest of the men give pinched and annoyed looks before steeling themselves. Soldier, that was over 2 weeks ago, he remarks, wondering exactly what the man is being fueled by and where more can be procured. I am aware, sir, however, what I have uncovered is far too valuable to ignore, Franklin says with a salute. The aliens have what is effectively magic, sir, and I've been pulling it apart and learning about it so that we can use it as well. I need more than that. Sir, Franklin says with a salute, we'll start with quick linguistic history. Axiom energy, which fuels all known exotic technology and even the very biology of alien life, was once called axis energy after a devolution of the term access energy, which was used in order to bring about a more scientific understanding of what was then known as magic. Basically, hoity-toity speak has devolved and mutated a few times to land magic on its current name of axiom. Makes sense. How can we use it? There are 3 known methods of using magic. We've gotten some very, very basic tutoring in using it in technology. The Dauntless is an example of such. The second is a spiritual methodology that resembles straight-up wizardry out of a fantasy novel. The easiest access we have to this is through medical texts and personnel of non-human origin, as axiom is used for the majority of their more complicated techniques. Finally, there is a semi-monastic order of martial artists. Most major population centers have an enclave. These individual styles and schools have a dizzying amount of names, but all of them craft powerful totems that allow them to direct axiom into themselves and manifest weapons of pure energy. Common names include mancers, flow users, masters of the art, and other such pretentious-sounding names. Both the spiritualist types and the martial artist types are often called adepts in common slang terminology. Impressive. Anything else? Admiral Cistern asks, wondering if he really does want to know any more. I have had some ideas, sir, and I believe I have discovered the foundations of a potential hybrid style. If it is widely practiced, then it is not widely advertised. But blending what I understand of the totem users with the more spiritual methodology and my own engineering skills, I believe we may be able to make a series of techniques and skills that will allow for a great number of lateral options both on and off the battlefield. Franklin takes a breath and the carved piece of currency starts glowing and floats over his hand. He then clasps his hands over it and pulls them apart with electricity arcing between them and riding up his fingers like a live Tesla coil. As the room stares at him, he suddenly wrenches his right hand up, and the electricity gathers within it to ignite and become a dancing flame in the palm of his hand that he then crushes in his bare hand, then throws the energy at the rest of his fellow commanders. Their clothing and hair is blasted as if a strong wind had whipped around and tried to knock them all down. The nearer two actually take a step back to brace themselves a bit better, but no one is hurt. The basis of my style is not the sheer strength of will of a mancer or the oneness with everything that is the spiritualist, but based in the knowledge that all forms of energy are similar and with axiom interchangeable. I converted axiom to electrical energy, to thermal, and thermal to kinetic. Because I can use anything to make anything, with some programming knowledge I can also use it to remotely access computers and data networks that I have no possible way of getting into in any capacity. With your approval, I'd like to continue my studies and have these hard copies of my notes gone over by our scientists and researchers to see how viable this might be for us. Sir. All right, put down your focus prototype and let me have these hard notes. Then go to bed, and only after you've had breakfast and a shower do I want you to transfer a digital copy of your notes to me. Understand? Admiral Cistern orders and Franklin nods before putting the thing down on top of the rest of the notes. The moment he's no longer in contact with the totem, he outright collapses to the floor, and before Admiral Cistern can stand fully upright to get a good look at him, he begins to snore. After a quick glance at the collapsed but unharmed soldier, he gives a little smile before sitting back down. Men, I am currently torn between annoyed, amused, and impressed. If there is nothing more for me, then this meeting will reflect well on you. Is there more? Primarily observations to the behavioral patterns of the aliens, sir, Commander Brent says after a few moments, and Admiral Cistern gestures for him to continue. You've no doubt noticed that the pheromones of a human male are highly distracting, and they are always eager to couple. Cistern nods. Well, they also seem to imprint, for lack of a better term. Couple with them once and they fixate on your specific pheromones to the exclusivity of others. This could possibly be used as a means to take control of organizations. Each of us is effectively in control of a large portion of the ship with this. So you have been coupling with them. I'm not disparaging you, soldier. I apologize. Continue. He orders, shaking out his own disgust. One of the main requirements for this mission was no regrets, meaning most soldiers were single, divorced, or surviving the departure of their loved ones. Admiral Cistern had a bit of a learned paranoia about women as a man who had been thoroughly raked over the coals by a divorce lawyer and had his children taught to hate him. And since it was by the one he thought was his other half turned into his worst enemy, he felt it was a fair reaction. Once burned, twice shy. "Oh, sorry, sir. I'll get that shower and breakfast and then send you my notes," Franklin says as he starts to stagger out of the room. "How long was I asleep, sir?" "About a minute, maybe two." "I see. May I be dismissed, sir? I need a warm place to fall down into." "I suggest a bed, dismissed soldier," Admiral Cistern says, and Franklin staggers out of the room. "When we're done in here, make sure he's made it to at least a cot. Understood?" He adds the moment the door closes. "Yes, sir. For a quick catch-up, we set up our workshop, recreation and gymnasium stations in the pirate ship quickly and efficiently, and despite some misunderstandings, we've managed to quickly take social and emotional control of the entire ship. It feels kind of sleazy, sir, but they're hanging off our every word now, and we won't even need veto powers to get them to avoid attacking some targets. I've been talking with the captain, and she's not averse to legit trading and bounty hunting, but would need a new IFF for the ship. And we have provided one as the Earth Foreign Legion, or EFL Tiger," Admiral Cistern says calmly. "We shipped out with a massively bloated crew because we knew we would need either cannon fodder or manpower to either defend ourselves or take advantage of whatever situations the rest of the galaxy throws at us. Thankfully, we're taking advantage. With how many men are on our crew, we have enough to subvert an entire armada worth of pirates alone. It's not only approved, but is going to be used as the example for what to do going forwards. There's no way that the decision-makers and captains of industry won't already have husbands, but their advisors, their secretaries, and those that relay their messages might not. We're going to have to. The Federation of Systems is a loose and ineffective conglomeration that has at most accomplished three things: a defense treaty that has never been put to the test, a widely accepted but not universal form of income in the form of galactic standard credits, and finally the galactic trade language, which they accomplished by simply having an algorithm translate all their documents into it and refusing to answer to requests in any other language. The actual creation of the language was an experiment by over 5,000 different universities across nearly as many worlds working together. Admiral Cistern explains with his disdain, easily written, over his face before he swallows it. "Do we have a plan, sir?" Commander Jake asks. "We do. Now that I've been able to properly examine how we were attacked by the pirates, I find myself rather impressed. Their electronic warfare is inspired and caused us to waste most of our shots. I am also impressed with the level of sheer loyalty those girls have for you. As such, we have made contact with the pirates from ships other than the Claw that attacked. They have been offered the same deal, and they all have accepted to the last. The Earth Foreign Legion is getting off the ground, boys," he says, and there's a nod from each. "Which brings me to your part of the plan. Make sure Commander Smith gets this information as well." He orders and receives 9 smart salutes. "Good. Now we have roughly 5 ships incoming to be recruited, yet a fleet of 7 ships just isn't enough. Get your girls to start talking to their friends and family. See how many will take our offer to join up the EFL." Admiral Cistern orders, and there are nods all around. "Excellent. If there's nothing else, then that will be all," he says, and after a moment of silence, he nods. "Dismissed." As his soldiers give him 9 textbook salutes and march out of the office, Admiral Cistern smiles to himself. Yes, the galaxy assumes that he and his are naught but pretty faces to be protected, but they will never know just how much they will dance to the tune of Mother Earth. Captain Lilpaw couldn't keep her tail from wagging as they zoomed in on the port. Ashen Duct was a well-named spaceport, stolen from the Regran Cooperation some 100 years ago as they fell into bankruptcy. Its proper name was Station 98237 Cruel Space Adjacent, but they called it Ashen Duct because troublemakers were reduced down by the sheer amount of over-enthusiastic laser fire until the only thing left was the ash in the ducts. Of course it's a pirate station, so troublemakers are those who are stupid enough to damage the station itself, and that's about it. Of course, it's a pirate station, meaning there's always at least a few hilariously stupid people getting lit up by the guards. They were considered part of the local entertainment. Captain, we have our landing permissions. We've got a dock and are heading to it. Hani says from nearby, and she nods. Most of her command crew are either multi-limbed species or non-limbed species. They can either press all the buttons or pay massive attention to when they need to press that one all-important button. The ship goes in smoothly, and she nods before Hani goes through all the docking sequences, flipping each of the switches in order with her 6 arms faster than most other races could. As a BIH-1100 number 11, her sensory antennae were so sensitive that the little lights on the panel were nothing but a redundancy, as she could straight up pick out the electromagnetic currents running beneath them. If she wasn't so dim as to be unquestioning of her captain, then by species alone she'd be in engineering and working on sniffing out the tiny bits of wear and tear that naturally builds up over time in any electronic system. Good. Lock us in nice and tight while I get myself and my team ready, she says before turning on the speakers all over the ship. Shifts 4 through 8 are allowed to do whatever so long as they're back in 12 hours. Shifts 9 and 10 are on resupply duty and the rest are to hold down the ship. Standard port plan unless you're part of my little getaway, which means get your weapons on and check them 3 times each. She orders the ship and cuts off the two-way as nearly half the ship starts cheering about how it's their turn to have fun. All right, girls, I'm a comm call away if you need me, Lil Pa says as she rises up from her laying position in the command couch and quickly pads out of the room. Enjoy the date, Captain, Jingai chirps out as the limbless woman shakes the tip of her tail at her with a huge smile. The TRC-100 in RF-4 would be almost threatening, shaking the axiom-infused rattle at the tip of her tail at her. But the woman's too dim to actually use it properly. If she had grown up in primitivism, she'd have died as a child. Deep Krag Nagasha have a fairly harsh homeworld. I will, she says. There's no real point getting angry at the living answering machine whose name literally translates to kinda stupid in an older Nagasha language. Captain, Jingai begins before she can properly leave the bridge. It's my turn with Brent next, right? I just wanted to make sure things weren't shifted around again. It kept happening when I was married, and I never even really met him before I was recruited, Jingai asks, and despite herself, Lil Pa feels a twist of pity. You're next. Unless he gets hurt for some reason, you're going to have a good night with him, she promises, and the snake woman's smile is enormous as she hisses in anticipation. She'll have to speak to Miles, make sure he doesn't get cold feet. She leaves the ecstatic snake woman to her fantasies and quickly pads her way through her ship. The forward airlock is where she and the team are leaving from. The girls on the supply run are using the rear airlock, closer to the storage bays. She cannot keep the leer off her face as the door to the forward airlock opens. 10 men in different levels of armor mixed and matched with rugged casual wear and a massive amount of weapons. The big stompy black boots were universal, although the knives strapped to a lot of them were not. All in all, they looked like they walked out of a cheesy beefcake-filled action movie. They all had at least a pistol on them, with Brent, her boy, having his gigantic long-range rifle on his back and a bandolier of massive ammunition for it. With that, he could reach out and kill just about anyone in the station from anywhere in the station. His favored pistol was tucked near his heart, and his service one was strapped to his thigh. His jacket and loose pants give him an air of both mystery and danger, with the sheer amount of obvious ordnance tied to him. Ryu was testing out the edge of a long, curved sword while Lu smiled nastily at him with his shining hook-ended swords. The two had apparently gotten into a cultural pissing contest that had stopped just short of someone getting stabbed, and from the look of both of them, neither was backing down. The fact that each also had what were called shotguns slung over their backs with a belt of ammo on made them excellent opposites. Actually, considering they were both wearing identical outfits, but for the swords made it a very strange case in opposites. Armored vests to show off the incredible definition in their smaller frames, loose pants tucked into the boots with pockets full of chemical explosives, and a knife in each boot. The pistol on their thighs completed the image. Sai has dressed himself in smartly cut and colorful dark blue and green robes that poorly conceal numerous weapons that are so badly hidden They draw attention away from the pistol and knife in his sash. A common trick among pirates. He catches on quick. Around his head is a white wrapping that seems both religious and exotic, especially the brightly flashing gemstone, which will grab most if not all the attention on him. Very clever, the knife and pistol are practically invisible now, and she can also make out a little bit of armor poking out from underneath. A helmet. He's hiding armor under that big flashy target. Brilliant. Marcus is the most obviously armored, with a full set of bronzed ablative plating minus a helmet, and has both a primitive shield of enormous size and with a large V on it, and a spear in addition to his pistol and knives, and seeing her gaze, he turns the shield around to reveal the disassembled rifle on the other side. Smart. Jean-Luc is in casual wear compared to everyone else with his bulky jacket. Then he opens it to reveal both armor and enough explosives that he's guaranteed to be stopped by station security. The massive grin on his face almost has her roll her eyes. Yep, he's the stupid one this trip. Jake is shirtless and standing like a titan over the rest to reveal his chiseled physique. He's one of the only ones with a standard weapon in the form of a plasma cannon that he's lifting as if in the middle of an exercise routine. An anti-vehicle grade plasma cannon. The pistols strapped to each thigh and massive knives in his boots are just part of the scenery when someone's carrying that much weapon, let alone the fact that the man is just that much man. Victor is his fierce competition with a massive crew-scale laser repeater, an area denial weapon for when you need a bunker secure. The man's black shirt is so tight it's effectively painted on, and only seems on to support his bandolier of throwing knives and extra ammo for the pistol strapped to his left thigh. Beck has seemingly airbrushed himself to look like a jackass with his flowing jacket and decorative armor plating. He looks like an oversized child playing space pirate. Looks like he's playing pirate, but the eye patch is clearly a material that he can see through. The wig sewn into his tricorn hat is hiding the chin strap of his helmet, and there are little pinches in his clothing to show that he's probably the most well-armored of the bunch, just with a cheap costume over it. His weapons have been painted to look like oversized toys, but are clearly too hefty to be anything but lethal. Clever, if annoying. At first, Franklin can't be seen. Then he steps to the side to reveal the strange glowing gauntlets with a half-massive ring sticking out the side of each one. She can physically see the axiom energy stored in the things, and they're growing brighter by the moment as he adjusts and tampers with them. He's dressed almost formally, looking more like he's ready for a night on the town, and his weapons can't even be seen at first. Concealed shoulder holster in his pants have a slight bulge where they hang over his boots to show a knife tucked away. The gauntlets with the axiom pouring off them are really concerning. "All right, just what's the plan you idiots are following?" she asks after her scan of the men. "Some of you are dressed as kidnap bait. Others look like they want to wage straight-up war with the station, and the rest have stepped out of an early act in a porno with too much plot and not enough cock. Most of you are some combination of the three." "Then the illusion is working," Cy announces with a theatrical clap of his hands, and Beck breaks out into laughter, followed by the rest after a few moments of strained looks. She glares at them in response. "Captain, we're all ready for a war, yet we're also ready to put on a show as needed. So we need to look good," he says, and both Victor and Jake flex harder, causing their arms to bulge outwards in a tantalizing display of power. "We need to be able to defend ourselves if things go wrong, so we need to be dangerous," he continues, and Jean-Luc pulls out a launcher for his explosive ordnance. Where and how he had been hiding, that is going to be bothering her for a long time. "Finally, we need to get it all past security, so it needs to be dismissed as a show." So, yay. We look like kidnap bait straight out of a combination action movie and porno. That's deliberate. We fully expect to shoot and even kill more than a few when we're out tonight, because we need to make a damn statement. We may be men in a woman's galaxy, but we are not to be underestimated no matter what we look like. Brent explains, and Lil Paw runs it through her head a few times before shrugging. "If even one of you falls to stupid, then I'm moving the stills and locking the door. None of you will even taste what comes out of them for a week." She threatens and cannot help but smile as the look of horror crosses all of their faces. No doubt the ones that don't drink are dreading how angry the others would be. Good. Now it's going to be you boys, and about a quarter of our combat girls. Mech suits get you shot by security, so they'll be packing lasers, and some of the plasma we grabbed out of our raid. In close quarters, armor's only good for deflecting glancing blows from plasma and becomes a branding iron after only a few shots from the lasers. There's an unspoken law in pirate stations that those who wear energy shields get stabbed, so rely on not being hit more than resisting a hit. Understand? She asks, and they nod. Good. Also, if I or any of my girls tell you to do something, then it happens, understand? Another nod from them. Good. One last thing. The new recruits are with us. This is their test of blades. She says and notices the confusion. They're Nagasha. There's a lot of different types all over the galaxy, and the test of blades is a way, they say, to go through a great trial to find worth. I don't damn know. It's part of a bunch of stupid old stories that a quarter of the slithery witches are named after. She explains, thinking to Jingai, whose own name is part of the stories. The silly girl had tried to explain it a few, but it was just a long tale of some poor, dim girl being taken advantage of over and over again. It went on so long that she couldn't even pay attention to it. It was just flat out depressing, and there were apparently 102 such stories. Woo-hoo! We're shipping out with the hunks. One of the new girls exclaims in joy. She and her opposite are Greater Plains Nagasha each. They're both massive tryhards. Their tails covered with tattoos, and their hair dyed with massive piercings and chains running all over the reptilian half of their bodies. Bits of pointless scrap armor adorn their shoulders and shirts torn to the point that they barely covered the girls' nipples. Will you two idiots at least try not to get shot? This is a pirate station full of wound-up tense slags that will be drooling over our boys. The only reason we're trusting you fools to go out with them is that they're some of the toughest fighters on the ship. Don't think this is a game. This isn't going to be fun. You girls are slithering over a field of blades now. If you want to keep your scales, you'll pay some damn attention. Jin, the second in assault on the ship, hisses at them. She's a desert Nagasha, TRC 102, 6 armed, and with the fact that she's completely covered her torso and face with black and white war paint, says to everyone that she's out for blood and murder. That she's got a pair of plasma swords, a laser cannon, and 2 plasma pistols holstered around her waist, says that she's clearly ready to fight and kill the entire station on her own. Generally, a desert Nagasha's mood can be judged by their paint. The more of it there is, the less room they have for jokes and messing about. The only level higher would be the painting of her arms as well, which would mean that she's genocidically serious rather than merely homicidally serious. Feeling neutral meant the eyes, lips, and cheeks would all have paint, and never trust a desert Nagasha without paint. Holy shit, you look ready to rock. Franklin remarks, and Jin gives him a glare. Yep, straight out of a rock concert, Jake says. I'm not sure what the paint means, but it looks like you're ready to either wipe out the station on your own or pull out an instrument and get into a literal battle of the bands. Jin slowly slithers up to the large, darker skin man and grabs him by the belt to heft him upwards. I am showing naught but focus. I have neither time nor inclination to entertain stupidity. If any of you end up taken, I will kill everything in my path to get you back. You want to avoid a bloodbath? Then you will not allow yourself to be taken. Understand? Hidden armor and a full armory worth of weapons, good, she says, then looks back at Jake, who she's still holding up by his belt. You will be joining me in my quarters tonight, she straight up tells the big man. Emma gonna make you sweat off that makeup in ways you'll be bragging about for years. Sweat? Nagasha don't sweat, she says. Good time as any to learn, he remarks, and there's a slight quirk of her lip. She sets him down calmly and nods. You got it, boss lady, Janet cheers. Lasers hot and ready to burn, Lisa adds. It's all Jin can do to not grab their weapons from them and start beating them over the head with them. They'll learn. They'll learn or they'll die. All right, ladies, gentlemen, we going in. Agenda orders before padding to the final few airlock doors, and all but one hiss open as the tiny spot between both major airlocks fills with a touch of atmosphere. Barely enough for privacy. The rest of the security is stationed on the way to the meeting place. We are not screwing this up. Holy crap, are we among pirates or more military? Jake asks himself, and Franklin audibly snorts in amusement. More than half all pirates ever are former military, be it in the galaxy or on the high seas. He notes as he draws a large amount of axiom out of the air and molding it into power that lifts him off the ground. "Hey, finally got it!" he exclaims happily as he pulls out a pen and notepad and quickly starts writing down the details of whatever the hell he had just done. Oh God, he can fly now. Nowhere is safe. Victor notes, and Franklin lets out a bark of laughter. Keep low. Flying when every girl's got an itchy trigger finger makes you nothing more than a target, Jin remarks with a glare at him. Yes, it is intriguing. Yes, the possibilities are immense, and flight is considered a very difficult thing to do outside of very specific axiom disciplines, but that's for later. Now it's time for wariness and battle. Ma'am, yes ma'am, the men say as one, and Jin nods as Agenda groans in frustration. Without a word, she leads them through the mobile tunnel that had been maneuvered to link up with the ship proper. Short of a fancy docking platform with atmospheric shields, these umbilical airlocks were the best bet. Certainly easier than trying to get every whack job inventor in the galaxy to try and stick to standard models for airlocks, or somehow keep a station's power running below standard scanning frequencies, with dozens of docking platforms. Legit places could ramp the power up. Ashen Duct had to at least pretend to be hiding. "Pay up," one of the men says, and she glances back in time to see Beck pass Marcus a credit disc. "Are those men?" "Hey girls, there's an entire troop of guys." "Holy crap, where did they come from?" The questions and questing of the station start out fast and like a wave crash through the station, and soon there's a thick crowd. The aim assist of Jin's weapons cause them to part, and let her walk with her men who are glancing around and checking to see if anyone's brave enough to rush them. She leads them through the station with the absurdly pissed-off-looking Jin, scaring away most of the crowd with the men conversing, in what sounds like 3 different languages from their homeworld. Either that, or they had a widely used language that didn't so much adapt to other foreign languages as outright mug them for spare expressions. There's a shout behind her, and she turns to see Franklin seem to mime out fighting something, before the axiom around him crackles and runs down both him and a figure that he's pushing back. It takes a moment for it to connect exactly what's going on, before a stronger burst of energy from Franklin knocks out the figure, and he lets her drop. The moment she's out of contact with him, she's completely invisible again. BRC 100 number 42. Jin notes calmly, as she has her heavy plasma pointed right where she dropped. "Since when the hell do the races have decimal points?" Franklin demands. "Shapeshifters and spies, got it. How'd you know, Frank?" Miles demands Franklin, who grins. "I'm pretty sure I rate adept at this point. She stood out like a flare," he says before holding out his hand palm towards the downed cloakin. Lightning pours from it to wrap around the invisible form, both bringing it to visibility and raising it in the air. "I take it invisible clothing isn't widely produced," he says, bushing a few outlined feathers to the side in curiosity as he examines the form. "It's expensive," Agenda says as Franklin levitates the naked form, writhed in lightning upwards. She's not twitching and there's no smoke, so it's probably just a light show he's using to scare of further attempts. Either that, or he's discovering new fetishes. Not her business. That nerd is not her man, and she does not care who he sticks it in, so long as the crew doesn't break out into violence about it. "If the entertainment is finished?" Jin asks in a tone cold enough that if she had any training as an adept, she'd have frosted the deck plating beneath them. Yeah, just need to take some notes," Franklin mutters as he puts his pad in the hand holding up the cloakin and starts scribbling into it. "If you boys are done?" Agenda asks, and nearly scowls at the salute thrown at her. "We're moving." She orders and begins moving again, the aim assist of Jin's weapons causing the ever-growing crowd to part until a heavily armed and armored security officer stomps up to them in a full-on dark gray power suit. The words Ashen Duct in white, under a black marking of a tiny doodle of the station, are emblazoned on her shoulder pads. "This station isn't a flesh market. Not for men. We don't need that kind of heat, Lil Paw. They're under orders to straight up kill anyone that tries to take them. They're part of my crew, and part of a deal I'm about to make. It's not a flesh trade. I've found the deal of a lifetime, and it's one you can only take once, but others can get it too. I intend to milk some favors out of other captains I'm meeting in Jen's bar and bargain. The fuck is it called that for anyways? One of the men, Lou she guesses, asks just loud enough to be heard. It's a bar where every booth has privacy screens, meaning it's perfect for making deals. The security guard replies, clearly trying to look good for the men that can't even see her through the suit of power armor. We're moving again. Enough distractions. The fuck are you bringing her for? Jake asks Franklin even as they start moving. Hey, fucking invisibility, dude, he says before grinning, and we'll have stealth on a level that the predator will shit his pants. He continues in a human language that is only understood by the men around him who cackle and grin at the suggestion. What just happened? Agenda demands even as Jen groans into three of her hands. The retarded BMO 1107 made a dash for the men and collided with Marcus's shield. No, he didn't deflect her. He didn't even see her before she knocked herself further into mental weakness. Is this normal? What the hell? Marcus demands, as Brent grabs the tiny green-skinned woman by the belt of her pants and tosses her to one of the watching crowd. He then tosses over a credit disc to the woman who caught her. Drag her to a doctor or at least someplace safe, he orders the woman who nods. Yes, this is normal. Gobs are always like that. They don't consider things, they just rush in at a full sprint and expect it to work out. Them and Cobes and Slobes are problems the galaxy over. More vermin than actual people. Jin explains as she glares at the green pest being dragged away. Unlike actual vermin, they couldn't just be fumigated, trapped, or thrown out an airlock. They were people, and that made it all the more aggravating. Okay, that's it, I'm done. Girls fall in and make a path. Agenda barks, and pulses of plasma and red laser beams launch into the air with the tinge of ozone causing a good chunk of the crowd to part as the security moves in. We're moving, she commands, which brings the attention of the men back down. They'd been looking up towards where the laser and plasma fire had gone. Their lasers can't compete with thermal bloom either. Jake notes as he rolls his shoulders. He'd looked up in time to see a few flares along the laser beams which killed all its power to the point that it acted more like a bright laser pointer at the ceiling some 10 stories up. That just means we've got the range, my friends. But the first idiot to get cocky will likely get his shot off. Victor adds himself, and Agenda just shakes her head. She needs to learn their language, whatever it's called. They keep pace, and the crowds get further and further choked out as more of her girls weave out of the background and form a protective ring around her and the men. Jen's bar and bargain is of course open and not too crowded. The purely aesthetic doors swing in as the real privacy is the booths, with the one straight opposite of the door filled almost to capacity, and with the screens down to reveal a few familiar faces. A nearby trinity of tables are open for the men and protection. Perfect. Hey, Lil Pa, good timing. We're only a couple. Is that a literal horde of men behind you? Captain Meg Screen greets her before trailing off in shock. The green-skinned and antenna-bearing BIH 100 number 3 always had a clear sphere helmet on and a plasma pistol at her side. She looked almost harmless with her slight frame and exposed arms and legs. But the tattoos of slightly paler green down her arms and thighs were infused with axiom, giving her a permanent force field, and coupled with the slight rebreather hooked into the helmet, meant she was ready and trained to jump out an airlock and cut her way into an enemy ship. Her favored method of attacking, which she ensured her entire crew could replicate. It was an amazing way of stealing cargo, as most ships automatically sealed off any areas open to vacuum by the time people suited up to try and stop her and her crew. They already had either stolen most of the stuff and were going or had rigged up a trap to take them out. Of course, the woman's a Lutrin. It could be Captain Screen, or it honestly could be any other Lutrin alive impersonating her. The entire species is effectively identical to one another beyond personal dress and tattoos. But Screen's markings were standard issue on her ship, and at this distance there's no way to spot the few telltale scars. The appropriate thing to do was ignore it and treat whatever Lutrin you're talking to as the one you want to talk to. It's not like they're so ignorant. that they don't know that they're physically interchangeable. Beside her, Cruelty, a distant cousin to Mercy on her ship, is openly gawking at them. She knows for a fact that Captain Cruelty was called by Mercy, who had also taken the time to boast. WMH 1100 number 2. Either faking it or broken and straight up dangerous. Mercy is a dangerous type, but she's not sure about Cruelty. The nickname suggests a faker, but Mercy seems so normal until she straight up charges moving air cars to tear people out of it, and that's her being affectionate. So which one went and fucked Mercy? Cruelty demands with a salacious smile that makes the rest of the table chuckle to themselves. This one, Victor says before anyone can say anything else as he grabs the smaller man by the back of the shirt and holds him up. He catches an elbow in the side of the face for it, followed by a kick to the side. Oh, go on. She's practically family to you now, you little horn. We're all in glass houses, Vodka. I'd tell you to cool it if you weren't frostbitten. Brent interrupts and Victor snorts as they all pile in. We got the middle table there? He asks Agenda, who nods. Captain Agenda, the biter Lilpaw, where the fuck did you get 10 Tret men? Captain Carey Score demands. The woman's basically a flying case of collateral, with her ship being a moving artillery piece that blows the fuck out of stations, and in the confusion of them trying to repair and prevent loss of life, they grab some nearby cargo haulers. A brutal, but effective tactic. The woman's a Tret herself, and is no doubt stunned to see so many males of what look to be her own kind in one place. They're not Tret, but they're BMOs, of that there is no doubt. Agenda almost purrs as she saunters up to the table with the other 4 captains and takes a seat. It's one of the smaller booths, but a good one. She presses a button and hard light images and sound baffling rev up. It's an annoying tinny whine at the edge of her and Cruelty's hearing, but worth it. No, seriously, where the hell did you find 10 not Tret men, let alone ones that are completely comfortable in a pirate station and armed to the teeth? Willow Spoke demands. Not technically a captain, but something this big on her station demands her attention, and Agenda made sure to invite her. Guile, Archna, MIC, 1-100, number 4. Absolute masters of their domain, with an obsession for running things perfectly. Her being the master of a station is stereotypical to the point of absurdity. That's what I'm here to talk to you girls about. You see, there are more of them, but I've already gotten all I can out of it, at least in the way of men. I'm still making money and getting political favors. You've been bought, Screen says with a raised eyebrow. Last money bag not work out? Get to the point. You've implied we can get a deal like this ourselves, and from what Mercy has told me, where and how? Cruelty demands. Well, to be honest, Agenda, the message was really sketchy sounding, even in our circles. The deal of a lifetime? Something we'll regret for the rest of our lives if we refuse? Good goddesses, girl, were you trying to scare us off? I've actually lost money by betting it was a trap. The actual screen says from the tiny camera and calm. Hey, you said that. We've got half the crew standing by Yvette, you're fine. Screen assures her lackey and Lilpaw sighs. Don't take offense, Agenda, dear girl. Think of it as a sign of respect. We think you a credible threat. True enough, Willow says, reaching under the table and removing a shaped blasting charge as Cruelty adjusts her seating to set a pair of laser pistols on the table herself. Carrie pulls out a vicious hooked knife covered in enchanted runes and lays it down in front of her with a smile. So where do we get some tight Tret ass? Carrie asks, and Agenda chuckles. Wait, weren't you part of that initial raid that was fought off? Something about massive amounts of kinetic and explosive rounds? Carrie asks with a frown. On top of a stupid amount of ablative plating, their ship, the Dauntless, is a flying fortress. Not well armed, but carrying enough troops to slaughter a world. That's what those 10 are. Troops off the Dauntless. You got a state sponsorship from the people in Cruel Space. Willow puts it together first. No way! Yvette exclaims in shock. No, not selling. The men are the soldiers posted on my ship to assure obedience. Unless we go against the humans, then they're just part of the crew, but they're also there to try and stop us if we go rogue on them. They're just men, Lil Paw. I get if you think we can get a grab bag, but Carrie begins before trailing off at Agenda's unimpressed look. What? They're not that good-looking, Lil Paw. I think I can take them, Willow says calmly with a slight titter into the back of her hand. The spiderish women of the Archna are all fairly haughty and overassured of themselves. The hell you can, Franklin calls from outside the booth, and Willow flinches in shock. Franklin, be a dear and tell whoever tried to slap the stupid out you that they have my thanks, Agenda says. That's Miles' job, not yours, she responds primly before turning back to the others. Humans have a 100 per 100 gender ratio. I think it has something to do with evolving in cruel space. Those 10 men are highly trained soldiers, but that's not the important part. The important part is that I have the contact information for their ship, the Dauntless, and express orders to tell as many friends as I think are trustworthy that they can get a deal like mine, which is why we're here. Do you girls want guaranteed customers and nearly a literal ton of strong and eager men? Eager? Cruelty asks, and Agenda pulls out a basic bioscanner that she turns on herself and has it run a quick scan. It's over in a few moments, and she hands the small device over. The eyebrows and massive ears of the fruit soneer go up in shock. Congratulations. They're in season? Now? And you brought them on the station? She demands as the scanner is grabbed first by Willow, then is quickly stolen by Kari, then Yvette. Human quirk. They don't have seasons, it's either time or they're too young or old. But regardless, they're virile, fertile, and eager. They're also desperate to make friends at all levels of society, meaning us. So, do you ladies want some powerfully trained, incredibly eager, and extremely hardcore men romping around your ships or station respectively? She asks, and there's a pause where she chuckles. May as well ask someone in a hull breach if they want atmosphere. Yes. Give me the info, and I will race out to get me some man. Willow all but purrs, and she lets out a giggle before there's a scream from outside. They drop the privacy screen and have their weapons pointed out at anything that could be threatening them. The men have their weapons pointed every which way, with the exception of Marcus, who's torn out a woman's cybernetic limb and has paused in the act of bringing it down on her head. The large BMO 165 is as massively well-muscled as the rest of her race, but it apparently wasn't enough to stop her hugely reinforced and overpowered cyber arm from being ripped out and used as a club. Are we interrupting? Carrie asks with an enormous smile on her face as Marcus makes eye contact and glances down at the gray-skinned and tusked woman below him. She's a third again as tall as he is, and is likely twice, if not 3 times, his body weight. But that just means that he's grabbing on by an ear as he stands on a chair to give him the space to really bring down the metal. Fuck, I ain't even done one of you and I'm already in love. Carrie cackles in glee at the sight of them. Her words break what spell there was, keeping them from continuing, and they go back into a flurry of movement. The Horchka is quickly wrapped up in the silver tape to the point that everything below the nose is completely covered, while Franklin rips out the microcomputer and battery system out of the cybernetic arm. The men then carry her out to the entrance, where Victor and Jake throw her clean through the door and onto the deck plating outside. All the men let out a laugh at the sight, and Jean-Luc lets the tray back down on the table. The drinks are quickly grabbed and thrown back with a gusto as they start to talk to one another in a human language that no one else understands. Those that make eye contact with the captains offer a little salute with their glasses, but otherwise act as if they own the bar. So what's the story with his pet cloaker there? Willow asks, gesturing to the several bands of duct tape floating in the air next to the table that shows something unseen being restrained. Oh, they got nerds nasty, Kira exclaims theatrically. Fuck you too, Franklin responds offhandedly as he feverishly writes his notes and otherwise ignores the world around him. What is him so interested? Willow asks, honestly curious herself. They're from Cruel Space Stupid. Axiom is something new and strange to him. I'm surprised he's resisted the urge to skin the cloaker. Screen remarks, she's got a lot of sass when she's not present to take the heat for it. I have, he remarks as he flips a page on his notebook and takes a swig of the nearest drink and gags. The fuck? This is the hardest they've got? he demands, looking into the large glass with a look of disdain as the table chuckles at him. So what do you girls say? You want in on the Earth Foreign Legion? Agenda asks, to get to the point already. She can hear the crowds outside growing in volume and likely soon to try something stupid. I'm game, Kari remarks, and there's a slight commotion as Eleutrian rushes in and Yvette stands up. Considering that there's no way I can get my cousin and her man-meat transferred to my ship, I'll have to join in as well. Cruelty says as she openly leers at the men as Ryu and Lu get into a competition as to who can empty a jug of the strongest alcohol in the bar the fastest. Is that gonna kill them? They're borderline immune to ingested poisons, meaning watch yourself if they offer you anything. Also, they'll be bitching about how boring the food is and how weak the drinks are. Then they'll start breaking out chemical weapons to give the food some kick. Look that, she says as Brent dribbles some red substance onto a small bit of meat that he pops into his mouth. That was enough capsaicin to kill any one of us, and it's just a flavor for him. I've seen them light alcohol on fire and drink it. Well, it will be interesting to see what kind of exotic cuisine they'll be bringing to my station. Willow remarks to herself. Okay, so it's a clean sweep, Captain. Can we get off the leash now? We want to look around the station. Brent asks, and the entire table turns to them. Agenda looks towards Willow, who looks back. We're also liable to cause a straight-up riot. We'll go back to the ship if that's too much for your delicate constitution, ladies. But we are looking for entertainment. Brent continues, and there's a pause before Willow guffaws into the back of her hand. Damn trapdoor spider aliens. Captain Screen notes with a bit of aversion at the reminder that the entire station is a mass of tunnels and traps to give its master maximum mobility. Be fair, Captain. The contraband is nothing more than zing for our food. She's interrupted by Brent's second. A strange command structure had worked out with Brent leading the charge in general and Marcus being his right hand. Not that it stopped any of the men from doing their own thing whenever they felt like it, but in a group it was usually Brent that kept a lid on things and could be trusted to know what everyone was doing or had done, with Marcus being the one when Brent wasn't around. Yay. Some of the station residents decided they wanted to stick with us. We've got 4 of those gobes slobbering all over Victor during the stampede to try and get some proper salt and pepper. The one that bounced off my shield came back with 3 of her sisters. They jumped on him and grabbed the belt and then fell deep in lust when it took him about half a K of solid running to even notice the silly little things. The cloaker named Mirage, and damn if that isn't an on-the-nose name, has Stockholmed herself like it's an Olympic sport and all, but glued her invisible ass to Franklin. Stockholmed, Olympic? Bonding with your captors syndrome and a planetary-wide sporting competition, respectively. A few, those 2 Nagasha girls that jumped in with us, have apparently passed their trial of blades, whatever the hell that actually means, and impressed Jin. Despite not actually doing anything, then slithering after her in a desperate attempt to keep up, and I'm positive we've got at least 1 stowaway, maybe more. Also, the property damage isn't our fault. Some stupid girl launched a taser net gun which Lou dodged, and it hit a guard's cannon, causing it to misfire and blow a sign, which caused a small riot when the owner came out with a pair of plasma pistols firing, and Jake threw the remains of the sign onto her in self-defense. How the hell do you throw architecture at people in defense? Defensively? Marcus asks, and Agenda's train of thought outright crashes, so she jumps onto another set of rails to get back on track. A few smartasses tried to extort sexual favors while we were buying stuff like paprika or oregano. Just flavor stuff, you know? We just flat out robbed them when they wouldn't take hard credits for the stuff. Knocked skulls when the stupid got so heavy that they protested us stealing what they wouldn't sell. Marcus explains and Agenda nods, distinctly aware that her Brent is currently wrapped up in Jingai, and giving the serpent an abject lesson in how good it feels to be impregnated the old-fashioned way. While she was happy for her subordinate, she still wanted to taste some of her man, too. And what about the death? 3 fatalities is a bit much for a food run, she says, eyeing him down sternly. Some piss-for-brains creature made of gunk swiped a grenade off Jean-Luc, fiddled with it and set if off splattering the stupid beast across half a street. That kicked off a panic, and when another idiot made a grab for him, his response was thankfully his boot knife, and not the shaped charges he's been fucking with. The last one was somehow even more retarded than stealing a grenade minus a pin, or jumping on a clearly deranged lunatic loaded up with deadly weapons. Why did he have so much hardware to begin with? You know, Jean-Luc, the dude's a meathead, and if he can't bash it, stab it, or blow it up, he really doesn't care. Damn good in demolitions, but once he gets going, it's pretty much guaranteed that there's going to be a body count. The final fatality? I'm technically partially responsible. I got into an argument with a shopkeeper to get some spicy peppers. You girls call them green evil or something. I call them jalapenos. They dared me to eat one before they'd sell them to me, and I did. There was another customer in the store. She got pissy about it for some reason and decided to eat one herself. It killed her, and I was blamed. Marcus admits, an agenda has to fight down the full-body cringe sensation of that level of stupid. You know, I gotta admit, before I came out of cruel space and found myself surrounded by tits and ass 24/7, I'd have been devastated to see that much woman just fall over dead before she hit the ground. I think the shock killed her before the actual poison did. Fine, whatever, I don't want any more details. We're still welcome on Ashen Ducks, so I can't really bring myself to care. We lost no one and gained a lot, so I can't ask for more. Just make sure that those chemicals are under lock and goddess damn key. They may be flavors for you freaks of nature, but they'll kill anyone who isn't human on the ship. Don't worry, we're already processing it all into sauces and such. Every man will be responsible for his share, and they're to be locked up when not actively being used. The only danger will be if someone's stupid enough to steal of some off our plates. Then the sheer amount of salt and other fun additives will knock most of them flat out. So long as they don't go into shock, we should have time for my girls in medical to pump some stomachs and save lives. I suppose if worse comes to worse, you can use your... what did you call them? Condiments, Marcus answers. Use your condiments as weapons. With the ingredient lists those things have, they're going to be classified as war crimes in the waiting no matter what. Really? If you're fond of sour and a solid crunch, then pickles are amazing, Marcus says before chuckling. We need to up your resistances to things like that. Otherwise, no one else is eating. Wait, only having 9 assholes for competition doesn't sound so bad. But only so much is cooked at once, and you do realize we're going to do that for entertainment anyways, right? And I'm going to be recording it and selling it for the big creds. She returns with an evil grin. We made so much that it completely offset the cost of all the supplies we bought as well as the damages. And we bought not only extra, but the premium stuff too. Nice. Anything else, Captain, or am I free to have some fun? Go get nuts deep in someone, I've got things to do. Agenda orders him and he salutes and runs off before she can take a swipe at him. Now it's time to deal with the not-so-subtle stowaways. Unlike the humans whose scents are completely drenched in distracting and blurring pheromones, this one is sharp and clear. It's a Horchka, likely the one that had her prosthetic torn off and broken over her head when she got grabby. She gets the whiff of her prey and quickly picks her way into a maintenance tunnel before going up a floor and into a storage cupboard. There is the Horchka. Her mechanical arm is a generic energy construct rather than the sleek and powerful mechanical beast it was before. A cheap replacement for what she lost. She begins as she takes a step back in no small amount of fear. He ripped out my arm and broke it over my head. Pirate, as are you. You should have known you were in deep when you went for a man who was so unconcerned. Putting aside the sheer amount of weapons they each bore, put aside the protection surrounding them. They would have to be dangerously insane or insanely dangerous to be so comfortable in the center of a pirate station. Which makes trying to get revenge after they spared you stupidly dangerous and dangerously stupid. Am in a lot of trouble, yes. So now you're either going into the brig without a fuss or put up one and I get to have fun. Agenda says with a smile that shows all her fangs. There's a lot of fun to be had in being a canine. Even if you can stomach plants well enough, you still have a smile to send them screaming. To her immense disappointment, the Horchka surrenders without a fight. There's also a faint whiff of urine, She remains on her hind legs as she marches the fool down to a holding cell. What? Everyone else is apparently busy, so only I checked with the Dauntless. They need to know any of the ports for the pirate ship. The chaining. Apparently there was another pirate attack, and once again only one person was grabbed. How are you people doing that? She demands. Her and the raiders she had temporarily allied with was one thing. The humans had been surprisingly armed to the teeth. But these new ones surely had more information. Not to mention the chaining is known for horrifically efficient raids. How the hell did they fight it off? Everyone is heavily armed at all times, and the ship has more ablative plating on it than most ships have ship. It's vaguely impressive you and they have been able to get anyone at all. Speaking of, the chaining managed to get one man. We need to know where they go to effect rescue and possible recruitment. She sighs as she lowers herself down onto all fours and runs a hand through her mane. Get me in contact with him directly. There's a list and a lot of problems. The chaining makes my girls here on the claw seem like rampant cuddle monsters, compared to the sadists and lunatics on the chaining. She finishes as she ignores his interruption. Also, their captain is a cannibal that thinks implanted bombs are a fun toy for the whole family. I mean that literally. Entire families. Mothers and daughters as a matter of course, but she also does so for sons and fathers. That ship and everyone on it has a death sentence in nearly half the galaxy. Shoot on sight. The rest of it has an arrest warrant out for the crazy bitches. Detain on sight. This way, please, Captain. We have a raid and rescue operation to plan yesterday. Please, and thank you, he asks before taking off at a dead sprint towards wherever the men had hooked up their private comm station. Down 2 levels and across half the ship, she reaches the internal cargo bay she'd given to the men. It's been divided into sections, and she sprints by a series of machines making a very heady smelling something. The place where they're no doubt mixing their toxic sauces, and a room that smells of so many old pheromones, that if she wasn't a well-fucked woman she'd have fallen to her knees from the slightest scent of it. Into a small room with a crude but very solid comms tower, and it's activated with the press of a previously covered button. It turns on immediately, audio and visual. The chaining is crewed by cannibals and sadists. They have a shoot-on-sight order in half the galaxy and detain on sight in the rest. They're fond of implanted bombs, and I've got the captain here for everything I've missed. It gets worse. Much worse. Agenda says to the imaging of the Admiral, which seems to be hardening in fury. A small part of her mind said that it was one of the hottest things she'd ever seen. They're rampant rapists with a love of slowly devouring their partner until there's nothing left to fight them with. Then they dispose of them. This can take years. But the children they spawn this way. The chaining is a multi-generational ship, mothers driving their daughters to madness and cruelty. They don't have a specific birth, but there are 4 systems that won't attack them on sight in this part of the galaxy. That's where they go for R&R. You'll find more information there. And where did you get this information? Admiral Cistern, who was taken? Beck asks in concern. Corporal Gregory Schmidt. Pukey? Beck demands, and Admiral Cistern looks exasperated. Pukey? Agenda asks him, wondering what kind of man this was. His nickname, he was in the same barracks as me when we were putting the Dauntless together. In basic training, he and his squad were threatened to run until they puked. So he simply stopped, messed with his stomach, and barfed up before asking if he got out of the run. They gave him an extra mile for being a smartass, but apparently started chuckling the moment he looked away from them. That might help him. The chaining's crew force feed bombs into their hostages as a stopgap before the implanting surgery. If he can get it out and do what Miles did here, then he may have a chance. Agenda explains, and to her surprise, she finds she cares. Damn it. She's going soft. But we need to get there yesterday. What kind of systems are Yelthrin, Uriath, Chelt, and Rog? A supply post that's in disuse since the lanes shifted. An overly neutral system dedicated to telecommunications and experimental programming. A dangerous vacation system with a massive black market and one of the top 100 most profitable casinos in the galaxy. I see. A moment, please. he says, tapping some things in and pulling something up on his personal screen. From the last reports you're closest to Chelt, we also have privateers currently at Yilthrin and Rog. Uriath is on the path of the Dauntless to the galactic core. Are you willing to check around Chelt and effect rescue if the opportunity arises? Yes. The bitches give all pirates and bitches a bad name the galaxy over. If they're trying to contain a maniac half as crazy as Miles was, then this is the perfect time to get in and gut the cunts. Indeed. You have your orders. I'll be paying you 10,000 for this, with an additional 100,000 if you end up in combat. Admiral Cistern promises, and she nods. Anything else, sir? Beck prompts. Get yourself and your boys ready. You need to be ready to go in hard, fast, and make a mess. He orders, and Beck snaps off a salute in response. Good man. The situation is serious enough that Agenda doesn't even smirk at the innuendo. The call is cut, and Agenda turns immediately and activates her comm. Girls, we've got ourselves another mission. We're heading to Chelt yesterday. The entire situation had ended up in a massive anti-climax for the Claw and the crew serving upon it. The chaining had been located in the ROG system, with the stolen man being used as a gambling token. He managed to get loose and start a fight that had apparently burnt down a large percentage of one of the more expensive casinos before freebooter reinforcements arrived, and they helped a massive mutiny which killed most of the slavers that left the chaining under the control and refit of the Dauntless. Apparently, the official story was going to be that the soldier had led the mutiny alone and was now a traumatized and brutal bounty hunter seeking to slake his hatred for slavers at laser point. The ship was renamed the Chainbreaker and is getting a bounty hunting license pushed through fast and hard. Apparently, the story was already being distorted as well, which would be interesting if not for the outright headache Agenda was dealing with. You see, she had been flying under the IFF of EFL Tiger, and the men had managed to talk her into landing on one of the rough planets for some R&R in natural air and gravity. She had said yes, and now she was dealing with madness, as apparently all the energy they'd been building up for a rescue mission had turned into a kidnapping. I get the impression that you're upset with us, Miles says from his place, hauling the massive sentient he and the rest of the men had wrapped in chains. Really? Was it the growling, the posture, or the glare? She asks furiously. The Chelt flame spewers were proven fully sentient nearly 100 years ago. They're not fully evolved yet, but they're people. She counters Miles's protest. Jake grabs the chains, keeping the smoking mouth of the spewer shut, and looks it in the eye. It has a brain, boys. By the goddess, I know this is going to get worse before it gets better, so just give me the big blow and get it over with. Agenda groans into her paw. Of course, these Axiom-starved men would be like this. They're men and they're starved of Axiom. All the nutrients that would have gone to keep them sane went to keeping them alive. Our next meal here had some sort of larder filled from its latest rampage. Apparently, the evil fucker has a taste for veal. So we called down as much of medical as possible and letting you know, in no uncertain terms, that dragon bitch here is going to die, and many of us are curious as to what giant asshole lizard monster tastes like after being barbecued. Miles says, and things start falling into place. This is as much about some form of moral outrage as anything else. I see. This doesn't go anywhere until I get back, she says before pacing off to where half her ship's medical personnel are crowding around the cave the men had dragged the spewer out of. All right, girls. Someone explain to me what veal is and why it's so awful for a flame spewer to, she demands as some of the nurses back away to leave a clean line between her and a very badly beaten child. She looms over and takes in a deep whiff to get the scent beyond hurting. It's a young male of her kind, maybe 4 years old. Not yet, but soon, she says softly. It's all she can do to not simply sweep the pup into her chest and hold him there, but with all his bruising and maybe even broken bones that would only bring him further pain. Howl, he says, and she resists groaning in frustration. Howl is a name common enough that he might, as Wall said his last name was, anybody. All right, little Howl, let's get you someplace safe and fed so we can find your family, all right? She asks, and he gives out a sniffle as his eyes start to water before he rushes forward and hugs her. There, little one, you're safe now, you're safe. She coos as the dam breaks and he starts sobbing into her chest, while griping her fur as tightly as he can. Captain, the other child. Dr. Lillian Greywind begins before shaking her head. Agenda turns the situation over in her mind as she mentally berates herself for somehow becoming a bleeding heart since meeting the humans. Apparently pregnancy has an effect on a girl. Why didn't anyone warn her? She gently tucks her arm under the sobbing pup and slowly stands up before turning around to look at the men wrestling the beast as it tries to make another escape. A futile one. Maybe have a few extra ready. She doesn't even look at who's spoken. They're grown men. They don't need constant comfort. A part of her mind thinks maybe she shouldn't have just picked him up, but if there was any danger, then the ship's doctors would have stopped her. She carries him into the Tiger and with plenty of warning ahead onto the ship's helm. It had the safest and most comfortable seat on the entire ship there, her personal command couch. Her own bed would be better, but it was still musty and drenched in the scent of her and Miles enjoying themselves upon it. It's only when she's settled herself down and cuddled poor little Johnny close that she realizes that several of the nurses had been keeping pace. I see the maternal instincts have hit you, Captain, Dr. Lena says with a smile as she canters around and shakes her antlers a bit. The gentle Carib takes a deep breath and leans in almost nose to little Johnny as he glows ever so slightly. She then leans back with a nod. He just needs some time now. We've gotten ahead of infections and the men put a stop to the monster before it could tenderize him further. He'll be fine, but he needs his family captain, she says before pacing around them both for a bit, shaking her antlers the entire time before nodding and cantering away. The little pup nuzzles into her, and she holds him gently and closely to offer what comfort she can. With only the little gestures from her to get things done, the ship prepares, and she feels the entire thing vibrate. Stop! We're out of that business, Mercy. Besides, if we did, the men would likely turn on us, which puts their entire species on our case. Do you really want to fight your... What's his family name again? Takata. His proper name is Ryu Takata, or Takata Ryu in the ways of his people. Hoping to visit someday? They live in cruel space. I'll never see his home. Apparently he's missing some festival where soft pink petals soar through the air due to the cherry trees around his homeland. It's amazingly mean that they're talking about a place they want to show us but can't. Agenda notes wryly. Are the men getting homesick? That won't end well. Why can't they show you? Johnny asks, and she smiles down at him. He's bouncing back well if he's already asking questions. He might recover well. There are men on this ship that come from a very dangerous place. It's not dangerous for them, but it is for every other race. They know it's dangerous, but it's still their home, and they miss it, so they talk about it. She says, and he blinks. Are they from the same place as the monster? No, even the monster can't live where they live. No, only they can. The black bit at the end of all the lines and maps, yeah, everyone knows about it. Pain of loss? It does and doesn't. You get used to it. The thing about it is that you have a choice, an important one. You can choose to let it hold you down, to always hurt, to hold it close, or you can choose to step above it. This is the worst day of your life. It can be something that holds you down or something you rise above. It won't ever not hurt, but you can use the hurt to grow stronger. Miles explains as little Johnny looks up at him in shock. That sounds like experience talking, Agenda says softly. I've had some tragedy and pain in my life. Who hasn't? This is just the best advice I can give for it. The nightmares will be bad, kiddo, but you survived. You did good, he says, and Johnny sniffs before picking up a small bit of the flame spewer in front of and taking a bite. His eyes light up. There we go. Fill yourself up, kiddo. We've already carved up most of the beast and have it in storage for later. There are a lot of ways to cook a steak. We're cooking them all the way through to be sure. But that doesn't mean there aren't a dozen small tricks for me to use. This is just basic, of course. They get really good when we spice them properly. No, you will not be serving us that poison. It's not poison. The things you think are tasty are banned in 1,000 star systems. They're poison. You eat chemical weapons. No, you girls are just wimpy. Enjoy the meal, little man. Miles says, ruffling Johnny's mane a little. Now, does anyone in here want some flame spewer steaks? Yes, but this one was a mass-murdering monster and deserved to die. With so much perfectly edible meat lying around, the boys and I are having a little grill off. A fierce competition to see who can cook the best. Is it working? Caddy Downshift paced around the small room she was in. Small for her. The ship wasn't designed for a being her size. She'd have to crawl on her hands and knees as her car form was much too chunky for the hallways to get around easily. Still, they'd been very, very nice. One of the cargo bays had been repurposed to house her and those in her general size category. Not many biological species got to her size, but axiom experimentation, other robots, and other such bits mean that the galaxy could go from barely reaching a human man's ankle to larger than some starships. She had spoken a great deal about the galaxy to Admiral Cistern, and he had listened to her advice. It felt so good to be listened to and have someone actually concerned for her opinion. With words, she had altered the course of a ship she had no authority over for a species she hadn't even known about several months ago. Back when she clutches at her head as she runs calming algorithms to lower her RPM, and she lets out a slight electronic whine. She slowly runs down an algorithm that counts down from 100, every 5. She runs a quick check through a system and gives it a bit of a flex, the time to slow down and consider that she's in full control of her body and not who she was. She could remember the sheer sadistic desire to create a copy of herself to dominate, proof that there was nothing that she wouldn't be able to take control of. Even herself, how terrible that control was, how absolutely vile to be under the whip hand. She counts down again. She counts down twice more as the sheer guilt and shame of what she had once been flows through her. Then her communicator pings, a high keening note she can't ignore. Her mental exercises are becoming less and less frequent, but are still a huge part of her day. It's a quick update. There's going to be a week-long delay to get around the arrangement systems. Apparently a series of laws that dictate that all men with less than 100 wives are to be held until they're married off will be an unacceptable delay to their mission. That had been an almost funny conversation with the Admiral. The expression his face had taken at the idea of being married 100 times had sent her into a giggle fit. He had promptly taken out a flask her scanners told her was almost pure ethanol and bat aside her hand as she tried to stop him from what looked like a suicide attempt. He then explained that it was a perfectly safe thing for him to drink, so long as he doesn't go into excess. The conversation had turned to marriage and how to keep his men from being dragged into a shotgun wedding. He had thanked her and calmed the bridge crew immediately to, "Slow the hell down, we're taking a detour." He had then excused himself and rushed to the bridge. A ping from her communicator signifies another message, with a video attachment labeled, "Right out of an action movie, Pukey goes Punisher on pirates." Curious, she starts the movie and gasps. She had heard of the soldier commander Gregory Schmidt being taken by the infamous crew of the Chaining. His skin is slowly turning purple as he glares out from inside his glass cage. His short cropped hair and stubble does little to cover the fact that he's been thoroughly beaten and abused. He paces inside the glass container. Cameras trained on him as a price is listed. His value is set at 40 million credits. There's a game played. He's not up for sale, he's up for ante. She pauses as she tries to figure out where he is. The walls and floors are gold-plated with garish lights. Entire platters of expensive drinks and snacks are being brought everywhere, and there's a quick game before a cheer rings out from the crowd. The scarred and brutal face of the pirate leers at Gregory as the glass bell is put on floating platform before being lowered down to the pirate. Text plays across the bottom. Pukey would like to battle. Pukey chooses Pukey. Evil Casino chooses pirate bitch. Disregarding the gibberish, she watches as the bell is raised, and he spits something at her. She flinches back, and as she does so, he tosses something concealed in his hand behind her. Pukey uses spit. Pirate bitch is confused. The Drin holds up a remote in a clear threat, and he punches her in the face in response, grabs the remote, and she wrestles it away before pushing the button with a scream of fury. The thing he threw detonates behind her and puts her off balance. Pirate bitch hurts itself in its confusion. He grabs the remote, rams it into her compound eye, and then grabs a gilded pistol off her belt. Pukey uses fast hands. He shoves it under her chin and pulls the trigger. The plasma flash cooks the pirate captain's brains and sprays the steaming chunks over the now panicking crowd. It's super effective. Pirate bitch is fucking dead. Evil Casino sends out worthless mooks X2. He grabs the pirate captain's corpse and uses the insectile woman's body as a shield as some of her allies open fire at him with lasers. Pukey uses corpse shield. The precise weapon's flash cook the body, and he quickly fires twice more with the plasma pistol before running full tilt into the crowd. Corpse shield negates the attacks. Pukey uses competence. Worthless mooks 1 and 2 are fucking dead. Evil Casino sends out Snake Shiva. Then everything goes completely wrong. A desert Nagasha, painted completely black and white in horrific patterns, brings down a plasma blade with all 6 of her arms and takes his left arm at the shoulder. Snake Shiva uses lightsaber. It's super effective. The green bar falls all the way down to 10 points. He staggers back with an enormous bellow of agony as he brings up the plasma pistol and cooks 2 of her arms. Pukey uses rapid shot. Snake Shiva is stunned. Then in a spur of utter madness, he grabs the pistol in his teeth and grabs the plasma blade by the handle. Pukey uses thief, boots the Nagasha in the waist, and turns the weapon around to impale her between the breasts and pulling up to reduce everything above the breasts into 2 charred halves. Pukey uses lightsaber. Snake Shiva is fucking dead. It shows him racing down another hall, and as a pirate comes out of a side room, he carves clean through her in a single swipe of the plasma sword. Evil Casino sends out a worthless mook. Pukey uses lightsaber. Worthless mook is fucking dead. It then switches to what looks like an emergency medical room in the casino, and Gregory races past it. Then he slides back into view, deactivating the sword and holding it in 2 fingers as he opens the door and walks in. Pukey uses seduction. What's this? Pukey is evolving. There's a few moments with the text at the bottom saying press B to stop. Then there's a jingle and he walks out with a cybernetic eye and an axiom projecting cybernetic upper arm with a hard light hologram for his lower arm and hand. Pukey has evolved into a motherfucking cyborg. Tiny red-scaled arms reach out of the medical chamber and he pulls out a Kobe nurse to kiss her full in the muzzle as the tiny reptile giggles. Her enormous breasts and thighs, barely contained by her nurse's uniform, say that she's lived her whole life without any male affection. She then hands him back his pistols and he tucks them into his belt. He then whispers something to her. Pukey uses seduction. The wild naughty nurse joins the team. Naughty nurse is now nicknamed Jiggles. The tiny Kobe smiles brightly before nodding and hopping off the stool she had pushed to the door and rushing ahead. Gregory follows with his plasma sword reactivated. It cuts to another feed where a pair of Horchka are setting up a pair of plasma cannons. Evil Casino sends out mildly competent mooks X2. Complete and utter overkill for a person on foot. Then the tiny Kobe rushes past and is ignored. She pauses, turns around and shouts a warning to him. Jiggles uses warning! The plasma cannons go off and Gregory dives over them, rolls and brings up the laser pistol to cook one of the Horchka. It's super effective. Mildly competent mooks miss. Pukey uses gun. Mildly competent mook number 1 is fucking dead. The other Horchka in a fury grabs the Kobe nurse by the front of her shirt and howls in the tiny, terrified woman's face. Mildly competent mook uses roar. Jiggles is terrified. Then is carved in 2 as Gregory slices her torso in half with a single swipe of his plasma sword and catches the little Kobe gently in his hard light arm. Pukey uses lightsaber. Mildly competent mook is fucking dead. He gives her a slight kiss and she snuggles into him. Pukey uses seduction. Jiggles is no longer terrified. There's a pause as the nurse explains something to Gregory, whose jaw drops before grinning. Jiggles uses education. Pukey can now equip a fucking plasma cannon. He kisses the Kobe. Pukey uses seduction, sweeps her onto his back, tucks away the pistols, and opens the side port of one of the plasma cannons before thrusting his hard-light arm into it. The systems link up, and the plasma cannon adheres to just below the projector on his cybernetic arm. The cannon, arm, and his eye all link up and illuminate with a bright white light. Pukey enters massacre mode. This is even more one-sided now. Gregory's smile is both vicious and eager. The view cuts to seeing a huge number of casino guards and pirates setting up a firing line and waiting for Gregory. Evil Casino sends out everyone. He barrels through the door, immediately dives to the right, but his cannon fires 3 times and scores just as many kills. Pukey uses dodge, bitch. It was super effective. He lets off another 3 blasts, and their sideways projection causes them to hit multiple kills. Pukey uses massacre. It's super effective. Several plasma shots come rocketing towards Gregory, and she pauses the video. She sets down the communicator and thinks, how is he doing that? How is he dodging plasma shot? He shouldn't be that fast without severe cybernetic or axiom enhancement. That arm and eye won't do it. So how? She puts it aside and starts the video again. Gregory lets out another barrage of plasma and the line breaks in fear. Pukey is on a rampage. Everyone is fucking dead or running like hell. At this point, an alarm kicks off in the casino, as they've apparently decided that they can't contain the situation. There's a distinct and clear gap in the video. A still image of Gregory carving a powerful-looking Lidris under her 8 waists and completely slaughtering the gigantic multi-woman in a single swing of a plasma sword. Pukey uses lightsaber. Hooter's Hydra is fucking dead. The next is of the tiny Kobe shooting with the laser pistol and frying the handle of a plasma sword as Gregory moves to parry it. Jiggles uses disarm. Casino Thug is fucked. The next image shows Gregory kneeing a Tret in the face as his plasma cannon flash evaporates a mega slobe and beheads another Tret. Pukey is on a rampage. Tidal Ho and the Mooks are fucking dead. The image changes to showing Gregory launching plasma shots into numerous walls and machines. Pukey uses arson. It flashes into more and more shots of him lighting things up until it finishes with him in front of a blazing inferno that used to be the casino with a massive cigar smoking between his teeth. An enormous smile on his face, the Kobe cheering while hanging off his back and the plasma sword held to the side. Evil Casino is a smoking crater. Pukey leveled up. Pukey is now level 23. The video comes to an end, and she just processes what she just saw for a few moments. Then she emails the sender, asking why he sent it to her. I thought you could use something funny to brighten your day, is the almost instant reply. Funny? Where was the joke? And what was with that commentary or the bar? She sends back, and then an email with a large folder drops. What's a sapphire have to do with anything? It was a joke based on this series of games. Enjoy. Gotta catch 'em all. There's a whine from deep inside her. She doesn't want to let him go. Little Johnny is so sweet and cute, and she gives herself a chop across the muzzle with her free paw. Not only is Johnny going to the family that adores him, but to his birth mother and father as well. Some random pirate pretending to be a good person isn't going to cut it for a growing boy. The final door opens and there's a flurry of movement as the entire pack all but pounces on her and Johnny. Johnny is swept away, and she has to resist taking a chunk out of someone as the tiny child on the mend is swept into a world of concerned nuzzles, kisses, and reassurances. There's a faint and soft voice that asks for calm and things settle down in a hurry. Johnny is now lying on the back of a full-grown Lopen man who walks up to Agenda on soft pads without the telltale click of claws. He's impeccably groomed and almost artistically attractive. If the man was on a poster, she'd expect that he had been photoshopped to look that pretty. I would like to thank you for helping my son in this trying time, he says slowly, and Agenda blinks in confusion. Why are you faking a Meccan Reach accent? Agenda asks, and he looks offended. That? Mine accent is not faked. Hi was risen from puphood within Z glorious reach, he protests. And I was born in cruel space. That doesn't mean I have to mangle galactic trade through being sloppy, Miles says, leaning into view. Afternoon, he says to the stunned group. That, a threat from Z Death Zone? The Loperman says, and Miles snorts. Human, our first ambassador to the Federation of Systems is en route. Commander Miles Brent, I'm attached to the EFL Tiger as both a crew member and liaison to the Dauntless. You're Mr. Howell? Gruber Howell, Gruber says, and Miles nods. Zo, Umanya, that kind of race are you? BMO 100 to 100, only one like us, he says, and Agenda sighs. Oh, right, sorry, he says at the stunned look of the crowd. He then leans out of sight. Main loves comfort our zone. High must speak viscis man, Gruber says before gently picking up Johnny. You've a talk between Menya, Gruber asks, stepping out of the room and looking straight at Miles. Gruber gestures for Miles to follow as Agenda walks into the room with his wives. He leads Miles some steps away where they can't be heard casually by those in the room. Zo, a new species? Gruber asks, his accent getting thick enough to serve as armor plating. Human. Our diplomatic ship is apparently taking a detour to get around some arrangement systems. Too many men aboard for it to be anything but a massive time sink. If you's being honest about Z, amount of men Zir are compared to Voman, Zenzat is most understandable. But Zat is concerned for later. My Zon, he... Gruber pauses before swallowing and speaking slowly to clear away his accent. What have you done to him? He carries himself with too much grace for one who has been through horror. Myself and the other men put things into perspective for him and told him about his choices. Be crushed under the pain of that day, or stand on it and rise above it. Granted, it took all of us trying to explain it about 5 different ways each for it to actually make sense to him. There's a lot of cultural drift. Is there any left? Gruber asks with a distant look of hate. Sorry, my kind has a heavy poison resistance. We're marinating the remaining meat. The amounts we put on them have a shot of killing you from smell alone. Vat vas it. The message stated that it was an animal, but the word murder vas used. Apparently, flame spewers are thinking beings. I say that they taste good with, what's it called, galactic trade. Ah, yes, ground pain kernels and sodium chloride. I know they could theoretically be used in torture, mostly because if you get them in a cut, it hurts. But I usually just eat the stuff. It's used to make food taste better, Miles says, and Gruber nods at the babbling. Positive things are fine. The question is, how do you know that pepper and salt can be used in torture? Seems like some awfully specific knowledge. Zale, what Zale? Gruber asks, clearly on the defensive. I'm a sniper, a type of military assassin. I work with a crew of mercenaries. My fellows are saboteurs and trained brutes. You availed yourself of the black market and I honestly don't care. I'm just trying to make conversation while the girls fuss over your son. Zen all high will say is that when you have a great deal of zings, that have not been gained in vays ozers approve, Zen zay must be solt in vays zay won't see. I understand. Much of the things I use so my meals don't bore me to tears are less than approved of by paper pushers. High needed to know if High had the option of shooting you if needed. RIT Industries plasma pistol. Beretta 9mm hollow point bullets. Is that kinetic? Yes, Vidu. Mine is to be part of a gentleman's club. Vi enrich our lives vit. More daring means zen most. I understand. I'm afraid I can't match it though. Due to my species being so new on the scene, I feel like I'm living in sin just keeping my little part of the ship happy. Z simple zings in life are often unappreciated, visut context. Many daughters as well, in that light high am truly blessed, Gruber says before slowly standing up and leaning against the wall next to Miles, towering over the human like a giant. Zo, That's it like lifink visut vomen efferivere? It can be pretty lonely. If you're hurt, you have to suck it up. If you have a problem, you have to solve it. Asking for help can be seen as a weakness, and being soft just gets you laughed at. I don't know if it's better outside cruel space, though. It's a gentler life, it looks like. But that sort of thing doesn't let a man face adversity and grow. It's probably not so bad on the EFL Tiger. Those women are mercenaries after all, but still, I'm being coddled. That is a problem when the galaxy values you more than you do. They place limits upon zings. Whether or not those limits are in your way matters little. They are still there. Still, moping never gets anything done. Got any tips or tricks for getting around it? Of course, mein friend. It can be most easy. You need to simply play through their expectations, like affecting a thicker accent than usual, or pretending that your gang is just a club of friends. Knowing where the less than legitimate businesses are also helps, Gruber says with a huge smile full of gleaming dagger-like teeth. Miles matches it. Sounds like a smart man. Perhaps the political scene will be more than just a gigantic waste of tax credits and time now. I'll have to pay some more attention. Any advice? Yay. There is one concern. One of the products we've already started selling is a candy called chocolate. A lot of beings can eat it, but it's poisonous to canines on our homeworld. Be careful. Noted. As for advice of my own, I suggest learning at least a small amount of the axiom arts. A small amount of physical enhancement can work wonders when properly timed. Story now, Gruber orders with a smile. One of my fellows is obsessed with axiom, and he's already insane enough without being told he's right. What are the styles in its use? I've lived my life all but swimming in null. Miles asks, fishing a little bit to see how much of Franklin's rambling is accurate. There are two styles, the weaving and the wielding. The wielding is what I recommend. It allows the conjuring of weapons at higher levels of discipline and can increase your physical capacity. The weaving, however, can be massively potent but difficult to control. Technically, nearly all technology uses some form of axiom use, but technically correct only really matters to those proving a pedantic point in paperwork. Good to know. Also, if you'd happen to be in the mood to tell me how hard or easy it is to pull off some less than legal extracurricular activities, I'd be deeply appreciative. Of course! He almost cheers before leaning out and glancing down the hallways before smiling widely. First, you need a loyal crew of gents. The explanation is cut off by a roar and the sounds of something being slammed into something metallic. I know one of you guys is involved with that. What's going on? Miles demands into his wrist computer. He what? Miles demands, positive he misheard that. The Russian gave a dragon a German suplex, Marcus says slowly. What is a German suplex? Gruber asks. Hang on, I'll ask. Never mind, he says as he gets an email from Ryu. It's entitled, I'll be adding effects later. The video plays as Gruber leans over him for a good look. There's an enormous wingless flame spewer chained beside the entrance to a bar with a sign denoting that troublemakers will be fed to Umbubu. The video shifts to show the scene from the side, the snapping chain, the blood, the scream, and then the pale man rushes to the side, dodges a flailing clawed foot and grabs it around the base of the tail before heaving himself and the beast backwards to slam it into the deck plating. Then it shows it from directly above. Miles turns the display off and slowly turns to look up at Gruber, who leans away to no longer crowd him. Was that sarcasm? Oh no. You must understand, Sir Brent. Life is dull outside of your cruel space. A man grows up and lives their life wanting nothing. There is no goal to strive for, nothing to prove to anyone, and no expectations upon you. A cage of velvet and gold, but a cage nonetheless. They call it male obsession when we chafe at these limits, Gruber explains. So I was much more on the nose than I thought when I said all men need a hobby, Miles remarks. You don't know the half of it. Gruber confirms before glancing towards the room with the girls. Excuse me, but we've spent too long away from the girls. They'll start to question if we're much longer. It's important to know where the limits are. he says, lowering down to all fours and walking to the room, his thick accent back in place. Miles follows him in with a smile that's somewhat plastered on. She panted as she raced through the spires of the city, terrified beyond all means. The metal plating where her head was a heartbeat ago implodes as something slams through it. Then comes the blast of sound from a distance. It had haunted her for days. Something was hunting her. Something that used what could only be an experimental weapon. Railguns aren't this accurate. Lasers can't get 100th the range, and plasma wouldn't even be a spark at this insane distance. 10 years, she's been the most badass bitch in 4 systems. She had 10 million on her head with a flea-on-sight warning. She had thought leaving heads and the flayed open bodies as public display would scare hunters away. She thought wrong. Only her axiom training was keeping her alive. The temporal way, ramping up danger, sensing instinct beyond any capacity of biology. Most used it to cheat at card games, fight like a tornado, or clean up in casinos. Now it was barely keeping her alive. She staggered and fell to her knees, forcing out as much of the burning hot air from her system as she could. She was boiling alive in her fur. Whatever was after her was... Her every neuron screams at her, and she rolls to the side to avoid whatever it was slamming through the floor where she'd been standing. The boom arrives a heartbeat later. Whatever's hunting her is closing in. Down the alleyway, her instincts scream and she dives away and into a building. The thing slams through the floor and the bang follows, from the opposite direction. What is even going on? How many are hunting her? She can barely think, barely remember her own name through the heat. She crashes through the nearest door and falls to the ground covered in grime and grit as she tries to cool down. She can't hear over her heartbeat. Her instincts howl for her to be still, and she doesn't even breathe. A plasma sword is being held right behind her head. "Who are you?" she demands, and there's a low chuckle. She's been caught. She's been caught by a man of all things. A man. A stupid, pampered, baby-making brat. She kidnapped and sold more men than some girls had kills. The sound of a door slamming open and something rushing in with a hard stomp, possibly hooves. One of hers. "Holy shit, dude. She's ready for doggy style," a low voice says, as one of her arms is grabbed and her face is forced into the floor by the back of a boot. The sword follows and stays just close enough for her to feel the warmth of the magnetically contained plasma blade. "Keep it in your pants. We're on the job," the one holding her at sword point says as her grabbed arm is put in a binder, followed by the other one being grabbed and bound as well. It's over. She can feel it. These are not only stronger cuffs, but an explosive kind. Any funny stuff, and her hands at the very least are so much shredded meat. Never mind her back and spine. "Stow it. We gossip when we've got our money," the sword-wielding one says as she pants to try and regulate her heat. The sword wielder has a plasma cannon strapped to his back. The second might be some kind of demolitions expert, but the third has a massively long weapon strung to his back. For a few minutes, they wait before a fourth joins them. "Sorry about the wait. I'll explain later," the newest one says. He's got a massive long gun like the third one and arrived from the opposite direction. "That'll be interesting," the first one says before putting the plasma blade almost into her face. "You give us any trouble and you're eating the blade one non-vital organ at a time. Understood?" The man snarls with a hatred she's only ever heard from hardened killers. "Nice going, air farce." The last one to arrive states to the driver, who's also a Tret man in the black and bones uniform of the others. Several minutes later, and the car pulls in to a smooth stop. The trunk is opened, and before she can make a lunge for it, she sees both of the long-range warriors with their plasma pistols out and pointed at her. After the terrorist is taken away, the hunters sheathe their weapons and leave without another word. They pile into the air car and take off. "So how'd it go?" Airfarce asks. "Well enough. They tried to pay even more than we thought, though," Pukey responds as he resists the urge to rub his cyber eye. 15 million credits, Tang says from the back seat. "Fucking traffic!" the munitions expert Itchy screams. "Traffic!" Tang hollers, pointing at an oncoming automatic transport pod. "Stuff the shit and get back to the ship," Pukey orders, and Airfarce nods. Fuck you, air farce, the last sniper says. Hey, I didn't get any fucking shampoo. Who's got extra? Tang shouts over his stall and something clonks off a wall. You missed! He shouts before whoever's in the stall next to us tosses it over. Thanks. A quarter of an hour later, and all 5 men barely have time to slump down into the operations center and get comfortable before the door opens. Mr. T, the hat, bike, dong, mustard. Glad you could make it. Pukey greets them, and they all find their own seating as they pass out some mason jars filled with moonshine around. All those nicknames are so weird. A high-pitched voice says, before a tiny Cobe in a doctor's coat climbs into Pukey's lap. You'll always be my Gregory. No Pukey from me, she says, cuddling into her much larger man. Oh, love you too, Cindy, Pukey says with a smile. Someone holds up a camera, and he reflexively flips them off. Thankfully, he hasn't opened his moonshine, otherwise he'd be spilling it. Oh, really? Pukey wonders before thinking. I'm positive I gave you at least my name. Yeah, all I remember of that time was a lot of blurriness and the pain stopping. Then when I came out, I knew you all by the weirdest names, Scaly says. I also know I told you to call me Scaly for some reason. Okay, Scaly, my proper name is Gregory Schmidt. I'm called Pukey because when I was in basic and told I'd run till I puked, I messed with my guts until I upchucked and asked if that was fine. It wasn't. Bora Tang here. I'm the only one not known by a nickname because they can't find anything funnier than my actual name, Tang says. Shut up, Sip, J3 says, and Tang shakes his head. Rico Bravo present and accounted for. They call me Air Farce because I was in the military longer than most of these clowns, and was a pilot then, and am a pilot now. I know where I fit in. Air Farce introduces himself with a toast towards the formerly abused Nagasha boy. I'm Terrence Brown. They call me Itchy because I'm always eager to make my latest project go boom. It's just beautiful to see the flames go up, he says, pulling out a lighter and examining the momentary flame before tucking it away. Samuel James here. They call me Mr. T because I vaguely resemble a celebrity called Mr. T and am British, which is one of the bigger tea-drinking countries on Earth, he says before taking a sniff of his mason jar full of moonshine. Could do with a proper cuppa, to be honest. Right, well, while his ancestors left the homelands, mine stayed put. I'm Bongani Chabalal. They call me the Hat because I'm never not wearing one, as you can see. Also, they keep mangling my actual names, the Hat says, poking the white fedora he's rocking with a smile. They can at least pronounce the Hat, most of the time at least. I suppose I'm up next as Mustard, or rather Elaf Rashid. I like the taste of mustard, and there's not much more to it. People latch onto the weirdest things. Doesn't mean you don't have a 3-year supply, Mr. T remarks. Because you clowns keep hiding mustard in my things, I'm just thankful you keep them in their packages, Mustard remarks coolly. I don't get you all. Why are nicknames so important? Scaly asks as he slithers into an empty couch and curls in on himself. We like them, nothing more. I mean, hell, you held out giving us your name for a while, Slithern. J3 remarks. Not all names translate well into galactic trade. Hey, it's time, Cindy notes, and the display is turned on. I'm almost disappointed. I wanted to be on shift to drag that psycho in myself. Mustard mopes somewhat as he throws his legs over the armrest. You went through 4 6-hour shifts hounding her. You get as much credit as any of us, Tang remarks. Cork it, it's starting. Pukey rebukes them all, a bugling jingle. The title, Centris Station 5. The galaxy's greatest news flies across the hologram in luminescent silver. The image changes to a silver-skinned alien with large pitch-black eyes and a single antenna sticking upwards. The tip of the antenna glows bright yellow. Hello, this is Shimmer Nova here on the beautiful Centris capital spire where the Dauntless, an ambassadorial ship shrouded in mystery, is coming in for a landing. Hailing from deep inside cruel space, the people of this ship have had a harrowing journey. Multiple pirate attacks and even the infamous chaining have all left their mark on this beast of a vessel. Yet through it all, the men crewing this ship have stayed firm and strong, she says into her microphone. The view switches to her side, and she turns to face the camera as the Dauntless is slowly coming down behind her. That's right. I said men, she says before leaning to her left as half the screen is taken up by an image of Admiral Cistern standing at attention. According to reports, this species, a classic bipedal mammal omnivore, are truly unusual in their birth rates, and this ship reflects it. It's crewed almost exclusively by men. We have here an image of the stalwart champion serving as both commanding officer and chief ambassador, one Admiral Garfield Cistern, and according to the records they've shared with us, he's a lifelong military man with trouble at home. This poor man has been abandoned by his only wife, and is once again a bachelor with no one to comfort him on a harrowing journey further than he ever dreamed possible. Apparently, she also took the children with her and a great deal of his personal fortune, a tale of tragedy and woe apparently common in the most appropriately named cruel space. But don't think it's all doom and gloom. We've got some lightspeed action as well. While the Dauntless was victimized by the chaining, it turned out that the prize was too hot to handle, and not only has the infamous vessel's crew been cut down by the very man they stole, but the ship itself was hijacked and renamed the Chainbreaker after the captured soldier, one Gregory Schmidt, successfully led a slave revolt. The Chainbreaker is now a registered bounty hunting vessel, last seen in the Yurun system, and she pauses and tilts her head to the side. This just in. Apparently, the Chainbreaker crew was successful in their hunt in the Yurun system as notorious criminal and mass murderess Haley the Flayer. Tuft has been turned in for her bounty by Gregory Schmidt and a small team of other humans. Apparently, they even refused the bonus for bringing her in alive despite it being a hefty 5 million credits. What incredible skill. What impossible integrity. You guys gave up 5 million credits? Scaly demands, and there's a chuckle. Kid, we couldn't buy the goodwill we just got for 50 million credits. It was worth it, Mustard says, and there's approving nods all around. I, for one, welcome our new handsome heroes here into the galaxy at large. Hopefully they'll consider sweeping some of my sisters off their feet. Poor girls aren't as lucky as their celebrity sister. Nova preens in front of the camera as the Dauntless lands with a minor boom. No doubt someone deep inside the ship is getting dragged over the coals for that one. Oh, and here comes the Speaker of the Council herself, Lady Tykenped. A word for our viewers, please. Nova gushes, rushing up to what looks like a cross between a peacock and a woman, which is just baffling to the men on the chaining. I mean, yay, it looks pompous enough, but peacocks are cocks, not hens. Itchy protests. Next person to talk gets shot, fair warning. Tang threatens as he holds a pistol out for everyone to see. The hat flips him off as a matter of principle. The central door opens, and a massive ramp extends downwards. Then a huge stomp echoes out, followed by another and another. The fourth reveals a line of men in stark white dress uniform. Their every second step is a massive stomp in unison as they march out 50 men across, rifles clearly visible as they stomp down, looking for all the world like an invading army. The reporter is utterly flabbergasted and fails to make any commentary as thousands of troops march out of the Dauntless before stopping on a single massive stomp less than 5 meters away. Then the massive column seamlessly splits into 2 groups and places their rifles in parade rest position. Then the Admiral appears, flanked by 2 honor guards and marching at a fast clip down the ramp. Every soldier he passes snaps off a salute that stays up until he passes, before finally stomping to a stop some 2 meters from Lady Tykenped. Lady Tykenped, Speaker of the Galactic Federation Council? He asks in flawless galactic basic. Left hand on the hilt of a ceremonial saber and the metals gleaming on his chest like stars, backlit by the light shining off the Dauntless, and with the rows upon rows of soldiers behind him, he looks like he's nothing less than the living embodiment of modern war. Yes, and you are Admiral Garfield Cistern, representative of humanity and Admiral of the Earth Defense Fleets? Lady Tykenped asks slowly, somewhat off balance by the sheer presence of the man. She can see clean over his head, but the sensation of being at the foot of a giant has her off balance. Yes, I am, ma'am. I am also the Admiral of the Earth Foreign Legion as well. A small fleet of mercenary vessels we have hired to help ease our transition into a galactic people. Admiral Cistern says before turning around. Excuse me a moment. Companies, at ease! He barks, and the entire formation shifts as one. That's better. Now, are there any questions before we get to our negotiations proper? He asks, turning back in a smooth motion. In formation right now, we have 2,000 men exactly. As you've no doubt noticed, this formation is wider at the front at 50 men across and 40 men long. There are over 3,000 additional personnel on the Dauntless currently, the vast majority of them men. Does that suffice, Miss Nova? You just wait, dear goddess. You've increased the male population on Centris by 25%. Nova gasps in shock. Really? I would have expected a substantially larger number among the local populace. Technically, dear Admiral, the embassies to the representatives count as belonging to the world in question, and many of the larger corporations maintain their main offices in orbit around the world to prevent overcrowding. Lady Tykenped offers, and he nods. And those would be where the husbands of such important individuals are housed, I assume. You assume correctly. Now, as much as I would adore continuing in the presence of this entire fascinating procession, they are rather numerous for your official entrance into the chamber of debate and discussions. I understand. Excuse me a moment. He says, turning on his heel and marching away past his bodyguards and a previously unseen man who had been trailing the trio. Companies, attention! He bellows, and 2,000 boots slam into the ground next to their respective twins. Companies, fall out! He roars, and they turn as one, pick up their rifles, and march back onto the ship. When the last line of men crosses the final threshold, the ramp retracts before the massive chrome doors close. The Admiral turns on his heel and marches back up to Lady Tykenped. I trust that will suffice. He says, holding his left hand out to the side. The fourth man, who had gone largely unseen, slinks up behind him and places a cigar in his hand, which he sniffs before sticking between his teeth. The elderly yet formally attired servant then lights the cigar, and the Admiral takes a deep puff of it. Thank you, Philip. Of course, sir. Philip replies before vanishing back behind the bodyguards as a steady stream of smoke is exhaled from the Admiral's nostrils, and he smiles. He's got the entire galaxy's undivided attention and knows it. Now then, shall we? The Admiral asks, gesturing with his cigar. Nova is staring directly at him in shock and awe before noticing that the camera is still rolling. Commercial. Cut to commercial, she orders, and the feed indeed cuts to commercial. Around the galaxy, nearly a dozen different briefing rooms explode in cheers. It needed some improv, but had gone off flawlessly. What are we missing? Cindy asks, and Pukey gives her an affectionate squeeze. They just invited 4 of our most decorated and capable agents right into the very heart of their government. Every one of those monsters is a world-class spy, field operative or tactician. Now we get to see how world-class stacks up against the galaxy. Admiral Cistern is the man who straight up wins in warfare. If it's down to tactics and logistics, then he's the winning team every time. Those 2 men with the guns behind him? Their names are redacted, but we've seen the records. They're anti-army specialists in asymmetric warfare capable of destabilizing nations. That last guy? Philip? He's an assassin. They've invited the fox into the hen house. What? Scaly asks again, confused at the metaphor. Unclench Pukey. They have the training and experience, but the goal is peaceful integration and mutual benefit. The knives only come out when someone tries to screw with us. Air Farce protests. Which is a matter of when, not if, the Hat remarks. Yeah, unfortunately, Air Farce concedes. Miles mentally braced himself for the sheer amount of vaguely comprehensible techno-babble that was sure to come as he keyed his communicator to Franklin. The call goes a few times before being rejected. He tries again, and it's rejected even faster. He goes a third time wondering what the hell the nerd is up to, and it's accepted. What? Franklin roars into the device, audio only. The fuck are you doing? Miles demands. The hell's with the hostility. Is someone about to die? Admiral on the horn? Thank God it was audio only, Miles remarks before shoving his hands in his pockets and getting something to read while he waits. 2 hours later. What took you so long? Miles demands when Franklin, freshly showered and in clean if rumpled clothing, slinks in. We need to start training our team in axiom use. Yeah, you're an obsessive adept in figuring out weirder and weirder tricks, but we all need some level of competence with it. This stuff's everywhere, and it's considered a sport to know how to kill a bitch from 100 paces unarmed. Miles explains, and Franklin runs a hand through his growing hair, as he clearly fights down a smug grin. For God knows what reason the ginger had decided to start growing it out. Maybe he just wanted it to be good and long for when he started going gray so he could do a proper Gandalf impersonation or something. Not quite like that, but I gotcha. What are you most worried about? I'm obsessive about this shit and I know it, so I consider the basics the point you can fastball fireballs and punch through a tank. Detection's a side effect. You get a feel for the axiom as you use it more and more. Defense is something else. There's a lot of things to protect yourself from and a lot of ways to do it. Is this Jehest? Miles asks, referring to one of the more valuable minerals in the galaxy. They make up the 2.5K credit coins. Yep. The Kutha bands gather and channel the axiom, and Jehest crystals are already used in hard light tech. That little sucker should give you a dome for as long as you channel energy. If it works, this is my 5th try. I was called to give my girls some much-deserved attention before testing could begin in earnest. What happened the previous times? Miles asks as he puts the ring on his armrest rather than on his finger in case it decides it doesn't like him. I tried too hard. My first few had crystals way too big for it and ended up denting the walls. Then when I started using smaller crystal pieces, I was using more than one, and they set up 2 identical constructs. When they manifested into the same space at the same time, the axiom really didn't like that, and I got bounced halfway across the room. That one was my saying, fuck it, and going minimalistic. Franklin says, and Miles nods before eyeing the ring. What's the chance that it goes up like a bomb if I put it on my finger? You throw lightning, Commander Smith. Miles reminds him, and Franklin holds up his hand, and electricity sparks between his fingers, and rides up like a living Tesla coil. By which I mean with axiom, nothing is truly certain. It's too much of an unknown that I'm poking from every direction I can with everything I can poke it with. I highly, highly doubt it'll bite you to put the ring on, but there's always a chance that things go fucky. Okay, but how's this little hoop and rock any less detectable than a shield? From what I understand, it has all the same components in all likelihood. Shields are constantly active for when a person senses trouble. You figure out the other person has a shield up and you know it's go time. That, on the other hand, has no internal power source. You have to actively channel axiom through it, or it's just a lump of metal and a rock, which means that until you use it, it's just a ring. Split-second protection rather than constant, I getcha. Not split-second. If you keep your focus up, the shield stays up, and as you get good at it, you should be able to shape the shield too. Maybe even remake it into spiked axiom knuckles instead. The ring is how you do this without study and training. The Kutha gathers and focuses the axiom through the Jehest into a hard light projection, which can be shaped like anything if you've got the brain for it. Franklin explains, and Miles puts the ring on with some trepidation. Feels like it's crawling, like it's alive. It may as well be. The energy going through it won't hurt you, but that's basically an active circuit. It just needs a final push to move through the Jehest. Will alone is enough when it's that ready to move. Dude, axiom is fucking everywhere. The amount, the density, and the quality fluctuates from 1 millimeter to the next. A Kutha coin stands out like a flare, and it takes 1 coin to make maybe 5 of those. Not to mention Kutha is used all over the galaxy as jewelry. It is not at all weird looking for you to wear that. It's like having a bachelor ring. Silver and zircon. That's the equivalent. Okay, makes sense. So Miles begins before focusing, and he flinches away from a sudden appearance of light. That's it exactly, Franklin says, and Miles gives him an odd look before he glares at his clenched fist with ring. A solid disk of light the size of Frisbee appears an inch above his hand and just sits there. As solid as you make it, it's just a shortcut to small axiom constructs. You won't get anything bigger than maybe a trash can lid without a lot of training, but that's enough. You made a fucking Green Lantern ring. No, I fucking didn't. Have you read the comics? Those things do almost all the damn work and are a stupid, powerful supercomputer to boot. That sucker can't take you into space. That sucker can't be used for translation, communication, or hold information. It relies on how much you understand physics to make that barrier strong. If you just picture some little flat plane, it will shatter like a bitch. You need to understand how to make something strong from the molecule up to get the biggest bang for your buck. Oh no, kiddo. This is self-study with a pass or fail grade for when you use it to try and stop a shanking. Just look up and mentally picture a cutaway of metals and slap things like I-beams and hexagons and stuff to really bring it together. Construction, composition, and focus. Picture the structure of tungsten or, I don't know, titanium or a diamond or iron or anything really strong. Then picture how a beehive is put together and imagine that every little line is made out of an I-beam. Right there, it should be strong enough to block a tank shell. Do you know that it works for a fact? Stops lasers and plasma cold. Shotgun slugs bounce off, and it can deflect a grenade, but the shock wave will still get you. I managed to project the shield to the outside of the ship during the micrometeor shower last week, and even knocked one space rock into another. I can't really test it any further without doing something really, really stupid. At least you still have that much sense. Miles notes and barely registers Franklin flipping him off. The door opens and Chiria, one of the mech troopers, walks in and looks from one to the other, then smiles. Am I interrupting anything, boys? The Snikt asks with a wide smile. Her mind is clearly in the gutter. We're wrapping up. Bossman here just has about a week's worth of work for me to do on top of everything else. Speaking of, how often do you think this will be needed? Should I make a machine to do the work for me, or do you want custom work all the way through? At least draw up blueprints for a machine if you won't make one yourself. If these shield rings work as well as hoped, then it's something we need to get to the rest of the EFL and the Dauntless. All right. I'll Shanghai Victor into lending a hand. He knows a few tricks, and the Dauntless already has a copy of all my notes. I talk to them daily about my ideas, and they bounce a few off me in turn. They know about the ring, just not that you tested it now, Franklin says before he grabs the top of his seat and hurls himself into the air where he floats and calmly rights himself before touching the deck plating. Excuse me, cutie pie, he says to the mantis, who blushes before he leans in and kisses her on the cheek. Do you think you'll be able to spend some time tomorrow? She asks, and he kisses her full on the mouth. I'll be there, he says as she squirms due to the higher concentration of pheromones in his spit. He walks off, and she follows him for a few steps, which causes the automatic door to close behind her. Oh my God, these aliens, Miles says to himself before chuckling. First contact is official. We made a hell of a first impression, even if the ship hit the ground like a tin can and the big, open the door and reveal the army bit was botched. The marching stomp saved it, though. But is it enough? We've got some foxes in the hen house, but we don't know how many of them are actually hens and not, what are they called? Emus? Capybaras? Those stupid, deadly shanker birds from Australia. We know these girls can hack into a system like it's not even there. Nothing electronic is safe. They've got spies that can shapeshift if they're not invisible by default. They've been at this for hundreds, if not thousands of years, and have what is effectively magic on their side as well. We have surprise, willpower, and focus. Is it enough? He asks himself before snapping his fingers. Cassowary. Yay, modern freaking dinosaurs, they'll gut you good. Vernon Shea sighed after drinking the Centris Special. Apparently it was some of the strongest stuff legally available, designed for pissed-off and harassed attendants and secretaries to the Galactic Federation's many representatives to find some temporary peace in the blissful hold of an alcoholic coma, and it was maybe as alcoholic as a light beer. There had been a warning on the bottle, but it was close to dirty water for him. The time since first contact had been hectic as all get out. The Dauntless had immediately been hacked so thoroughly that they were pretty sure the aliens also knew what was written down on their paper records as well. They had gotten everything, the plans, the fake plans, the double fake plans, the bait, the bullshit, every bad idea and good idea, and more. Thankfully, since it all came from hackers who were apparently regarded as cretins the galaxy over, regardless of whether you live inundated with null or axiom, it meant that all of it was doubted, and official confirmation was used to try and verify things. With how good the Admiral's poker face was, they'd just barely been able to stop some sort of riot or other horrific reaction from happening. Apparently, most of it was being regarded as the handiwork of a cabal of horror and tragedy fetishists, seeing how far they can push things. It was a real slap in the face to Vernon, as he, along with a small group aboard the Dauntless and even a few of the pirate boys, had been piecing together a unique magic style. All that information was hacked and gone as well. More than half the team had been refocused into upping the cybersecurity after the leak to end all leaks. And now they were on their backup plan in this case. Sir Masterson had been the one behind it. The plan was simple now, and only trusted to be whispered in the parts of the ship that have no form of electronic surveillance, filled with smoke to expose the invisible and told in voices so low that one must lean right next to their brother in order to hear anything. Confusion, denial, and bafflement. If the actual information could not be kept close to the chest, then they would make up more. Blur everything to the point that myth, legend, fact, fantasy, and philosophy cannot be told apart. If they can't tell if a man's liable to simply refuse, teleport away, reveal themselves to be a gaggle of kids in a trench coat, or accept when propositioned, then the job is done properly. His train of thought falls to the side as another, sweeter and very fruity-looking drink is placed in front of him. The young lady over there sends her compliments, the older Drin woman says, pointing down the bar. He glances to the side and sees an Apuk woman eyeing him up clearly. Her deep red gown with bright green highlight and jewelry, darkly tanned skin, and small crown of gilded horns make her look outright regal, coupled with a full head of flowing crimson locks and literally glowing green eyes makes her impossible to miss. Which means she wasn't here when he came in, otherwise he would have noticed her. An entire species of self-biomorphing living weapons of war, fire-breathing is a sport, and if you can't juggle tanks, then you clearly need to go back to school. Somehow that petite young woman that looks like she walked out of a medieval tapestry is an alien turtle dragon that decided to be a damsel on top of the dragon and the knight in the story. She notices him looking and hops off her chair, her skirts held up somewhat with her left hand and her right carrying her drink over. "Hello there, little human," she says in a high-pitched voice that couldn't be sweeter if she drank nothing but honey. "Hello to you, Madam Apuk. Might I ask why you've deigned to buy me a drink?" Vernon asks with an honest smile. "You have a tail?" he asks, and she titters into her gloved hand. "We've just met and you're wondering about what's under my skirt. How bold of you." She teases and he blinks, visibly ponders what she said, and then looks shocked. No, I mean it, my apologies. I'm part of a group on the Dauntless called the Nerd Squad. We're on the autism spectrum. There's nearly 100 of us, all obsessed with what used to be science fiction. Now is reality. Part of the spectrum, at least on the high-functioning end like where I'm on, we miss social cues. We miss a lot of them. I'm sorry if I've given offense. I'm trying really hard not to, but there are times I just mess up, and having a mental disorder is no excuse, but it's the closest I've got to an explanation. And Vernon's rambling is cut off by a single delicate finger clothed in fine silk to his lips. He goes very, very still as she smiles gently. "I was not offended, young human. I am sorry that you've lived your life in such a state, although it does make sense now why it took so much to gain your attention. Until I bought the drink, you didn't even notice the many, many longing looks you've earned, haven't you?" she asks in her proper sweet tone. His eyes widen a bit, and he glances around before sighing. "No, I hadn't noticed. I'm actually here on a bit to try and find the hardest drink on the planet. This Centris Special has so little that it barely counts as a hard drink back home. The less alcoholic beers have about this much." Why would you humans be so obsessed with alcohol? Seems to be an odd like on a species-wide scale. She asks him and he considers. Is this time for mystifying? It seems like a time to mystify. Or in other words, the complete truth in a weird way that just makes things more confusing. She already has some info. Time to baffle. It's defensive on a species-wide scale. Long story short, as my species struggled in primitivism, one of the greatest threats was microbial. On Earth, everything is out to kill you. Predator, prey, plant, even the water and air itself seeks your death. So we had to find ways around it. Alcohol is a poison we can ingest with relative ease. Yet, many of the microbes that would cause horrific plagues or the parasites that would find a way to consume you from the inside out would die in it. So it became a popular way of ensuring you had some fluid guaranteed to be safe to drink. He explains, and he can tell he has her polite attention. Time to be really baffling. Of course, with Axiom being known, a lot of our own historical and religious texts have needed some re-examining. Myself and the rest of the nerds have been trying to recreate the greatest hits of holy books. We've actually pulled it off more than once. Hook set. Holy books? Different religions the world over. We're trying to pull off the miracles detailed in them. I've managed a few, still working on others. I'm not quite at the level of the prophet Moses or Jesus, son of God. He looks at her and remembers some of the many, many helpful lessons that Sir Philip had given him and the others. After all, dear boy, you and the others like you are very open and unassuming. You're perfect for misinformation campaigns. Even when caught, they will assume you simply misinformed yourself, the proper old assassin had said. The real game was to keep one or two things obsessively close to the chest and let yourself loose on the rest. Let people draw their own conclusions, as the lies they dream up will be more believable and more outlandish than anything you could feed them. And what miracles can you perform? She leads on, and Vernon pauses and thinks for a moment. Not what he wants to tell her, he's got the all clear for that. But the bigger question, is she flirting with him? He's fairly certain she is, but that's based on the fact he was straight up told that if an alien engages in conversation, she's likely flirting. To remember that he's the alien's equivalent of a supermodel in a micro bikini and a sash saying desperately lonely. Of course, that doesn't help him much, as he'd back the fuck away from that obvious trap if he saw it back home. No way in fuck that happens to him without it being bait for a rape accusation. Well, one of the more fun ones turned out to be a much more physical art than we expected. Walking on water, or rather keeping balance on liquids, is quite the challenge, but easily done when you have the pattern down. He says mostly to stall for time as his brain spirals out of control. He channels a touch of Axiom and converts it to electricity on the back of his neck and represses the reflexive twitch. That focused him. Time for a shocker to make people fucking wonder about him and all of humanity. He smiles and quickly throws back the rest of the centrist special with a sigh of satisfaction. It quenches, if nothing else. I can show you another one. I and a few others figured it out about a week ago, and it made us really popular on the ship, especially with the medical staff. Could you fill this with water, please? It's for a demonstration. He asks, and the bartender nods as she cleans a different glass, picks up his, and rinses out the dregs of the drink before filling it with water. All without taking a step or pausing in the cleaning. The woman has abilities servers on Earth would sell their souls for. Please do not damage my glass, the bartender says offhandedly. That's fine, go ahead. All right then, Vernon says with a grin before looking around. Now water has a significant meaning in a lot of human lore and legend, and there's a few tricks out of the Holy Bible considered especially impressive. Walking upon it is one. Parting it with naught but will is another, but the other two big tricks are changing it. He says, holding the glass up with his left index finger and thumb. Most of the bar is watching, mostly out of curiosity and politeness. The Apuk is clearly just humoring him. At least that's what he can gather at any rate. He then flicks the glass with his right index finger, and the water turns dark red. When the prophet Moses thrust his staff into the Nile River, he did turn it into blood to the horror of the pharaoh Ramses. He declares, and what little chatter there was goes dead silent. He looks around. Hundreds of eyes look back in shock as he places down the tall glass of human blood on the counter. Mine. I still have every drop I did when I came in here, but I've used the water to create more. Really useful on the Dauntless, as O-negative blood is also called universal donor. So I've actually perfected this trick by making a few gallons in case of emergency transfusions and surgeries and such. Anyone here a blood drinker? He asks the bar at large, and there's dead silence. Don't be shy. Here, how about I give it to our bartender who sells it proper? All nice and legal. It's just a drink with a slightly exotic kick to it. Nothing odd. Vernon goes, and the bartender looks like she's tied to the tracks and can see an oncoming train. Or you could pour it down the drain. I know you have a sewer system. It's only blood. It won't reach up and bite anyone. I'm not a vampire. My blood can't hurt you. Blood monster. Drink it. Kill with it. All sorts of awful things, Vernon says before looking around. All right. How about I get rid of the scary blood and we all go back to enjoying ourselves? He asks with a clear tinge of amusement in his voice. No one says anything, so he picks up the glass, pours it down the sink on the opposite side of the bar and rinses it out a few times before scrubbing the insides with his fingers. He then levitates the glass into the air with Axiom and has it bathed in power for a moment. There, it's cleaner now than when it was newly made. He says, levitating it down in front of the bartender. You're a scary little thing, aren't you? The APUC asks, and Vernon lets out a little huff of amusement as he picks up the drink she bought him. I don't control what others fear. It's not my fault that they chose to quake in their boots at every little thing, he says as the sweet taste of the fruit drink rolls over his tongue. Besides, that was just a little blood. Big man Moses transformed one of the largest rivers in the world into a gigantic festering wound on the landscape. And that was just him showing that he was more serious than turning his personal walking staff into a stupid, lethal, cannibalistic attack monster and back again. Still trying to figure that one out, actually. Oh yeah, he's off on a tear. This reminds him of high school where he was digging himself deeper with the verbal equivalent of backhoes every other conversation. Knew he was doing it and couldn't fucking stop. I came to have a conversation. Ended up with more than expected as a bargain, not a disappointment, she says, assuring him. I am Princess Miro Noir. A princess? Any further question is cut off by a delicate finger to his lips. He nods and she pulls away to let him take a sip of the fruity drink. Among my people, royal titles are proof of ability. Those that win the Shellcracker tournament earn the title of princess. It can also be passed from mother to daughter, Miro Noir says, and Vernon nods with a smile. She smiles herself as she sees he's giving her his undivided attention. A small part of herself cheers, an exotic man with divinely inspired axiom arts, and is a humble soul that would appreciate anything on top of being immune to poisoning from any political rivals. Great spine-shelled goddess, this is even better than what she's been looking for. Now she just needs to properly bed and wed him. Why, I remember the last tournament quite clearly. My cousin Cianoir had learned how to manifest blue fireballs, which are much hotter than the standard cherry red most girls attempt. I have a sneaking suspicion your flames would match your eyes, he says, and she pauses before giggling to try and get back on track. How did he know? Oh dear. It was like she had swallowed fluttering bugs. Why did I say that? That was stupidly corny and cornily stupid, and cornily isn't even a damn word. Good grief. Ah well, let's see how long this goes before she's utterly sick of me. Well, actually, I've learned the trick to color the flame as I desire, she says, breathing out a tiny tongue of red flame followed by blue, then pink, then yellow. None of them any warmer than the others. Yet for most, a blue flame is much hotter, with a green flame hotter still. However, poor Cianoir hasn't been able to get quite to the level of a green flame yet. Too stubborn to listen to her cousin? He somehow hits the nail on the head again. How? How is he doing that? He left cruel space just weeks ago. She's likely the first Apuk he's ever encountered in any way. How does he know? Oh dear. Shot in the dark and I hit the mark, didn't I? I apologize for interrupting, he says gracefully, and she reevaluates him. Perhaps he's not some kind of social cripple, just held to absurd standards. He's been effectively deducing her familial relations on the first meeting after all. The door is booted open, and a plasma cannon leads the way in, followed by two more. All right, girls, we're all having a good day, and it's going to stay that way so long as I see some credit discs. The masked and voice-distorted woman states. Her entire frame is completely covered, and the cannon has been aggressively scrubbed of any identifying markings. Recently, too, if the gleaming gouges along the side of the barrel where the manufacturer's mark and serial number would be. Miro Noir turns to deal with them herself. Perhaps these idiots didn't know an Apuk battle princess was in the bar, but they will learn. Don't even think about it. You try anything, and your boy toy gets cooked. The thief promises, pointing the cannon at the slowly rising Vernon next to her. He holds out his right hand with a look of utter fury, and focus melded as one, and he claws the air before clenching a fist. Beta, he states, and all three collapse to the ground. He straightens up, rolls his shoulders, and all but staggers back to his seat. That takes a lot out of a man, he notes. Someone call a hearse or something. They're done. What did you do? The bartender demands in shock, and he looks back before rolling his shoulders in seeming exhaustion. How much axiom did he channel? She didn't feel anything. No one felt anything. Same thing I did to the water. Conceptually, at least. Water to blood is harder than blood to acid. Yay, stomach acid. I don't know what you consider a nasty dissolver, but my own digestive tract is nasty enough to dissolve metals, and that nastiness is concentrated in their veins. So if you could call someone to pick up the corpses before the acid eats its way through their skin, you'll save yourself a fair amount of cleanup. He picks up his drink and downs it all in a single pull. That helps. He notes and looks around to see that everyone is staring at him, not unreasonably. All right, I'll drag out the corpses, unless someone wants to loot them first, he asks, and nobody moves. Okay, then. In front of the entire bar, he drags out the corpses and has them flopped in front of the street, pushes the cannons to the wall without touching them with his hands, and glances around. If no one else will, he says before pulling out a communicator. He then reports the attempted theft and says he used a dangerous unnamed axiom technique to dispatch of them with lethal results, and requests the bodies be taken care of before they become a biohazard. The Big B Word has an emergency response team arrive in less than a minute. He explains himself to them, then explains himself on record, and they bring out a medical scanner to go over him, then the corpses. Corpses which are then quickly placed in a sealed biohazard containment unit as a clearly distraught expert goes over what she's finding as she scans Vernon again. How are you still alive with that much high-grade acid? Compounds like that are used in emergency power supplies. The stomach lining is giving off a constant amount of counteracid and is also regenerated constantly. No part of that lining is older than 4 days. Without immediate medical attention, I die. Horribly. One of the cruelest deaths you can inflict on a man. Super dead? You'd have to throw someone into a star to be more thorough than what I just did. They were the ones that brought death to the bargaining table. They were the ones that showed up with weapons powerful enough to kill everyone in the bar. They forced the situation. They refused to depart when I made my intent completely clear. They are at fault here. It would have taken nothing more than pointing the gun at anything but myself or another patron and a "just kidding" to save their own lives. Good goddess, this is madness. Look, you crazy Tret. I'm on leave from the Dauntless. I'm human, from Earth in cruel space. And we don't even have forms for your kind yet. The officer groans into her hand. Okay, what were you doing when the thieves arrived? Surely you can pull it off the security feeds. They're already going over them in the station, just tell me. I was speaking to Princess Miro Noir over there, he begins, and the officer holds up a hand to silence him before looking past and right at her. You are an Apuk battle princess? The officer asks, and Miro Noir nods. The officer looks back to Vernon, before looking to Miro Noir, then back to Vernon in shock. Attacking an Apuk battle princess in numbers of 5 or less with lethal intent is considered suicide. You are at a bar, Vernon remarks. I'm on duty, you cretin! The officer snaps and stomps away. Apparently that was the whole investigation. Hey, what about the plasma cannons? He shouts after the cop, who's apparently just done with this shit already. Excuse me? He demands, leaning out of the bar and watching as the response team leaves, like they want nothing to do with this. He turns back to the bar and looks around. Okay, what am I missing? He demands, and Miro Noir titters a bit as she regains herself. Yay, explanations would be nice. He walks a pace with her easily. His strides are crisp but unhurried, as if he hadn't dodged arrest by virtue of her august presence or brutally killed 3 thieves in public with a gesture and a word. Now that she thought about it, his entire form was designed to be as unassuming as possible. Baggy pants in a pattern designed to blend with earth and vegetation, thick black boots, a warm-looking shirt in dull green with a hood and a large pouch on the front. Everything he wore was just loose and baggy enough to hide armor or any number of surprises, let alone his horrifying axiom tricks. She had underestimated him and found herself intrigued. She needs a topic of conversation and smiles before asking. This is a new species. There's no telling what might scare him off. So how do you go about inventing some kind of water to blood or blood to acid technique? Cabin fever is the extremely confusing response. Oh, right. The words translate, but not the meaning, he says, rubbing his chin. I suppose the best way to explain it is chronic boredom and restlessness on an enormous scale in each and every person on the ship. Our initial journey outwards from Earth to the edge of cruel space took 1/4 of a year. Comparatively, after breaching the border and bringing the systems online, we've made much better time. A mere 5 weeks from cruel space to here in Centris. Was it truly so horrible? You have no idea how much you rely upon gravity to center yourself until you go without it. Simple things like cleaning yourself, feeding yourself, or even rest require complicated and unusual rituals. We shipped out with an overlarge crew, so the Dauntless was full nearly to capacity. There was no quiet place to gather our thoughts, no reprieve and no release, just an environment that gives one the sensation of wrongness, and nothing to do but slowly go mad from the stillness and nothingness. Surely sleeping the hours away would suffice, or some form of exercise, she asks, concerned. The thought of ship travel without something to occupy one's thoughts or even gravity had never truly crossed her mind. For even eating or bathing to become a complicated ritual was concerning. We did a lot of sleeping, yes. I was part of a think tank about the possibilities of finding some method of suspended animation. Anyways, we also would push against things and each other to keep our muscles working. Exercise bands were also used. Without those techniques, we would have withered physically, he explains before breaking into chuckles. I was actually using some when we finally broke into real space, and I missed the warning about the artificial gravity about to be turned on. I was listening to music at the time, so I suddenly found myself on the wall and pulling a rubber band in the floor, which I then slammed onto like a chump. Not Miro Noir the Matchless anymore. Oh no. Now just to seal it. Thinking of something tasty? Vernon asks her, and she's startled out of her train of thought. You licked your lips, remembering a meal? Anticipating, she replies, very observant, very, very observant of him. Oh my, you certainly know how to make a lady feel special. I'll gladly tell you about the Shell Cracker or Broken Shell tournament. It hails back to the earliest days of the Apuk people, before the founding of the Galactic Federation of Systems. You see, we Apuk have never forgotten that in our pursuit of the strength of the gods, we surrendered our armor to better reach for it. And such we used that sacred gift, knowledge, to reforge our armor from stone and steel and have the best of both worlds. To this day, wearing a cuirass in the shape and style of our ancient shells is very common. The Broken Shell tournament is a test of agility, power, and forging skill. You must have a shell cuirass to enter, and you must protect it each round as you wear it to battle. So you have to break your enemy's armor to pass around? Okay, I'm starting to see why it's suicide to try to fight you 5-on-1. You've already made a mockery of such a petty advantage. Vernon says with a smile as he reaches up and draws the quotes around the term advantage. This sets her off on a giggle fit due to just how dry his tone is. Indeed, when you win all the rounds and shatter every other girl's armor, you present your own shell to the Hall of Ancestors. Then, and only then, do you earn the right to wear a crown and are named princess. She boasts and informs him at the same time. It's important to have your achievements honest. Otherwise, they stand a chance to figure you out, and any respect is forever lost. Sounds like quite the event. Do you have any recordings of it? I'd love to watch. I actually have some copies in my apartments. They're opposite of the fountain now, actually, she says, and he re-examines the waterworks. 4 pillars of water shoot up and pour back down into an endlessly overflowing clover-shaped pond, just deep enough to reach the waist on him. Is that it? He asks, pointing straight to her small estate exactly opposite of them. Yes, precisely. This fountain is lovely, but such a chore to get around. It's one of the larger ones in the district, she says, and he chuckles. He doesn't know she's deliberately guided him the long way around to give herself more time to woo him. She was certain of herself, but no warrior is harmed by being thorough. She weighs the options quickly. On one hand, strolling upon the water with a man is unbearably romantic, and it's a very sweet gesture. On the other, he might slip and drop her, and that just wouldn't do for a battle princess. She might even have to consider it an insult and demand restitution, which would kill the romance she's been all but wrestling into place. Which is all moot. Refusing would kill the mood. She takes his hand and feels the axiom flow from him to her like a gentle hug. His touch is so delicate it feels like the most minute of an increase in temperature rather than the force of nature it truly is. Most go for sheer power and excess with axiom use. Vernon is using a needle where most would apply a jackhammer and succeeding. Her delicate formal footwear is held up firmly by the water, and she stands upon it without issue. The hems of her dress might get a little wet, but this is an amazing move. He gently kisses the back of her gloved hand. Shall we? He asks, and she nods. He pulls her close at the waist and, still holding her hand, glides across the surface of the water, his firm but gentle grip carrying her along with him. She gasps at the movement and the slight wake they leave behind. Painfully aware that at this point, there are cameras pointed at them. She catches a grin on his face and he suddenly seems to throw her out while holding fast to her hand. With a spin, she's brought back in and picked up at the waist as he twirls upon the water before letting her down and continuing the glide as if nothing happened. I always wanted to do that, he says with a fond chuckle. Thank you for the opportunity, Lady Miro Noir. What? That move was elegant, agile, and astounding, flawless from one step to the next, even as they come to outer edge of the fountain. In a single move, he picks her up gently, steps off the fountain, and places her on the ground again, dry and perfectly balanced. Not once did his hand stray anywhere but at her waist and hand to guide and balance her. Not once did he hesitate or falter. Not once did he seem even slightly uncertain. Her heart pounds in her ears as she is forced to use some measure of axiom to stop herself from blushing like a young maiden in a practice shell staring at some lewd magazine or another. I apologize for the liberties I took, madam. My social teacher, Sir Masterson, told me to be bold and sincere. I hope I've caused no offense, he says smoothly. Offense? Offense? He just swept her off her feet in a moment that is no doubt making her the envy of entire worlds. What woman in her right mind would take offense at that? She was supposed to seduce him, not be seduced by him. She just has to get him inside, get an official proposition going and have him accept her token. Then just send in a recording, and then when he's properly married to her, get started on a few children. 8 sounds like a good place to start. Then maybe how many others her sister wives will want when she's had her 8. 8 is a lucky number after all, being each direction the goddess's spines point from off her shell. That was a wonderful bit of fun. What do you call it? She asks as she pulls him ever so slightly towards her home. Well, to be honest, milady, we don't have a name for it. It wasn't water skiing or ice skating. Before Axiom practice, we could only do stunts like that on frozen water, or rather ice, or at great speed. The funny part is that I've never been much of a skater. Yet I can glide on the water very well, it seems. He says, and her smile is a little strained now. She wants him and is running low on patience. Indeed. Well, perhaps we could discuss further over drinks. I have something I'd like to show you, Mr. Shea. She invites him in. The door, sensing the indicator in her brooch, opens for them, and she leads him in. I don't see any camera. The door must have been triggered by something else. He notes absently as he follows her in. Excuse me a moment. These boots will carry a man across continents without trouble, but they're not the most delicate or clean things. He says as he pauses to unlace then open his boots. Now's her chance to slip away and finish preparations. Of course, there's something I need to attend to quickly. There's a sitting room to the left here, if you'll excuse me a moment, she says, picking up her petticoats and hurrying into the house. The control gem in her brooch glimmers somewhat and realigns the windows ever so slightly. She doesn't want the entire street gawking at her alone time with her soon-to-be husband after all. As stated previously, while colonization rights around cruel space have long been settled, we do recognize your right to found colonies and the need to expand the borders of human-controlled territory outside of its birth quadrant, if for no other reason that political and commercial expediency. Easel Shrin, ambassador of the Skora system, says, with a slight hiss as she lets her light pink tongue slither out somewhat. She's a married woman that is bonded deeply and well. While an entire race so endowed with men is still an unimaginable prize, her teasing of the Admiral is just that. Teasing. Skora 3 and 5 are therefore not open for colonization and will remain nature preserves. In spite of the fact that there is in fact no unique form of flora or fauna, life on either Skora 3 or 5, therefore disqualifying either of them as preserves and classifying them as planetary scale parks instead? Admiral Cistern asks in the small meeting room. The nearest systems to cruel space were Skora, Anriac, and Bruel, and there were representatives from each, but Ambassador Ezel was dominating the conversation, not unreasonably as Skora was the most heavily populated and prosperous system of the three. The smug serpent was the big woman in the room and knew it, literally as well as figuratively, as her dark green and black striped tail spools over nearly a quarter of the out-of-the-way meeting chamber attached to Admiral Cistern's office. I'm sorry, but it will be very, very difficult to incorporate new settlements into the Skora system. She apologizes at first, the very soul of manners as he can make out the slight quirking to her lips. She's enjoying this. She adjusts how she's resting against the table to not smirk at him, letting her impressive assets tip ever so forward to give him a view that he pointedly ignores in favor of doing his job. But Skora 2 and 4. The Admiral begins pushing from another angle. He can tell that this entire thing is going to try and force him to settle his people into the cities of other races and force them to pay punitive fines if they don't. Anything to get the boys closer to her girls, mostly so she can win her re-election coming up. The woman that brought the booty would no doubt be a borderline system-wide hero and a shoe in tail-in for ambassador. Our farming worlds, there is very little room for development, and the carcinogenic gases that would result in a city as primitive as yours, there would damage the crops and could possibly poison a great many people. We have to ensure that our zeal to bring prosperity does not in any way damage the galaxy around us. She simpers, and it's all the Admiral can do not to roll his eyes. A classic coward move to hide behind a potential victim to deflect all blame and justify preventing any change. The environment is a classic scapegoat, as it can't argue back or make political statements of its own. As contemptible and transparent a move in the wider galaxy as it is on Earth. Unfortunately, it's likely to work just as well. There's always a sizable part of any voter base that's stupid enough to fall for the scaremongering, and there's enough cowards in the otherwise intelligent part of the voters to tip things in favor of the stupid. The glory of democracy. I see, madam. Admiral Cistern begins before the door to the chambers open, and Philip walks in with a small tea cart that has a small but very fancy black forest cake on the top of it, along with a steaming pot of tea and carafe of coffee. "Good afternoon, sir. You have all been working hard, and I thought a quick touch of refreshment would serve," Philip says, and Cistern quickly digests the code. Afternoon, not day, meaning there's an event of notice in the last 24 hours. Serve rather than help, meaning that things have gone largely in favor of one side or the other. "Of course, thank you, Philip. May I tempt you, ladies?" Admiral Cistern offers, and the smiles of all three representatives is all the confirmation he needs. "Wonderful. This, dear ambassadors, is a black forest cake. I'm afraid the cause of the name escapes me at the moment, but it's a delightful treat and pairs well with the blueberry tea. Although I will be serving my good sir a coffee instead. Its harshness is more to his personal liking," Philip says as he pulls out the teacups, forks, napkins, and saucers from the second level of the cart. Okay, so something he needs to look into, but not urgent. The good admiral allows himself a small smile as Philip first cuts the cake into quarters and places the pieces in front of the other ambassadors first. It's a simple message. Whoever's served first is being given a consolation prize. All three of these girls hold no benefit. He holds all the advantage. Whatever's happened was very good for humanity. "Thank you, sir. Speaking of timing, this just arrived for you," he says, handing a datapad to Admiral Cistern. He nods to the spy, who gives a slight bow before placing the cart to rest beside the door, but out of the way and walking out after another slight bow. "Oh, this is delightful. This was made on Earth?" Ambassador Isel asks. She's already finished half of her own and has half the remaining half balanced on her fork. "Oh no, the ingredients are from Earth, but they're preserved and then prepared on the Dauntless. The cake is quite fresh," Admiral Cistern says as he takes a sip of his coffee and examines the datapad. His eyebrows go up and he has to repress a chuckle before putting it to the side. "Good news?" Ambassador Isel asks, and he nods. "Yes, one of my men has apparently been waiting for just this moment and has found himself married. I'll have to put together a gift basket for the couple." "Just one?" the ambassador of Bruel asks, standing on her chair to properly reach the table in a failed attempt to hold the same sort of gravitas as the rest of the representatives. The gob woman, indomitable, is dressed in a formal suit with skirt, but also has bone jewelry that seems to be hand-carved. It has not been lost on Admiral Cistern that both of the other representatives have been dismissive of the little lady. Perhaps that will be of use. She better appreciate it fast, because I'll bet hard credits that everyone that knows her will muscle in as hard as they can, Nikti says with a throaty chuckle. Yet until then, I wish them all the best. After that, they will likely need all the luck. Cistern notes, and there's polite laughter. Something draws the attention of Ambassador Isel, and she sighs. "Is something the matter?" Representative Lady Rhett asks. She is a representative of the research firm in control of the Onriac system. It has a several worlds deep in extremes, an ice-covered planet, a molten world, and 2 deserts with atmosphere, but no biosphere, meaning that the air is stale and poisonous. "Just that my attention is needed elsewhere. Admiral Cistern, you know my conditions. You have my contact information. I look forward to your request to immigrate human citizens to Skora," she says as she finishes off the last of her tea and leaves at a stately slither. "I do apologize if this is a question from ignorance, but are all Nagasha so self-assured?" Admiral Cistern asks after the door closes behind her. "Only the high-ranking ones. There are so many completely stable variants of the Nagasha that they go everywhere along the spectrum," Representative Leidy says with a slight smile as she dabs her lips. The Canador is a very intimidating sight despite her academic nature. Her behavior and manner of dress in a human woman would show a mousy, unassuming wallflower. On a Canador, she was both terrifying and sultry, with a hint of nerd from her glasses and lab coat. The fact that she was 9 feet tall, had over 100 razor-sharp teeth, and had eaten the cake in a single bite was concerning. Your treats are as delicious as your presence, Admiral. Still, we're done with that stuffy Nagasha, so let's get down to business." the lion shark woman says, leaning over, giving Admiral Cistern a deep view of her assets. I've been empowered by Canid Solutions to secede control of Anriac 4 to you. Rather generous of you, madam, Admiral Cistern says, and is cut off when Ambassador Nicty snorts loudly. It's a big hunk of rock with poison air around it. Even better, it's got a twin in Anriac 2. The others in the system are a chunk of ice and a ball of lava. It's all a weapon testing and manufacturing facility. The tiny ambassador says, and there's a flash of annoyance across Representative Leidy's face. Admiral Cistern braces himself to jump and potentially shield the tiny woman from the massive predator, then relaxes as the larger woman smiles. Yes, I'm afraid my adorable little friend here is correct. It's more than generosity fueling this gift, she admits after patting the tiny gob on the head and earning a simmering glare. When it comes to 3 or more worlds, buying the license for an entire system is generally cheaper. Yet in this case, one of the 4 worlds wasn't really worth the cost. It is, as our little friend here has stated, a ball of rock and a poisonous atmosphere, one that's a nearly perfect replica of its twin in the system. It will be of use to you in your own research and development, no doubt, but it will not make a colony. Oh, don't go making me blush. I'm married. Really? This is to both of our benefits. We can claim this for a massive tax break. This gift is paying for itself twice over, Leidy says as she tips back the entire cup of tea in her mouth and audibly sloshes it before swallowing. Oh, this is delightful. I can't wait to try some of your race's other dishes. A fair warning, madam, a great deal of our food is made with spices that can prove quite lethal outside our own kind. I heard about that. Oh, I laughed good and hard hearing about that silly Tret nearly getting her tongue destroyed by flame, then ice. Luckily for me, Canador are one of the more resilient races the galaxy over. I can digest capsaicin just fine, Liddy assures him. Giant walking trash compactor, Ambassador Nicty mutters, and Admiral Cistern's eyes widen. Being called out on bullshit is one thing, outright insulted is another. Yet, the gigantic predator seems to find this outburst even more amusing than the last. Oh, the teeny growl is just so cute, Liddy gushes as she kisses Ambassador Nicty on the top of the head like a favored pet. Anyways, I'll be heading out to formalize the paperwork for the transfer. Development and mineral rights of the world are yours for what good it does. I'm afraid it's more symbolic than anything else. But deeply appreciated regardless, madam. Thank you, truly. If you want to thank me, then you'll let my daughters visit your wonderful vessel and find what they need to get started on my granddaughters. The gigantic predator says, standing up and looming over the entire room. Madam, the Dauntless is a military vessel and ambassadorial headquarters. I'm afraid it's not a market for men. Oh, I know. You ambassador types are stuffy the galaxy over, even with a new species. Liddy grumps somewhat before reaching over to pat Admiral Cistern on the head. Still plenty adorable to hear a man growl at you, though, like you're going to actually do something. Ta-ta, darling. She gushes at him before stalking out of the room with a flick of her tail nearly knocking off Cistern's hat. A few moments of readjustment, and he's regained his composure. Yes, all Canador are like that. If you're a threat, then you're one of them. If you're not, then you're a helpless child to be protected and matronized. Ambassador Nicty spits out. I see. Now then, I'm sorry for the other two interrupting so much, but we never got to your system. It's just you and me now, madam. You have my undivided attention, he assures the rumpled and insulted gob. She snorts and glares at him sullenly. What do you want with me and mine anyways? You're looking to set up a colony or city, and all I've got is one planet around an out-of-the-way system. We're the armpit of the galaxy, a big stinky world dripping in heat and moisture, dank, damp, and down in the dumps. Our major exports are narcotics brewed from local plant life. They don't sell well enough for serious profit, and no one wants to visit a planet too warm for most races. Even the Nagasha don't like it there. Yet I have numerous salters who would describe your 60 to 80% humidity and 20 to 30 degree weather as homey. In fact, those temperatures match one of the most densely populated countries on Earth, one that is routinely visited for its natural beauty. It is much like many of the countries around the equator that aren't deserts. Really? And say I let you guys have one of the continents. Would you obey the laws of the world and beyond men? What would you bring to Bruel? So long as you allow us to establish local bylaw, we will abide by planetary law, so long as Bruel is not an arrangement system. It's not, don't worry, though why you have a problem with that I'll never know. The idea of trying to keep one woman happy is a daunting task in my mind. 100 sounds like a punishment handed down by a sadistic god. Admiral Cistern says flatly, and for a moment, Nikti just stares at him. Then she breaks out into heavy laughter. She has to brace herself against the table in order to keep from falling off her chair as she doubles over in laughter. Admiral Cistern, for his part, simply sips at his coffee and waits patiently for the hysteria to subside. Oh, that's a good one. I've lost all doubt that you come from a race where men are as common as dirt. I'm glad one of us is amused by all this. Oh, relax, big man. Relax. You're fine. We got room. There are 2 megacontinents and a smaller one almost smooshed in the middle on Bruel. The smaller one is sparsely developed, mostly because it's only got a single mountain range on them. That's what we use for spaceports and where most of the cities are. You can have that one. It can be under your laws, but the main laws of the world are no killing without good cause and keep your hands to your own things. Standard galactic policy, just enforced by those that most of the galaxy think they need these rules enforced on. That's perfect, Admiral Cistern says as he examines the data pad that he was brought earlier. It's not just a report on what his men had gotten up to, but pertinent information and suggestions for the 3 systems. Bruel's notes are some of the more practical. How would you feel about farms being set up? To start, how about cocoa trees, sugarcane, and rice stalks? If you're curious, cocoa and sugar were major ingredients in the cake you just ate, and rice is a staple grain. Mass-producible and usable in an enormous amount of dishes, it also preserves almost perpetually when dried. All 3 of these major crops can be grown en masse on Bruel. Admiral Cistern explains, and she just stares at him for a bit. Is something the matter? Why not? We'll need people to work those farms. You have the land, and we have a need to get humans out of cruel space. This is practically the definition of mutual benefit. I don't get you, she barks out, and his eyebrows go up somewhat. You were more slippery than the snake when she was here. Gracious to that matronizing whore when she was flaunting those giant teeth of hers, but you deal straight and true with me? What's your game? No game. Or rather, there's no game with you. Ambassador Isel was being a slippery sort and trying to trick me, so I gave her nothing but platitudes until she left. Representative Leidy was looking to profit and look good, so I let her do it as she was in no way hurting me or mine. But you are willing to speak fairly and you are trying to better yourself and your people, but not at the detriment of mine. That is something I can really work with. The smile he gets in return tells him that the deal is as good as sealed. Respect and courtesy are high-value coin to those who receive little of it. His back hit the far wall, and the sweat soaking through his A-shirt makes him stick ever so slightly and let out a long squeaking sound as he skids down. The cackling is the worst of it. Jean-Luc is an absolute prick even when practicing his wiring for demolitions. Thankfully, he's just got some silly putty instead of plastic explosive. It chars and sizzles when he fucks up, but doesn't kill anything but his own dignity. Ah, fuck you, John, Marcus says, standing back up with a groan. It's the laughing that's pissing me off, Marcus admits. Being pissed off is caused by being piss poor, Lou says in a patronizing voice. Oh ho, I hit a sore spot. Come then, he who would be Hercules. See what you can do over the next coming of Lu Bu. Your name is Lu Sun, not Lu Bu, you cretin. Don't you read? Lou asks. Hey, wasn't Lu Bu a backstabbing asshole who was exceptionally shit at planning and management? Beck asks to stir the pot a bit. Silence. Do not get your facts into my fantasy, Lou declares before taking a stance. Now come, child of Rome. Face me and the full might of my axiom again. I don't know what's worse, The fact that you've been throwing me around like pizza dough, or the fact that you're clearly high as a kite while doing it? I'm stone sober, Lou protests. Bullshit, boo, Marcus snaps. Lou rubs a hand over his face in exasperation as he slides out of his fighting stance. Okay, first you need to get a feel for what you're doing slowly. Pull the axiom in and empower everything. You leave any part of your body out, and you will hurt yourself. The basics will let you use all your muscles to 100%. That's strong enough to shatter your bones and rupture organs if you don't reinforce them too. To say nothing of what it does to the nerves and veins. So just put it over all of it. He instructs, and Marcus nods before closing his eyes and focusing. Lou can sort of feel him pull it in and nods. Good. Franklin's shit at explaining things sometimes. Now there's a reason I've been going through the Lou Boo routine. Remember that feeling of axiom and name it. I call mine Lou Boo. Then call it up and focus on that mental image. Use something you know well, like Hercules, Achilles, or hell go for broke and call it Zeus or Ares. Associate everything that needs to happen with a single simple thing. Oh, yay, Franklin is shit. He tells you every little thing, then expects you to figure out how to line it up. Fine, Achilles. I have the abilities of Achilles, he says to himself. He has all the impossible strength, unlimited endurance, and unimaginable skill of the legendary hero. Breathe in, he is Achilles. Breathe out, still Achilles. Lost your focus, Achilles. Get up. We're doing this again, Lou says, offering his hand and then hauling Marcus upright. You trained in that HEMA stuff, right? Swords and spears, not much hand-to-hand? I've been in Kung Fu since I was in diapers. So I've got a pretty big advantage on you. Ryu's good competition, but he's kendo trained. Swordsmanship like you. I just realized if an adept were to decide she wants a man and he doesn't have the skill to use axiom, he's meat in front of her. We need everyone to have this, no exception. Back home, it's guns that make men equal. Here it's the freaking force. Beck notes as he puts a bookmark in and sets the first aid for dummies to the side. It was all mostly the same as his medic training anyways, just some caveats for the really weirdly put-together races, and a bit about adjusting for body mass and size. Marcus manages to get a grip on Lou after the overconfident man overextends and slams him to the floor hard enough to rattle Jean-Luc, who fries his wires. Imbecile! Idiot! Crétin! He starts barking at them in a fury. You're the dumbass that wanted experience working with distraction. Don't pin it on us that you're a fuck-up, Lou remarks as Marcus helps him up. You wrestle or something? You always go for a grab when you can. Not much conditioning, though, Lou notes. Just a hobby, really. Basic killed whatever laziness I had. Not enough. Basic PT keeps you in shape and ready, but it doesn't build reflexes like sparring does, Lou remarks, and Marcus thinks. Would you be willing to instruct? You're pretty much the best hand-to-hand fighter we have on the ship, and we need something more than just being in shape. On top of understanding the criminal underworld, military code, military tactics, the running of ship, our own specializations, the general history of an entire galaxy, the political ins and outs of a reality, out to basically kidnap us and tie us to the bedposts, react to whatever the hell is happening in Centris, react to whatever orders come from the Dauntless, react to the orders from Earth, and whenever the hell our home countries start having dick-waving competitions, react to the drama that's right around the corner with all these girls in this ship, react to... We get it, Jean-Luc cuts off Beck's rant. Look, this is all over my head. I just wanted to get paid to blow shit up, and somehow that made me qualified for this horse shit. I don't know much. I admit it. I damn near flunked out of high school. But what I do know is that you can't do anything if you don't know anything about what you need to do. So you're saying head to one of the dojos and buy some lessons, Lou says, and Jean-Luc nods. Can't hurt, can it? He asks reasonably, and the room glances around. Or at least look into whatever the hell they call the local internet to get some instructions. All right, who are you, and what the hell have you done with Jean-Luc? Beck asks and gets the brid. Seriously, though, since when do you have good ideas? Hey, stupid, I'm in demolitions. Read the fucking instructions as step 1 through 20 on a 10-step program. There's a lot I don't give a shit about, but I'm not that stupid. Jean-Luc spits out and finds himself hoisted into the air by the comparatively skinny arm of Beck. Don't you fret, good chum. All the stupid shall be taken by the wild blue yonder. For who needs brains when you have the strength of 15, nay, 20 normal men, a half-full bus of might? Come now, we shall be both mighty men, a two-headed serpent slithering the path of justice, leaving our venom in the behind of evil. Beck goes off as Lou and Marcus start laughing. The hell are you doing? Put me down, you freak, Jean-Luc protests as he rains blows down onto Beck's head and is completely unsuccessful until he gets the Egyptian man square in the nose, and they both collapse to the floor as Beck's concentration is broken. Gene starts laying into the smartass before he's pulled off by Marcus as Lou helps the still snickering Beck up. All right. He had his fun and you got your licks in. It's over. Marcus orders and yanks back Jean-Luc as he goes in for another round. No, you're done. It's over. He orders and Jean-Luc growls before stomping off and out of the sectioned-off quarter of their cargo bay. So what exactly were you using for a mental image? Lou asks, and Beck starts chuckling. Parody superhero. Dumb as a brick, nigh invulnerable, and really stonking strong. Good heart, though, and a ton of fun. Beck answers. Okay, you two take a shower. I'm dragging the crew into a marathon of everything with the tick in it. No point making jokes if no one's going to get them. Beck says, and the other two shrug. Sure, whatever. Let's hit the showers. We need to do some research. Marcus says before he and Lou leave, while he occasionally bats away a swat or two from the Chinese man. An hour later, all the men and a fair amount of the crew are slumped into the soft plush chairs in the tactical center as the theme starts. Oh, come on, I want more, a voice says from the empty air next to Franklin. Oh God, it's in Viso tits. Put a fucking bell on her. Well, blade to you too, Mirage says from her spot on Franklin's lap. Not that anyone can see her but him. Is she sticking her tongue out at me? Jean-Luc asks. The aggrieved French demolitions trooper just groans in annoyance as he turns to watch the cartoon of the stupid blue freak that Beck is so enamored with. What is wrong? Miles demands as he pulls up the remote and pauses the show to put him on the spot. Spit it out, soldier. What are we doing? Jean-Luc asks. We are in the middle of transporting a shipment of salvaged aircar parts, a profitable run of dubious legality that's a cover for running numerous crystallized chemicals that are flat-out illegal in the Dvir system. All told, the profit margins are high, especially considering the longer-than-average transport time. No, what are we doing? The Dauntless has landed on Centris. First contact is over and done. We have a battle-ready ship and knowledge of the galaxy at large. Why are we just looking at money? Why aren't we going out and kicking ass? Yes, no, God damn it, there has to be something we can do. We can carry on with our orders. We're part of the pirates until the Dauntless or any other Earth-aligned faction sets up the flag. Then we shift to the EFL. I know it sucks. We have to limit contact and we have to play it smart. We do. Sling bullshit as we wait for or dig up opportunities. Until then, keep your head down. None of us are some kind of super soldier that can take a planet. We have to be smart, and freaking out and charging off is as dumb a move as you can make. Jean-Luc cuts himself off with a huff. He tries again this time, miming, trying to strangle something. The strangling motion is even more violent this time. Grah! He roars out in a sudden fury. Doesn't fucking help, Jean-Luc growls. He watched and waited, a smile unseen on his face. For there was nothing to see. Distortion was one of the best. Of course, being the best spy when you're naturally invisible and have a full suit of clothing which shifts to match your flawless invisibility is rather easy. The upside is that it gave him plenty of wonderful excuse to go to strange places and see strange people. His wives were even understanding about it. He had to serve his home sector after all, make sure that galactic politics were on the up and up, right? He had legal permission to be in the building, but the spying was either something they were ignorant of or so woefully stupid that no one realized the completely invisible man who could hide recording devices in his invisible pockets would defiantly be working as either a spy or working to blackmail government officials. Humans seemed to be no exception, as their ambassador slowly agreed to and debated several points, mostly about the legality of human men being the soldiers and laborers of humanity. The primary sticking point he's using to debate this is that no matter how much they insist that human men not risk themselves, they have little choice and less ability to enforce these rulings in cruel space, where humanity's only actual settlement is located in the form of their homeworld, of Earth, or Terra, or Sol 3 or Prime. The fact that the legal framework had expanded to the point that all four names needed to be used in official documents was a testament to how bloated and redundant things had grown. Madam Ambassadors, I do appreciate the concern you have for myself and my people. However, to acquiesce to such demands would mean a catastrophic economic and cultural breakdown among my species. Furthermore, even if these risks were not present, I myself am merely the current representative of numerous divided countries and cultures across my homeworld. My primary concern is to bring about peaceful contact with the rest of the galaxy and report back with possible solutions to allow my people to better communicate with the galaxy at large. Yes, and to prevent any of our more exuberant citizens from taking ill-advised courses of action, we have to have some assurances for them. Otherwise, there will be a great deal of difficulty born of concerned citizens obeying what is the proper and just course of law within their own systems. Another ambassador, this Lady Atret goes on about. Dis rolls his imperceptible eyes at this. System laws don't extend beyond system borders, and trying to force it otherwise is legally an act of war. Madam, considering that there is not a single citizen or piece of technology within your systems that can survive prolonged null exposure, a requirement to even get within the same system as Earth, I fail to see how any of your concerned citizens could enforce this will upon humanity. On small pockets? Certainly, but attempting to force to confine someone without legal authorization is still kidnapping. Beyond an arrangement system, any attempt to force a human man to capitulate and cease being a productive member of human society is frankly illegal. Foof? Satan's kimchi? It's how reactive. Are they trying to burn my ship down? He roars into the communicator, and Dis steps far away from the livid man. If he starts thrashing in rage, he does not want to be in swinging distance. Okay, put the fires out. Throw those arsonist idiots into the brig and sit on them until I get back tonight. I will deal with them personally, the enraged admiral states before taking a breath. Any other apocalyptic disasters waiting in the wings? The man goes very, very still at the answer, then starts shaking. What the hell are the humans up to? Are you implying that we have some form of magic mumps jumping around the ship? No? Thank God. All right, purge it with fire and throw those idiots in with the arsonists. I'll deal with them as a group. He growls before letting out a breath and composing himself. Why is it that the mentally infirm obsessives on my ship have given me better results with less headaches than my actual accredited scientists? The Admiral listens for a moment before snorting in mild amusement. I'm not sure I wanted an answer to that, but it does make sense. Do we have any other impending disasters? Dis creeps closer to maybe catch whatever's being said on the opposite side as the Admiral receives a lengthy explanation. That's not a disaster. That's the intended result. The Admiral takes some steps away and leans against the desk, getting Dis to roll his eyes and begin sneaking up again. Yes, implement stage 2. He says just as Dis leans in close to listen, with the microphone turned way up. The person on the other end is the same woman that he had heard on the main communicator. A fair point, Miss Larkin. However, we still have to test the reactions the locals have towards human affairs in order to have a proper grasp of things going forwards. I'm aware, sir. I've already selected who gets shore leave and the restrictions on their behavior. Larkin says from the other side, and Dis wonders exactly what a human woman looks like. Probably like a Tret. Exactly like a Tret. The human men could certainly pass for Tret men. Some people were convinced this was a breakaway colony, sending literally all their men in an attempt to mess with the council. As far as scams go, such an attempt would be unprecedented. But no, there were small physiological differences, mostly in that stink that human men give off. Nasty to him, but apparently it was loaded with pheromones, so it was pure sex and an unending invitation to female senses. Of course, the second big difference was that the humans casually ate poison. Just straight-up poison and chemical weapons in absurd amounts. If these men were Trets, then they had to have been genetically engineered on a massive scale, and where the hell would they hide something like that? As his imagination runs wild, Dis completely fails to notice the conversation wrapping up, Admiral Cistern giving him a dirty look out of the corner of his eye and standing up to leave the room. "Hello, sir. I do hate to interrupt, but I feel that our guests are growing impatient," Philip says, opening the door. "Thank you, Philip. Clean up in here, would you?" Admiral Cistern says, stepping out as Philip steps in. "Of course, sir. I will do as the butler does and tidy up," the proper old gentleman says as he closes the door. Dis begins slinking around the older man so he can do his teleport and continue to follow the Admiral. Then the old man's hand snaps out and wraps around his throat with brutal force. "Now then, young one, perhaps we can have a chat at exactly what you think you're doing." "What?" Dis chokes out in shock. How had he known? How had he figured him out? The humans were supposed to have little, if any, skill in axiom use. There's no way he'd be detected. "I believe I'll be the one asking questions here, young man," Philip says with an angry glare. "Now then." He begins before quickly patting Dis down and finding the recorder. He pulls it out with a flick and sets it to playback. The entire damning recording is played at length before the older man nods and tucks the recorder back into Dis's shirt. "If that's all, then you're free to go, and I apologize for the unpleasantness," he says, letting go of Dis's now bruising neck. "What?" Dis demands. "This is not what's supposed to happen when a spy is caught. He can just go. Where are the threats? Where's the danger? What's happening?" "You're free to go. Cheerio and ta and all the other forms of farewell. Good day, sir," he says, walking back over to the door and placing his hand on the handle. "Oh? Then allow me to educate you, young man. You see, we're in the midst of a massive disinformation campaign, and your little spy efforts are actually to our advantage. It's really quite simple." "How is it to your advantage?" "Several reasons. First off, you entirely lack any form of context that makes anything you heard damning at all. Secondly, with your technological level, it's considered child's play to splice and modulate voices into any known sample. You can't prove a thing with a voice recording. Furthermore, by allowing you to leave with the information and you knowing that we're allowing you to leave with the information, it immediately places the whole of it under suspicion. So thank you truly for your assistance," the proper old man says with a little bow. "Who are you, really?" "Really? I am Sir Philip Bernard Masterson, retired agent from the employ of the Queen of England. I have been pulled from my palatial estate, vast personal wealth, and numerous beloved grandchildren for this one final opportunity to serve Queen and country in a manner that previously was simply not possible. I have set the record for every type of mission prior to my retirement, and now, with my reinstatement, I will set the standard for missions such as these. You am the better spy. Yes. Incidentally, would you acquiesce to receiving advice? Make a point of standing behind furniture or physical objects. Invisibility is an excellent boon, but it does not preclude you from having an impact on the surrounding environment. You're leaving footprints in the carpet, Philip says plainly to dumb it down for him. The shifting of the footprints he'd been using to track the young Cloakenshift ever so to show he's indeed looking down. The nervous shuffling of them lets him know that his message has gone across cleanly. Now then, young man, run along and please tell your masters that Sir Philip bids them a good day, the proper old spy says, opening the door and gesturing him to leave. What's going on? One of the ambassadors asks as Dis walks out in a bit of a daze and simply leaves the ambassadorial suite. Nothing to be concerned about, madam. However, I am most concerned that I have let this meeting go on too long without some refreshment. May I offer some herbal teas, perhaps? We get one shot, get it right, Airfarce says as the doors on the air van open on either side. The howling winds blasting through tear up a few loose wrappers that had been missed in the cleaning, and after a few rotations of slapping against everyone were whisked outside. "Coming to the turn in T-5 seconds, he bellows as the men brace themselves. "Nothing like a Sunday drive to calm the nerves, eh, Pookie?" Airfarce asks with an enormous grin on his face as he effortlessly weaves through the canyon at maximum speed to keep their target in sight. "Little skeet shoot on the side? Good times, good times," Pukey remarks before leaning out the side with one hand, holding onto the railing installed in the custom van. He takes aim and blasts with the laser cannon. There's too much distance and too much movement to do any damage, but it lets the van ahead of them know that they have their full and undivided attention. Meanwhile, the other 8 members of the squad reach the entrance of the canyon and begin setting up cylinders welded to large plates. Wire is wrapped around an exposed copper portion of each one and led back towards Itchy to the left of the canyon, as they then start piling rocks around them, leaving the tops exposed just barely, but tossing sand and grit to cut down on the shine. "Chaser, this is Mortar, do you copy?" Bike says into the large device he had carried himself. "Copy, Mortar. This is Chaser. Initiating readout sync on my mark. Mark." Airfarce says in response, and Bike flips a switch on the portable communications center. A screen lights up showing 3 readings. Distance to the van, distance of the target to the van, and a speed reading in meters per second. Sync is live. Readout is clear. You are traveling at 400 kilometers an hour and slowly closing the distance to the target. Data confirmed. Information is accurate, Airfarce says before cackling. "There goes their paint job, ha ha ha." "Woo!" Pukey cheers loud enough to be heard through the comms. "We're done," the Hat exclaims, as he and the rest of the guys rush out of the canyon and start prepping their weapons to the sides of the canyon entrance. "It's go time! Reel that fish in!" Bike reports, and there's a gleeful cackle from Airfarce before the distance between the target and van drops like an anchor before suddenly widening. "Looky there. She wants to try the canyon trick again." "Adorable," Bike remarks as it all starts coming together. "Get ready, boys, on my mark, Itchy," he says as he stares intently at the numbers. The distance to the van is dropping like a bomb but remains steady on its distance to the target van. The speeds are in the several hundreds of kilometers per hour through the tight, twisting canyon. A cheap, dirty trick that the criminals have used many times to shred pursuing vehicles. Going over just gave them time to slow down and stop in the treacherous terrain and do whatever they want with whoever they grabbed. Usually something completely horrible and psychotic. The magnetic fields of the world were heavy around here, so scanning equipment was all kinds of fucked, forcing people to rely on eyesight alone. And with how the canyon was, you had to be directly over the exact spot with the van to spot it, letting them hide despite everyone knowing where they were. "Halfway through Mortar, get ready," Airfarce warns him. "Steady!" Bike shouts, holding his arm up as the numbers drop. "Steady!" There, 1/2 kilometer. "Mark!" He throws down his arm and Itchy initiates the detonator. There's an ungodly bang, and the larger air van comes screaming out of the canyon covered in flames and shedding shrapnel. Its anti-grav is completely wrecked as it slams into the ground and skids before tumbling over and rolling twice before hitting the softer dirt and digging a deep furrow, then slamming into a large stone in a bone-jarring impact. "That's how you fucking do it." "Woo!" Itchy screams out in joy even as Airfarce and Pukey swoop in on the team van. Bike turns off the power to the device and quickly hoists it onto his back through the shoulder straps before racing to jump into the side. "Damn fine work, boys. Let's lock it down and get paid," Pukey says from the front seat as the van takes off again and zooms in next to its downed prey. Kinda like a vulture that was too damn impatient for any of that circling nonsense. The door to the side of the target van jostled and jumped as the men rushed out of their own van with their weapons at the ready. Only Airfarce remains inside as he maneuvers it to poise above them all like a hawk waiting to swoop in and kill, albeit with a great deal more vehicular homicide than usual. The door slams open and a brown-haired rabbi collapses out. Her upper right arm and lower left are covered in tattoos. Mustard rushes over and points his automatic down into the hatch, even as the dazed pilot is dragged out by J3 and Dong. All 4 of her arms are cuffed, and she's set to the side. See this? This is a beacon. You get 100 meters from this and boom, no more hands. Understand? Itchy threatens her as she blinks groggily at him. He snaps his fingers in her face and snorts. We got a concussion, first maybe second degree. Rabbit bitch got rocked. Keep it professional, people. Pukey warns them as a brute arcana slowly crawls out. She's slapped in explosive cuffs while staring down the barrel of Pukey's new laser cannon. Well aware it was the weapon that had been lighting up the van during the chase, and there was nothing to stop it from going clean through her if she played stupid games. The overly muscled conglomeration of spider and woman is sat down next to the dazed rabbis. See this? This is a beacon. Get more than 100 meters from it and boom, bye-bye hands and back. Get it? Itchy explains, holding up the small device. Good, he says, then notices her gaze follows it. Don't even think about it. The beacon has its own safeguards. Any one of them goes off and it's boom time. Don't shoot! Don't shoot! I surrender! I completely surrender! A Drin woman says, emerging next. She's hauled out and cuffed in cannon point. She has some cuts along her head, has blood pouring down from the base of her antenna, and she just sits down and shuts down next to the brood arcana. Another injury here. The Nagasha can't move. That's the lot of them. Keep your gun on her. I'll call it in, Bike says as he pulls off a much more robust model of comm from his thigh straps and tunes it to the local police. The report is clinical, to the point, and emphasizing the need for containment and medical services. And bring the bounty for the multi-maimers in Pro-TN. He finishes before hanging up. They'll bring him in trade bars most likely. It's only 8 pieces at that point, is the reasonable response. Shove a sock in it and keep these idiots in sight. I don't want this multi-armed maniacs pulling a fast one. Pukey barks out, and the conversations stop. Minutes pass as the men glower at their captives while keeping their guns trained on them without fail. T-minus 2 minutes, Bike says, and the men adjust their grips on their weapons as their response. A small train of vehicles swoop in from above, and a small army of officers and paramedics rush out. There's a bit of an issue as the maimer's vehicle is cut open to pull out the injured Nagasha without aggravating her injuries, as all 4 of the criminals are formally arrested and the statements of the bounty hunters are taken. There's a few minutes of annoyance as they slowly and carefully remove the explosive cuffs from the women before they're carted away, and an armored box with 8 Protean trade bars is left for them. All right, fun part's over. Time for cleanup, Pukey says as everyone straps their heavier weapons and the case of trade bars into the modified van, which then flies back to the nearby canyon entrance. Pity we can't get a salvage claim on their van. That thing's fast and maneuverable for a brick its size, Bike notes as he jumps out to assist with the removal of the mortar turrets and generally picking up bits of shrapnel before some kid comes along and gets themselves gouged open on the sharp metal. We'll just have to console ourselves with the second small fortune we've earned in so many weeks. I know it's hard, boys, but we've only got a stupid amount of cash and the admiration of all our peers on the Dauntless. These are trying times for us poor, neglected bounty hunters, the Hat says as he removes his headwear and holds it to his chest with a theatrical sniff. The cleanup is quick and efficient as they soon have a pile of used mortars to the side of the canyon entrance and are tying everything together for easy transportation. We got company, Airfarce says a few moments before an air bike with a massive Canador woman descends from the sky. Her pelt is jet black with yellow highlights, and her lips are naturally a bright red, signifying that she's ripe and ready, as if her massively overdeveloped proportions that she's barely bothering to hide in her tight leather biker outfit weren't hint enough. Oh my. So you are the ones who just took in the multi-maimers? How did a bunch of little boys beat me to the bounty? She asks as she sways over to the van. When active, the vehicle hovers at least a foot off the ground and is 5 feet from the bottom to the ceiling, giving it plenty of legroom even after accommodating for the half-foot of sheer mechanical and electrical work to keep the thing flying. Despite the technical specs keeping Airfarce at nearly 6 feet, she has to lean down to address him, then take a step back, as all he can see is her massive side boob. He shakes his head and focuses himself before she gets a glimpse of him staring, but he most certainly did stare. Skill, lady, skill, Airfarce states, and she softly snorts. Darling, I understand that you might to brag and seem to be the big man in front of me, but I understand if there was just some silly little trick. It's the simple and often silly things in life that are to be treasured, she says, reaching in to pat him on the head. She misses the slight twitch around his eye before a nasty grin crosses his face. Onyx will do, and don't you worry either way. You're a delicate little tret that doesn't need to worry about the big bad Canador taking a bite. Too dainty. I'm sure, Airfarce says. Hey, Captain, mind if I show Miss Onyx here exactly how we did this? Airfarce asks, and Pukey just quirks an eyebrow and nods. Excellent. Climb on in and hold on tight. It's a bit of a ride, he offers before pressing a button to open the side door next to her. Oh, this is adorable. I can't wait to see exactly how you did this, she says as she clambers in and crouches down with one hand on the back of each front row seat. It's a simple enough trick, Airfarce says as the door closes and everyone gets out of the way to give him a clear run to the canyon. Somehow she still hasn't clued into the fact that something's up. Time to rock her world. It goes a little something like this, he says, then slams the accelerator into the floor. Onyx lets out a shriek of shock as the world around them is reduced to a brownish tan blur. Now the difficult part is timing out everything and getting your reflexes right. I've actually cheated a little in that I'm flying a smaller vehicle than the Maimers use, Airfarce says casually as Onyx screams in terror and her clawed fingers dig through the cushioning of the van to hold on to the frame, and only the frame. Now beyond the tight walls, without much forgiveness, we've got a few really tricky moments coming up. First is a spot where we have to take off and climb halfway up the canyon in order to get, though, a gap in the walls so that we don't shred the sides clean off our van. It's the one where most law enforcement and bounty hunters over the years have gotten themselves killed. Airfarce explains, looking back at her as she runs out of air to scream and just gapes at him in naked horror. Are you trying to get us killed? She stutters in fear. Killed? Madam, I could fly this canyon in my sleep, Airfarce remarks. He hauls back on the controls and the van jumps further into the air and through a gap in the wall of leaning stones, and then forces the stick forward again to all but dive the van to the ground and barely avoid a massive outcropping. You're insane, she shrieks as a near miss causes her to try and jump, only to be painfully reminded that she's in a tiny van and has little, if any, room to maneuver. But with these speeds... I know, kiddie stuff, but the van doesn't go any faster without illegal modifications. Airfarce cuts her off. Oh, by the way, he continues, looking back. We're coming up to another hard part, he says with a huge smile right before the canyon closes overhead and they're plunged into pitch-black shadows. This is the second point near the other end of the canyon that killed almost as many people as the wall from the other side, he says, not even bothering to look at where they're going. Watch the path! But we can't see Dick. Not to mention the whole cave is full of refractive crystals. I turn the headlights on and we go blind, he says, as he jerks the steering left then right to jink around some unseen hazard as Onyx whimpers in horror. Oh, that new species that arrived on Centris, mostly men? The Dauntless is mostly full of men, but there are as many women as men. Of course, that means the girls just get so picky most men are left out cold. Ah, well, time to go back to the rest of the gents. Airfarce rambles before flashing a nasty smile. He then accelerates back into the canyon. You really need to relax back there. That kind of stress can tear years off your life. Learn to decompress, you know. You're fucking crazy. No, I'm just really damn good at what I do. Hear you like music? I like music. Let's put on some music, he says, absently fiddling with the controls. Ah, here's a good one, he says as strange instruments sound up. Oh ho ho ho, oh ho 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 ho. There's a repeat in the music, then a pause. Everybody was kung fu fighting, he translates as he sings. Those kicks were fast as lightning. He then turns around and holds up his hand with his fingers and thumb an inch apart to demonstrate the next part. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. What, you don't like funky music? Fine, let's get something with more kick to it, he says, fiddling with the buttons, and strange halting music comes up. This has more kick to it? She almost says something before everything shifts. Man and machine and nothing there in between. A flying circus and a man from Prussia. Airfar sings along as he shoots through the upper gap in the wall again, and once more dives toward the ground to avoid the van being shredded by the merciless canyon. The sky and a plane. This man commands his domain, the Western Front all the way to Russia. A slight smell makes itself known in the van as she all but shrinks back against the rear hatch, just before they veer away from outcroppings that she hadn't noticed due to screaming the first time through. Death from above, you're under fire. Stained red as blood, he's roaming higher. For the goddess's sake, stop! She screams in utter terror and flies forward as he stomps on the brake to plow into the back of both seats at once. The van drifts forward slowly and just barely out of the canyon as she catches her breath. So, think you understand the trick now? Airfarce asks her, and she rises up to look him square in the eye. Or do you need another demonstration of skill? He asks as he lowers the van to the entrance of the canyon and gently touches down. She just pants a bit as her heart is clearly on the edge of a straight-up revolt, and his grin cranks up a notch. Not a very romantic soul, are you? Here I am taking you for a leisurely afternoon drive to exotic locations, serenading you with the songs of my people, and you hate every moment of it. He mocks her, and something in her seems to snap, and she looks him clear in the eye with something burning in hers. Good, she says, grabbing him by the shirt and hauling him into the back as she kisses him hard and all but rams her tongue down his throat. Pay up, Pukey says to J3 as the van starts rocking. Well, we're here for a bit. Grab some smokes, boys, the Hat says with a chuckle as he pulls out a pack. He has to resist a groan as he walks into the bar. Yes, he was told everything about the plan, and the only thing he had to keep secret was that it was a plan. Be honest, be open, and be ready for the freak-out. It wasn't a good idea to deck a superior officer, but the temptation was there. Still, it was better to go into this knowing that there'd be problems. Do you have something maybe twice as strong as a Centris Special? He asks, and the insect woman manning, womaning? The bar gives him an odd look. Are you one of those humans? She asks, and he nods. Okay, I'll need you to sign this. She says as another woman takes a deep and immediate interest. He doesn't pay attention as she saunters up, her red and black gown designed to emphasize just how ripe she is. Ma'am, I don't know what you want, but I don't think I can do whatever it is, he says plainly, turning to face her as he finishes the paperwork. You don't think you can do it? Come on, little man. The axiom's strong even if you think the DNA isn't. I could easily give you a loving daughter. She cooed down at the little human. To her eyes, he was a well-seasoned member of his kind, with a fair amount of white mixed into his brown hair and a tightening around his eyes, even at the best of times. She drank this in as she recalled that they'd arrived on Centris just some weeks ago to open official communications. So many men, they'd managed to increase the amount of males on the planet by 25%. And this was one ship. One ship. She was going to get lucky tonight, come hell or red wind. Ma'am, look, I'm flattered that you think I'd be a good partner, but there are some problems, he begins, and it's all she can do to resist rolling her eyes as she brings up her drink to her lips with her lower left arm. It's probably some silly bubkiss about her being an insect and him a mammal, like it really mattered. With the axiom, her eggs would grow anyways. I'm not going to eat your head, darling. I may have evolved from such a murderous species, but I assure you, the only eating is something you'll love. She croons and he seems to flush. Ah, she's getting to him. This'll be in the bag, good and quick. Please call me Misty, she chirps at him. He sets down his drink and swallows before looking up at her with a glare. Ma'am, fuck it. I'm asexual. I don't have the urges you're aiming at. The very idea of sticking the place where my piss comes from into the place where your piss comes from disgusts me in ways that galactic trade cannot convey, he says with a harsh snarl as she almost recoils at the sheer toxicity in his tone. What? She asks as the bar goes very, very quiet, confirming her suspicion that the entire bar was listening in. No sexual urges? What is wrong with him? Should she call an ambulance? Is he sick? Has he been struck with a terrible curse? Do his pants cover brutal scars and terrible wounds? Furthermore, even if I had those urges, my family's tendency to cancer took care of that some 15 years ago. Meaning that when I had to choose between the testicles I never used or my life, the choice was obvious. Now, could you please direct your focus to someone that won't be straight up disgusted by it? I'm fine, he protests. No, you are not. You are going to the hospital if I have to fly you there myself, Misty states, poking at him with one of her blade arms. As she's not focusing any axiom into the weapon, it fails to draw any sort of blood from the clearly delirious male. Very clearly delirious as he swats away her blade arms with the flat of his fleshy palm. They'll be here in 10 minutes. The call from the bar had gone through. Screw this. I came here to unwind, not to be dragged into this madness, the man says, making to leave, but Misty simply grabs onto him. Then he goes utterly berserk, wrenches himself out of her grip and makes for the door. Two parts of a young six-part Lydris get into his way, and he rolls along their grasping arms to shoulder the door open and make it into the street. The rest of the Lydris soon chases him out as Misty, and several other patrons give chase. Fuck, 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 fuck. Well, it's not like this wasn't the plan. He grunts to himself as he notices some of the very few women from the Dauntless in the crowds. They'd stuffed their shirts and pants to mimic Tret's more closely, and some had even dyed their hair or applied their makeup with a paint roller. It had taken all he had not to burst out laughing at the sight of his observers and backup. He does the only sensible thing and jumps as hard as he can. Unfortunately for our escapee, the ambulance had actually showed up about a minute ago and were trying to figure out how to get a clearly uncooperative and injured patient to the hospital without causing further harm. The ambulance swoops down from above, and the rear door opens to reveal a deep Krag Nagasha in a nurse's uniform, her rattle glowing brightly with axiom as she shakes it, and he's covered in a matching aura. His fall is guided into the ambulance where he's strapped to a gurney and the door slams shut. Well, damn, for a dude without balls, he sure has a fucking pair, a voice says, and from just under the tier, a man on an air bike flies out with a grin. Are you a friend of his? Kinda, we play poker. If he was in really bad shape, he'd have called for me. The man says, then starts as the ambulance flies away. Excuse me, he says and shoots off after the emergency response vehicle. I have an older sister that works in the hospital. I think we should go talk to her, Shireen says, and Misty offers her a smile before they head off. It was a benign reaction, sir, over the top, but well-intended from what I can tell. One of the Tret women in the crowd notes into her personal comm. Oh, don't worry, there's so much gossip going on that it would take a dedicated spy standing right next to me to sniff me out, and they'd need to learn English besides. Anyways, I'll be following some girls of interest. Corporal Yale out. I'm goddamn fine already, let me go, he protests as he's rushed into examination and moved from the gurney to an examination table. A panel of solid, soft blue light manifests just below him and moves up, showing a wireframe of his person with red markings all over it, most of them correlating to old scars and wounds he's taken through his life, with the biggest ones focused around his crotch. The fact that there are several in his brain actually has him concerned. There's talking around him about techniques relating to regeneration before he clears his throat loudly and repeatedly to grab attention. I know I can't stop you from using your alien techniques on me, but could I at least have a copy of the record of whatever it is you're doing to me? He asks, and there's a pause. Yes, we were told you were manic and unable to understand your injuries. No, someone called it in wrong. My family is prone to a condition called cancer. This is where malignant tumors start growing in the body and destroying the organs they grow from. They're also prone to spreading. I had testicular cancer and made the choice of castration over death, as it had a very good chance of moving to my intestinal tract, or maybe even brain. Unfortunately, it seems you actually have some growths in your brain. So it flared up again. Well, that's just something else in common with my father and grandfather then. He says, letting his head slump back as he considers things before looking up at the wireframe. The red indicators of disease or damage are focused around the lower parts of the brain. Can I be allowed to use my communicator? I need to talk to some people. He's unstrapped without further questions and pulls out the device. Hello, ma'am. I've just been rushed to the hospital, and it looks like my cancer's back for revenge, he says in a forcibly flat and calm tone. It's in the brain. I think the part called the cerebellum, which means it's not really affecting me yet, as I'm getting around just fine, but do we have the means to extract the tumors on the Dauntless? There's a dead silence in the room. All right, let's leave that as a backup. I'll speak with the doctors here. Thank you, ma'am, he says before deactivating the comm. He looks almost hollow before he takes a breath and focuses. Simplest is a full regenerative sleep. This causes the axiom to basically reset the body to the DNA's baseline. Surgeries, scars, even lost body parts are restored or taken away as appropriate, and all malignant growths are undone. Wisdom teeth? A holdover from evolution. Humans have more teeth than our mouths can hold, so the wisdom teeth are removed to make room for the rest, he says before his communicator goes off. Engineer Pike, here, he says into the device. All right, I understand. The Dauntless has sent another soldier to check in on me, make sure I'm not being forced into anything, and get another pair of eyes on whatever your procedure is. So lay it on me. How expensive is this, and how long will I be out? It's actually a very easy thing to do. It's time-consuming, but once it's started, a regenerative coma sustains itself on the ambient axiom energy. It even feeds you and prevents starvation or dehydration. What's this about a shelf? The bike-riding soldier from before asks as he walks in. Then you should have hit your panic button or called my name as we discussed, Reginald. Lawrence snaps back and Pike just sighs. Cancer making you pissy? Lawrence asks after a moment. It's like having a gun to your head in your head. If that doesn't upset you, then something is really wrong with you. He returns and Lawrence snorts. I'm going to give it a shot, but we need to figure out what we need to sign so the scientists and doctors off the Dauntless can show up for observation. If it works, great. If not, I'm nearly 60 and I've crossed the fucking galaxy. I've beaten cancer once already, and more than a few accidents that should have killed me without a mark. If it kills me, then we know not to do it, and you only lost one broken old bastard. You're not broken, buddy. Banged up? Maybe, but not broken. Pike gives Lawrence a smile as they clasp hands. He pulls the younger man into a half hug before letting him go. All right, ladies. What do I have to fill in to get this healing coma thing started? You don't have to be so nervous, sir. This is a well-practiced and known technique, the doctor says gently, as she would have to be blind and deaf to miss his trepidation. Not on humans, it's not. Still, let's start signing the needed forms, Pike says, standing up and then following a doctor who gestures for him to follow her. I know you're there, ladies, Lawrence says after a moment, prompting Misty and two of Shireen's heads to peer around the door. Why? Misty begins stepping through and regaining her composure. Why is he so convinced that a healing sleep would hurt him? What's with you humans? Shireen demands. What's with you non-humans? We're different races. Our perspective on things is as strange to you as yours is strange to us. As for Engineer Reginald Pike, Lawrence begins jerking his thumb in the direction the older man went. He's a bit more fatalistic than most. Sickness and accident has claimed all his family, and he's the last of them. His line ends with him, and on top of that, he, along with a good chunk of the soldiers serving on the Dauntless, were convinced it was a suicide mission. Since things have turned out well, he's waiting for things to balance out, which at this point in his head means he's waiting for something horrible enough to kill him to happen. He's getting it on the physical. The mental, though, that's something that takes a while, and he's not exactly a young man anymore, Lawrence says before sighing. Excuse me. I need to make a call to the Dauntless to let them know what's going on. Are you sure this is enough? I mean, next to you, I look like I'm wearing repaired rags. Vernon asks Miro Noir, who lets out a little titter as she gives him a kiss on the cheek. I'm only getting the one chance to make a good first impression, and family is important. I'd like to be on their good side. He frets, and she shakes her head fondly. The last few weeks had been nothing short of blissful. Vernon was attentive, sweet, and considerate. His commanding officer, Admiral Cistern, had not only given his blessing, but had given the soldier the next month off for a honeymoon, apparently a human tradition to celebrate the marriage with a vacation, as well as a rather astounding gift of raw coinage that apparently a large portion of the crew of the Dauntless had all contributed somewhat to. There had been talk about having a wedding ceremony when humans get out more easily from cruel space. He wanted his family there for it, which was so sweet she could barely keep the dopey smile off her face whenever she thought about it. Don't worry about it. I'm not sure how it happens on your homeworld, but Apuk are very accepting of husbands. She assures him, and he runs a hand through his hair and chuckles. I know I'm being silly, my spicy sweet. It's just I worry. My mind too active to not consider all sorts of things, even those that just won't happen. He says, leaning against her and pulling her into a gentle hug. My. Miro Noir, you marvelous young lady. Where did you find a tret in uniform, no less? Another Apuk asks, and Vernon turns to regard Miro Noir's other mothers, a gaggle of 10 Apuk women, all of them wearing a combination of shell and gown, most favoring the shell more than gown, and more than half are both very tall and very muscular. I'm afraid I'm no tret, ladies. I'm human, a bit more crude, I'm afraid. Vernon, you're not crude. Miro Noir chides him from the hug she's been partially released from. Compared to so lovely a lady? He asks, leaning up to give her a quick kiss on the lips. I'm afraid I am. Oh, so sweet and loving. Come here, you. Miro Noir's mother gushes as she pulls Vernon into the hug, eliciting an eep of surprise from the soldier. My name is Sia Noir, but you can call me Mommy, too. Sia, let the poor tret breathe. Another mother says, laughing as Vernon returns the hug before breaking away and pulling Miro Noir into a hug from behind. He's tall enough that her tail goes between his legs without any real danger. Oh no, he's no tret, he's human. Gutha, have some decorum. There's a man here. Sia chides her. Oh, don't worry. I'm a soldier. I've heard much worse. Though I am curious as to how I might prove myself to be a human rather than a tret. Vernon says calmly. His mind is racing, though. So there's a chunk of the galaxy that flat out doesn't believe they're real? That's interesting, but how to dispel it? Or maybe take advantage of it, as that's a perfect way to get around all sorts of limits and let a person cause all kinds of chaos. Something to tell the handlers on the Dauntless. Show me something no tret can do. Something unique to humans. Gutha says with a shrug, and Vernon considers. Oh, a bioscanner. Humans have some intriguing internal differences, particularly with the internal organs. Miro Noir says, and Vernon gives her an affectionate squeeze. Oh my, yes, the poor woman, she was not having a good day, Miro Noir says, and Vernon just chuckles. Anyone bring a scanner? Sia asks, and there are blank looks all around. Well, there are basic ones at the average restaurant, Vernon states, while also reminding the group as to where exactly the majority of this get-together was planned to be. He's right. Besides girls, we were planning on introducing him to some Apuk dining. Let him know what he's in for. Sia says. Right. This way then, mothers. The branch of the shelled supper is quite close. Miro Noir says, and there's some good-natured chatter as the whole group starts moving. Curiously, they form a sort of protective ring around Vernon and Miro Noir. Another little something to bring up when he next contacts the Dauntless. The restaurant they lead him to isn't massively fancy and not a family-owned establishment. Okay, it's probably a single family and a few locals running it, but it's part of a company. It's a chain, sit down and don't feel too cheap restaurant. Fancy for those that are counting their coins. Vernon is taking all the alien culture in that he can, as they're led into an out-of-the-way dining room that Sia had apparently reserved. She wanted a chance to dote on her daughter and son-in-law, and the other girls had all pitched in. Just from what he was hearing, and the general behavior Vernon was pinging to the idea that all children are more or less communally raised, but the biological parents have the ultimate authority. Menus are brought out, and it's printed in galactic trade, but all the dishes are cultural. None of them are things he recognizes the words of beyond the prepositions, conjunctions, and determiners. The nouns are all completely foreign, and as such the adjectives and adverbs are left rather pointless. First time eating a pook style? Sia asks with a coy smile that Miro Noir definitely inherited. Try the simmered Ulcan thigh, it's a classic, Miro Noir suggests, and he smiles at her. Well, I do intend to prove myself as something other than a tret, and if they don't bring a bioscanner after an order like that, then eating it will be proof enough. Vernon says mildly. By the by, these drinks don't have an ethanol content or alcohol content on them. The pyre breath is the strongest, Miro Noir tells him and titters at the sight of her mother's looking concerned. I dare say you're all in for a surprise, Miro Noir says and lets out a giggle as Vernon leans over to give her a kiss. Well, delusional or not, I can't fault how well you've charmed him, Gutha remarks with a smile. That's when the mother that went in search of the scanner returns. Ah, excellent. Time to put this to rest. Indeed. Calibrate it for acidity, please, followed by stimulants. Oh, you're showing off those glands, Miro Noir asks, and he nods. It makes sense. No tret the galaxy over has anything like those. Not internally, but there are similar effects in a frenzy patch. Vernon reminds her, and she nods at the thought as her mother scans Vernon and gasps. Quite comfortably. What seems to have you so concerned? Vernon asks with an impudent smile. You have high-grade acid concentrated in your abdomen. Good for digestion, breaks down all sorts of poisons and more, Vernon says with a smile on his face. Not to mention how you've weaponized it, Miro Noir notes. Wait, you mentioned stimulants, by the goddess. You're completely drugged. No, that's an incidental amount of adrenaline. The glands aren't pumping at the moment. And what does this adrenaline do? A large increase to reaction speed, shuts down my sense of pain, and there's a few tricks with human muscles that it unlocks. They're actually a lot stronger than we normally have access to, but our bones aren't actually strong enough to use all that power without breaking. Generally, I'm using maybe 60–70% of it, so it's not an insubstantial boost. Oh my gracious, the amount of pheromones you're pumping out, the mother with the bioscanner says, and Miro Noir starts giggling as Vernon just scratches the back of his neck ruefully. I thought you just overdid cologne for some reason. Not this. I actually have deodorant on. It cuts back on the scent and the pheromones, yet it still smells like I've been swimming in it, hasn't it? He asks, and she looks at the bioscanner in fascination. There's a higher concentration in my spit, he says, and the little bit of conversation ends as a waitress walks in. A very, very short woman with bright pink hair and a clipboard. Hello, I'm Morga. I'm your waitress tonight. Can I get you started on drinks, or do you all know what you want? Oh, I know what I want. So does my hubby here. Mothers, you all remember your favorites, I hope? Miro Noir asks, and there's smiles all around, and the orders are quickly said as the menus are collected. She pauses when Vernon orders simmered Ulcan thigh with a glass of pyre breath on the side. Are you sure? That's all for Apoc biology. Unless breathing fire's a pastime for you, handsome, then it's a pretty rough meal. I'll be fine. I'm human, not a tret, he says, and she gasps. Really? Is it true that you consider Wicked Winter and Farracus Flame to be seasonings? She asks, and he nods before grinning. Here, scan this, he says, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a small case with tiny white pills. He levers one into his palm and holds it out for examination. Morga is given the scanner and examines it, causing her eyes to widen. Concentrated Wicked Winter, she declares, and he nods before making a point of placing it on his tongue. Wow. Okay, so it was simmered Ulcan thigh and a glass of pyre breath. Got it, she says, writing it down and giving a slight bow before rushing out. Can I tempt anyone? he asks, and there's a pause before everyone except Miro Noir puts out their hand for a sample. 10 Tic Tacs are handed out, and to both Vernon's and Miro Noir's amusement, 10 tongues of flame erupt into the air to clear out the sheer overpowering taste. When they look down, Vernon pops in another 3 into his own mouth and crunches down on them. Friends in the EFL have said that there have been instances where spicy peppers they've eaten were stolen by other races who die of shock when they bite into them. I didn't see it myself, but seeing as you all prefer a mouthful of literal fire over a breath mint, I believe it. He's actually been doing most of the cooking, seeing what human dishes I can handle, which is most of them so long as he stays away from the spice rack. But that's where the flavor of the meal comes from, Vernon protests with a wide smile. Flavor is fine. An entire layer of ground pain kernels and sodium chloride is another matter entirely. She responds, and he chuckles. Still, he's an excellent cook when he can resist his urge to poison things. She semi-teases, semi-compliments him, and he chuckles. Speaking of poison, it looks like our drinks have arrived, Vernon says as the door opens and Morga wheels in a trolley. Human slang, poison can be slang for alcohol or other narcotics, Vernon says with his hands up as if in surrender. Oh, all right then. Odd, but all right, Morga says before handing out the drinks. Here you go, big man, 1 pyre breath. Thank you, he says, and take a sip. Oh, it's like a white wine. Here I was thinking I'd ordered something like a rum or a whiskey, not something so tame. Tame? It dries out the mouth, making you feel like your tongue is tinder set for a pyre. Saye protests, and Vernon laughs. Oh, is that all? Drinks aren't considered exciting for my kind until we can light them on fire before drinking them. This is the sort of thing I was allowed to have as a small child. He sat up with a gasp. The everything that ever happened to him flashes in front of him. A happy childhood, clearer than it was ever before. The good, the bad, and the ugly of his teenage years. Signing up for the Marines and halfway through basic contact being made. A lifelong love of cowboy and horror movies. A period of burning, painful madness in zero gravity after an even more grueling training on Earth. Friends and family and their faces, and times together and apart. A deep stabbing pain in his gut at the thought of never seeing his family again, and the girlfriend he broke up with to reach the stars. The uncertainty, the admiration, the mission, an order, waking up to horror, an escape, a mistake. Herbert Jameson opens his eyes but sees nothing. He holds a hand to his hand and finds a soft cloth with metal plates bolted to it. The sheer sensation of touch is immense, like something the Nerd Squad would go on and on and on about when describing hypersensitivity. You're awake. Thank goodness. Your friends are out getting some breakfast. I'll let them know to bring extra for you, a woman's voice says, and there's a tapping sound. I'm in the hospital, right? What the hell is wrong with my voice? He asks as a higher pitch comes out. Then he forces it down into its proper tone. It's rough on the throat, though. He reaches up and all but tears off the cloth before flinching at the sight of the black chitinous creature in front of him. No, no, no. I won't hurt you, I swear, she says, holding up 2 sets of arms. I'm sorry. We all are. It's not excuse for our behavior, but we were all set up. She explains, and he absently wonders how she can even see him when she doesn't have visible eyes. Or is the entire stretched-out forehead a massive sensory organ? He absently reaches around him for some kind of weapon, and under his pillow he finds a pistol. One of the boys must have placed it there. He pulls it out but doesn't reveal it, instead tucking it and the arm holding it under the thin blankets. I was told that if you wake up when they're not here to give you a choice of a short explanation and a long one, and tell you that they have a recording of the massively public trial that's still ongoing. I'm making galactic news? We all are, she says wryly, and there's an unfamiliar musical jingle. She pulls out her personal communicator. Your friends want to know if you prefer sausage, bacon, or standard muffin? I don't understand. I'm not a medical student, so I don't know the official name, but it keeps your memories intact during a healing coma. Without it, then the restoration would wipe out your memories too. Apparently all the memories flashing back to you when you wake up. Is it giving all the memories back after copying them? I wouldn't know. I've never needed a full healing coma, she says, and his eyebrows go up. Are you implying that reversing the aging process is something you people just do as part of the healing process? He asks, and she shrugs. Bonkers. The galaxy is bonkers. Oh, like you humans are any less strange. I mean, really, who dives out a skyscraper window to escape his loving wives? The xenomorph from Aliens. I know. Do you want to know what happened? She says somewhat tartly. Apparently the subject is already old, worn, and irritating. Sure, he says. It is, after all, more useful to get information than to throw insults. The short version is that an under-administrator was on the payroll of Vifan Laka, a former political rival of Ambassador Hlela, set us all up. Due to the way our society is structured, her screw-ups would fall onto the ambassador. So the first time a human ended up on our territory, it ended up being a waiting bomb because of her. The math is simple. Take 100 eager young women boiling in their hormones, a man that smells of sex, and a story that he accidentally knocked himself with aphrodisiacs in his eagerness to please us, and being told we'll never got so good a chance again. Then you woke up and you know the rest. Which one? A new voice asks, and Herbert smiles as one of his fellow troopers, Christopher Dunn, walks in with a huge paper bag that smells amazing. Ah, yeah, that bitch is still being turned over a spit in the court of public opinion, not to mention the actual legal courts, Christopher says as he pulls out another bag from within the larger one. He hands it to Herbert, who grins at the smell. A large steaming paper cup with a lid is put on the bedside table, followed by a second one, without steam and a couple pills. A whackload of grub, followed by the biggest coffee they got. I also brought a tall water for fluid, and the vitamins are just a precaution, he explains, before pulling out a smaller, less visibly stuffed bag for the alien, and then hands her a cold-looking drink. He pulls one out for himself as well, with its own steaming cup. So what did I interrupt? The healing that you went through basically put you back to factory fresh at about 14. So as far as your body knows, your balls have freshly dropped, Christopher says as he pulls out an Eggo muffin and takes a huge bite of it. Anyways, your ambassador used this as a way to quickly get some laws passed, so this can't happen again. He also funded an investigation into Thuna Lorne and found out her connection to Vifan Laka and her duplicity, the alien says, and Christopher nods, even as he quickly inhales his second sandwich and starts in on his hash browns. Turns out that a team made from 3 races tried to poke their noses into cruel space. It worked enough for them to tell where we are generally and that we were alive, so they sent the beacon. But it went both ways, so some people got different impressions. The aliens, the Predator, and the Greys are all actual races, but a lot of details slipped through the cracks. Like the fact they're pretty much all woman and eager to bone down, Herbert says with a snort, even as he polishes off his last hash brown of 4. And culture. The Zedden, as your girl Barizi here is, are as a whole a very respectable species, so huge on responsibility and owning up to fuck-ups that it was a big part in the frame-up you fell into. It's so hardcore that apparently Ambassador Hlela was all but confessing to a crime being committed against her. It's also why your girl here hasn't left your side since... Ah-ta-ta-ta. No, none of that. I made a mistake and will be making up for it. I don't deserve credit for basic decency. Barizi counters, waving 3 of her 4 hands at him. Christopher merely gestures towards her and Herbert blinks in confusion. Please don't call a Yaoya that. They didn't take the movies well. At least the ones with my race only showed animals that looked like us a little, the ones with the Yaoya. It's either a psychotic serial killer who's horribly maimed or a suicidal homosexual going out for a final bit of completely illegal fun before killing himself. The Yaoya have a tradition called the mating hunt, a cross between a camping trip, a massive make-out session, and a game. Barizi explains, and both men look to each other in baffled confusion. So you're saying that if the Predator movie wasn't a horror film, then the invisible hunter would be flirting with the soldiers rather than collecting trophies? Herbert asks in a stunned tone as the sheer idea of it is giving him a headache. And proposing to the big man at the end, yes? Barizi says, and there's a pause as that sinks in. Oh, wow. That is going to take a long time to get out of my head. Woo, holy crap, Christopher exclaims, and Herbert starts laughing out loud. After about a minute, and the laughs peter away, Herbert finishes up his meal and downs the vitamins while draining the water. So what about the grays and the whole probing meme that went around? Herbert asks, before slowly drinking the remaining half. Apparently one of the scientists had not only a hardcore fetish, but was indulging it that day, Christopher says as Herbert is drinking the last mouthful of water. The timing is perfect, and he immediately starts to choke to Barizi's distress. How the hell does that even get confessed? Herbert demands as he finally manages to cough out the water that he'd inhaled at the sudden intake. Sir Philip is not a man to mess with. If he's going in soft, then you'll give him your deepest, darkest secrets and not even notice. If he's going in hard, he doesn't even leave a stain as he tends to clean up after himself, Christopher says, and Herbert considers it for a moment. So I'm still married from what I understand, Herbert asks as he watches Christopher's pattern. He's jonesing for a little revenge. He can't help but notice Barizi flinch a touch. That's right. There are thousands of precedents that say no to annulling this nonsense, and a lot of ambassadors that dig in their heels if they even think you're going to mess with the arrangement laws. That we got them changed as we did is a minor miracle, supported by blackmail and bribery, but a miracle nonetheless, Christopher says before taking a sip of coffee. So I'm living in a harem anime? Herbert asks, and Christopher starts choking at the thought and spills what's left of his coffee. After getting his breath back and taking a few lungfuls to fortify himself, Christopher gives Herbert a grin. If you didn't look like a kid, I'd bitch slap you for making me choke. The idea that a man has to be considerate for the sensibilities of a lady. Barizi titters in amusement. Well, fair maiden of darkest armor, humans are a rather over-the-top species, Herbert says with a chuckle, and notices that Christopher is collecting all the garbage in the room. You're about to leave and call the janitor, aren't you? He asks, and Christopher nods. So they've been expanded beyond the EFL? The Dauntless getting hacked scared the hell out of us. It's harder to hack paper in rooms where all the walls and ceiling are covered by tasteful wood paneling and a fog machine going on to catch any cloaking, Herbert says, as he breaks the old-fashioned wax seal with a doodle of a sword crossed with a gun for the emblem. He reads the orders and considers. It's good to know you have such a high opinion of my mental state, Chris. He notes before rereading it, before folding it up and tucking it away. Refuse? Refuse being a teenager again with a massive harem of eager women? Herbert asks, and Christopher snorts. It was a bad scare, a very bad scare, but one of my tormentors is all but on her knees begging for forgiveness. There's no real point being angry. Besides, I went from drugged to adrenaline to axiom to falling. Until I bounced off a rooftop, I was halfway convinced it was a fucked up dream. Then the concussion blunted the pain until I passed out and woke up here. If she wasn't sitting there and you weren't completely aware of what happened, I'd still kind of think it was a dream, Herbert explains, pointing to Barizi, who, You're fucking crazy, and you're getting therapy anyways. Oh, by the way, their most common pets are facehuggers minus the wang, Chris says, walking out. What? Herbert demands in shock. Ren blinks in shock as a small army of men step into her dojo. Tret? No. That new race. Human. 10 of them and all chatting among themselves softly. One of them is pointing out all the small details to a clearly frustrated peer and is smacked in the back of the head by the others. She focuses through the small bolts of Kutha she had bolted into her natural armor as a platen, and her eyes widen. That one is downright twisting the axiom around him in all sorts of directions, and all of them have multiple Kutha discs on their persons. 7 out of 10 for the sales pitch, Ryu remarks. Ma'am, the first step is an excellent proposition, but we need a kick in the pants. We're not going to be here very long, so a quick and dirty lesson as to how to keep axiom reinforcement and enhancement going. Okay, you all have a few pieces of Kutha. 2 of them. And I teach you all how to make the ones you have left into proper totems, and how to use them at a basic level. Everything beyond it is mostly about combat styles and later advanced manipulations. You do all know how to draw an axiom and use it to strengthen yourself, right? Yes, also we know that you have to enhance everything to prevent injury. Too strong in the muscle and you'll crack bone. Too strong in bone and muscle and your organs and nerves. Very good. Now payment, please. She says, and the one already twisting the axiom around him throws a pair of coins at her that slow in midair and float in front of her in an excellent display of axiom control. Yes, but there's never any harm with a refresher course, Franklin replies, and she nods. Very good students, a quick and dirty lesson. Your names, please? Jake present and accounted for. I am Beck, and I look forward to seeing you bring out the wild blue yonder from... They all pull it in evenly and strongly. Oddly so. They're all yanking at the axiom as if they can simply tell there is something there. Oh, right. They existed in null all their lives, meaning any sensation of axiom would stand out like a flare once they become aware of it. Excellent. Now focus it into the kutha rather than yourself. Pull it in through the kutha and move it within it. Don't worry about how the metal distorts or discolors. That's normal, and controlling it is much more advanced. She explains and leaves out the fact that a lot of axiom styles consider the shifts of pattern and color of totems like these to be a test of personality, or even predict the future. The discs shift and morph in their hands, most of them taking on slight changes which would cause the refraction of light upon the metal to shift. Yet it's Franklin who seems to understand how it's distorting. It twists into a spiral, moving upwards, shifting in his hand as if alive. Then it collapses into a cube that divides itself into further cubes that shift and rearrange themselves to rotate, even though as a whole it is not. Yet it is. Oh God, here we go. Jean-Luc grumps as it shifts into what can only be identified as a representation of an atom of carbon. Then it dissolves and looks to be a tiny serpent slithering over his head before combining into an orb. The orb distorts and a sound can be heard. It distorts in different ways to produce different sounds before it begins producing music with a heavy, thrumming beat. Knock it off. We need to get the lessons in and your showing off isn't helping, Miles says, and Franklin looks up as if surprised. Apparently he had forgotten everyone else in his focus. Sorry. He says, crushing the kutha down in his fist before opening his hand to reveal the disc now looks like it was fit together like a child's puzzle. Still an immensely complicated trick, but nowhere near as distracting. What next, ma'am? He asks respectfully, holding the disc between two fingers with an eager expression on his face. What about the other forms of totems? Marcus asks, and she smiles. Glad to see that it's not going to be just one student dominating the class. They're harder to use, but once you know how it's not so bad. There are advantages, of course. Jewelry is often worn at all times and can be harder to steal. A brand or tattoo blatantly cannot be taken away, which is as much as an advantage as it is a disadvantage, mostly due to the reactions others have to knowing that you're effectively armed and dangerous. Considering there are entire races that are living weapons out of a nightmare, I dare say that they can suck it up. Miles remarks. An acquaintance of ours ran afoul of political conspiracy in an arrangement system. He has many Zeddan wives now. Young, desperate, and stupid Zeddan wives that took his lack of refusal due to being knocked the hell out as an excuse to satisfy themselves on him. This was before he even woke up after being attacked and tranquilized by trespassing in the arrangement system. He explains, and Ren's jaw drops. Essentially? Visualization helps. Then you get a feel for it. It becomes more and more reflexive the more used to it you get. Just pull in the axiom and empower yourself. Then imagine it being tied to the totem rather than to your mind. That's it? Ryu asks. Yes, is something wrong? No, it's simple to explain but a pain to actually do. Much like any martial art, really. You can summarize it as hit the other person and avoid getting hit yourself. Easy to say. Not easy to do. Now, as I said, everyone get comfortable. The first time takes a while, she says before sitting on the padded floor. The first one to succeed is Ryu. He pushes and pushes until he opens his eyes in shock. She can see him shift the flow of energy until it's flowing through the modified disc and into him. He rolls his neck, and after slipping the coin into his pocket, he jumps up and shifts the momentum in the air so he spins before landing. "Hey, nice," Lou notes. "I'm next," he declares. "Time's 2/3 done, people put some effort into it," Miles says, and there are snorts and muttered mockery all around him. "And you didn't think to explain it?" Jake demands as Ren fights back a smile at the drama unfolding in front of her. She might be missing her favorite soap opera for this, but damn if the boys aren't fierce concentration. "Okay, 1. I've tried, and the ones who don't have their eyes glaze over blow me off. I've told you all that you need to take the axiomistic enhancement energy construct empowering you and place it within a physical receptacle so that it isn't torn apart when you're unable to consistently maintain it. Well, pardon the hell out of me if I have a hard time dumbing things down for these Morlocks." Franklin snarks and dodges a swipe from Beck. "Be silent and allow me to become the wild blue yonder." He jokes and Franklin chuckles before seemingly vanishing before reappearing next to Ren. "I played mucky muck with probability until I was here. That dumb enough for everyone?" he explains before asking the entire group with a pissed-off look on his face. "Fuck you too, Franklin," Jean-Luc notes, and Franklin simply sits down with a grin to watch them get back to focusing. "Hey, do you recommend any books for making tattoos or brands that can be used as totems?" he asks, and she looks at him oddly. "Whisper so we don't bother them." "Simple. I wanted to make a sword covered in fire, so I practiced trying to put Axiom into Kutha as a first practice step. Then I noticed that it was keeping up the same flow as when I put things into it. Then I did it again while focusing on enhancement. It worked." That's what they blew off. The technical explanation goes miles over their heads and the personal story they don't pay attention to. Before Jean-Luc suggested hiring a pro, I was maybe a day away from tying them all down and forcing them to pay attention. As crazy as they are, I can't really fault them for wanting someone accredited to explain things. Annoying as it is. Franklin responds before leaning back and making his new totem float over his hand, before letting his arm drop while continuing to control the modified Kutha. It dances around and bobs around under his direct control without any seeming effort. We've been using sort of mental imprints, personas to help keep focus. He's used a parody character who refers to himself as the Wild Blue Yonder. Big, dumb, and almost completely immune to harm on top of being absurdly strong. Franklin explains, and she nods. It's a very good idea. Not as speedy as she would prefer, but very good on many levels. Not a bad idea. It would mess with mind readers. How common are mind reading techniques? What are the signs, and what are the most common and effective countermeasures? He instantly demands, sitting up and looking her right in the eyes. She looks away, and all of them are staring right at her. His eyes widen as he reads the text on his comm. Mind readers. Great. That's a problem on more levels than he can consider. Honeymoon or not, he's on information gathering duty. Is something wrong? Miro Noir asks, and he gives a rueful smile. Must I ask? She asks, and he chuckles. Mind readers are the scare of the day. After we found our ways around hackers, I suppose it was inevitable. A lot of people on that ship can't function without having some kind of crisis to panic about. He explains, and she just lets out a contented sigh as she snuggles into his side. They don't need to panic much. Axiom adepts are rare enough. Rarer still are the ones that have a more spiritual connection like you. Those that learn to touch minds are rare again. But I thought anyone could do those things. Yes, but so few do. It's not something you need to survive, so it's not something that's bothered with for most. Most people just want a happy, healthy life and don't want to push themselves the way they need to. She explains, and he nods as his hand snakes onto her back and he begins to trace small circles in it, getting a little sigh of happiness. He considers the fact that she didn't deny that anyone could be a mind reader, and it's only how hard a skill set it is to learn that keeps everyone from being a mind reader. Not very comforting. Spies are rarely stupid schmucks who just walk in and do what they want. That dumb kid that Sir Philip scared off notwithstanding. Let alone that a mind-reading interrogator might discover all sorts of terrible things without even touching someone. Yes, no. It's hard to explain. You see, human psychology is a complicated thing, and there's just such a huge mess that it might get us declared insane even if we're as stable as bedrock. One of the more popular theories is of Sigmund Freud, who theorizes that there are three parts of the mind. They're called the id, the ego, and the superego, or more accurately, instinct, reason, and morals. If a mind reader just listens to my thoughts, they'd get a jumble of all three. If they take a picture of my thoughts, then they'd get all three as well. Do you think that such a thing is accurate? That sounds confusing. So if you have three voices, what do they say? Huh, she confirms as she cuddles back into him. Well, right now they're actually in agreement. Instinct says, cuddle with mate. Crude as the animal part of the mind is, it knows what it likes. Morals say, cuddle with beloved, because it's something you want that I'm happy to give. Reason says, cuddle with wife, as I've got a good thing going, and it would be wise to keep it that way, he says, and she smiles as he scooches to get more comfortable and quickly taps out what little he just learned in an English text for the Dauntless. That done, he puts it aside and pulls Miro Noir closer. They fall asleep and doze away the day, waking up well after dinner with a burning hunger that sets them both to quickly making a meal. Hoagies might not be romantic, but they are deeply satisfying for both. Though Miro Noir stays well away from Vernon's meal with the mustard he put on it, she can digest the stuff, but just knowing that mustard gas exists keeps her well off it. His quick bit of research and finding out that mustard gas is called that because impure forms smell like mustard has not helped his case. If it smells like a massively dangerous poison, then I'm not going to risk it, she remarks primly. Yes, because that's the part that I'm concerned about. Oh my goodness, how do humans even find a poison? We generally bet a less intelligent friend that there's no way they could eat that, or find that a friend has snuck something into our meal for a joke, he says, and she struggles to keep her mouth closed as she laughs. I'll get you some water, he says, standing up and heading into the kitchen. No, it's not, she says with a smile. Then how can you find out where the real limits are? How can you learn where you grow? By following the paths of those who have achieved what you seek. But they haven't done everything. Someday someone will look back upon these times and use them to see where they can go. In that light, is it not our duty to see where we can go? Oh, stop. Excelling, while nice, isn't needed? Not sure that's an entirely honest bit of advice, oh princess, he remarks, and she smiles but merely takes a bite of her sandwich rather than answer. You know, the next shellcracker tournament is coming up soon. It's not on Centris, however. And if I want to? If I want the galaxy to know that you chose so well that I can stand by your side rather than at your back in battle? He asks, walking around the table and hugging her from behind. She rises up to kiss him, her insides too warm and mushy to say anything coherent. She luxuriates with a full stomach and a loving husband before finding some words as he holds her. You know, it has happened before. Other races have tried the shellcracker tournaments. They rarely do well. Not much instinct to protect the shell, or they poorly forge one. Winning isn't likely. Possibly even impossible, but I want to at least try, he says, and she can imagine it. Her instructing her eager student in the forging of his shell. Him going out all excited and coming back dejected into the comfort of her arms. Some sweet assurances whispered into his ear leading into a night where he bears his frustrations in a rough round of love and, "Are you all right?" he asks gently, and breaks her out of her fantasy. "Oh, yes, I am. Maybe. Yes, I will help you. The rules of the tournament say you must forge the shell yourself, but having instruction from another is allowed. Not to mention differing shapes and materials are allowed. The only rule is they must be worn into the arena and protected. Some of the more rambunctious girls paint lurid images or insulting phrases. It rarely works, however. No. Technically, you could walk in with a cardboard box with holes for the arm and head. You won't win. But it would be a slap in the face to every opponent you face. There's always some crazy girl that tries that, a challenge to everyone by making their shell out of something frail. All it has to be is worn over your clothing and something you can take off and remain decent. He pulls out his communicator as she finishes her explanation and brings up an image of a metal cuirass, a breastplate made of shining steel. If this was made out of tritite, would it be legal? He asks, and she gawks at the idea. Most shells focus heavily on the back, but if he's going all the way around... Yes, but it would be heavy, not to mention it would limit your own abilities. The tournament is one of axiom power. You wouldn't be able to... Oh yes, you don't breathe fire. However, tritite is hard to mold and manipulate. Something like this then? He asks, bringing up the image of a chainmail vest. Just a bit cruder, the coins can be bound together by another metal, and that way, if worse comes to worse, I can break my own shell to surrender, but still have the protection of tritite against more unusual axiom tricks. He explains, and her mind turns a little. It wouldn't be as protective, but it would be light and strong. Especially against axiom techniques. The metal is downright immune to axiom, and short of null, which eats its way through the lifeblood of the universe, it was the best way to keep you safe from it. And the tournament is one of axiom use. Many take the time to show off exotic techniques with it. By wearing tritite, you'd render yourself nearly impervious to most of them, and since you can make it out of coins, all you have to do is forge the connectors and then tie it all together in the right pattern. Even better is if I make a machine to forge those connectors, then an armor like this will have practical use. Axiom-proof vests, something the Dauntless needs. Do you sense war on the horizon? Gooey, sticky, warm, bubbly, sappy love was all hers. She didn't even want to look for a sister bride, just hold on to him as tightly as she could and soak it all in for as long as possible. But they'd luxuriated most of the day away already. She and he needed to get something other than falling deeper in love done, or they'd never accomplish anything ever again. Then, let's get started on designing those connectors, shall we? Reginald awakes to the pounding procession of his own life. So many faces and so many funerals. Practical skill and aches and pains that aren't anymore. He sits up in the quiet room and feels about. There's something on his head. Cloth and metal. He peels it off and looks around. The lights are on dimly and there's a great stillness in the air. It's night. He recognizes Kutha as the main component of the metal on whatever this strange headdress was, but puts it aside as he notices something. His arms. They are unscarred. One of the accidents that nearly claimed his life had left a series of small white scars along his arms. They are pristine now. He opens and closes his hands. There is no creaking or pain. The sensations are almost overwhelming, yet he has been through much and pushes through with ease. So this is the result of a healing coma? It's exceptional. All the small pains and burdens and discomforts of his age had faded as if they had never existed. His mind runs sharp and quick as he steps around his bed, and he freezes when he gazes at the window. The darkness outside has rendered it into a black mirror. He is young, clearly and recognizably so. So that's what they did. The old Reginald is dead and gone, and he's just some impersonator in his restored carcass. Of course. The family line both ends and continues because there's more pain in store. Whatever sick deity or cruel spirit thought of this touch of damnation is surely one of the worse. The turning of a handle causes him to turn and behold one of the soldiers off the Dauntless. I'm not him anymore. They made a fuck toy out of his corpse and holding his memories, he says with a choke. A fair amount? I'm the one that's been speaking to the doctors and reporting things back to the Dauntless. Not only are you still yourself, but even if the recollector there had somehow failed, there are a few methods to retrieve lost memories. But how do I know I'm still me? Reginald asks. Same way you do when you wake up from a nap or a night's rest, the soldier says before reaching under a chair near the door. He pulls out a bag. Here, we had a gun slipped under your pillow. Get dressed, store your mags, and follow me. We'll check you out, then hit up a late-night diner or something. You're probably hungry enough to dumpster dive at this point. The soldier does have a point. He hadn't been this hungry since his last extended hospital stay. They'd had him on the drip, and there had been nothing but acid in his gut. Not exactly pleasant. The soldier leaves the room and gives him some privacy to peel himself out of the paper gown and dress himself. He ignores the scratchy feeling of the standard issue pants past the boxers. He's oversensitive and not going to get anything done moping and whining about things. T-shirt, shoulder holster, jacket, socks and boots, pistol in the holster and spare magazines in the small pockets inside the reinforced jacket. So what's going on? I'm barely out of my teens now. 20 years old. Commander Herbert Jameson also underwent a similar procedure and is somewhere between 12 and 15. He doesn't look like he's old enough to drive. You're lucky. You just got healed rather than needing your life saved. He's also still legally married 100 times over. To the monster from Alien, the soldier says, and Reginald nearly trips in shock. Turns out that we had a sort of first contact before the probe. Some kind of mind projection into our part of the galaxy. We got an impression of them and they found us at the same time. Hence a few science fiction stories that got almost everything wrong and were massively popular. How the hell does a man marry a xenomorph? Reginald straight out asks. He was our boy, sent to poke the hornet's nest known as an arrangement system. There was some serious political horseshit, a conspiracy, and he dove out a window about a mile up into the sky. Bounced when he hit a rooftop and was barely rushed to the hospital in time for the same thing you got but more intense. He's made a full recovery, but his balls were almost sucked back up into him, the soldier says, and Reginald snorts in amusement before checking out his own. Only in hospitals, the soldier replies. Koa, he answers, and Reginald gives him an odd look. It's Hawaiian. Oh, what's your last name? He asks to make conversation as they arrive near the front desk. Jackson, I'm mixed. Koa answers as the computer scans them, and the appropriate technical paperwork is projected in front of them. Reginald scans through it and puts his hand into a bioscanner plate to affirm his consent. So what did that diner look like? Like someone took a metric ton of stupid glowing rings from retro sci-fi stories and set off a bomb of them in a 50s roller diner. Whatever stuck was left where it was embedded and the rest cleaned up. Seriously? Reginald asks, trying to picture that. Seriously. They use holograms for most of them, though, so don't worry about borking your knee on a random ring. Koa remarks, leading Reginald out. The massive city on Centris is even more daunting in its huge tiers during the night, as the natural light and city lights are all either off or dimmed as appropriate. It's like a great sleeping thing. A couple blocks away. Had you woken up during the day or sat still, we'd have brought the food to you. Koa explains, and Reginald smirks in response. There's more of that feel of a city in this city than I've ever had before, and I spent a few years in Tokyo. The weight of all the people and infrastructure to keep it together, Koa says, and Reginald shakes his head. No, that's not it, but that's close, I think. Reginald remarks, and Koa nods. Right, well, let's get something to eat. It's not much further now, he says, leading Reginald around the corner towards a more brightly lit area. Oh, wow. Glad I'm not lactose intolerant, because the sheer cheese in that look would flat out kill me if I was, he says, looking at the massive neon and pastel tile mess with an entire wall replaced with glass. There's a soldier in there waiting for them and a few other patrons. The soldier gives them a wave. He's Nerd Squad. They're getting more infamous by the day, Koa remarks, and Reginald almost flinches. The sheer amount of madness those boys had been getting up to is insane. There's going to be a lot more potato than anything else, but yay. Pincher is what they call crab, and creeper is shrimp. In the turf, best I can determine, the Orn is basically a cow, and Puffs is a sheep, with Rooter being pig. Good choice. I'm seeing how good the curly fries are myself. Not really hungry enough for more, Am remarks. I'll gamble with the breakfast menu, see how good it is, Koa says before the door into the diner opens. All three turn when a large black cloaked figure wanders in and walks up to them. The winds blow well, she says. Excellent, brothers. Things are going according to plan upon the dark approaches of... Hey! Another patron asks, and everyone turns to look. It's a Tret man gesturing furiously at the woman. Just the wind blowing, I'm sure. Reggie snaps sarcastically to get the crazy lady away from them. Get out of here, you crazy bint! Get over here, you useless peon! Koa and the Tret snap at her at the same time, and she staggers back, looks from one to the other, and shuffles off to the Tret, who quickly, albeit quietly, starts raking her over the coals for her fuck-up. Their secret conversation begins in earnest, and it's a struggle to not accidentally overhear it. Well, that happened, Reggie remarks as Am stifles his laughter at the sheer absurdity of the situation. I'm not sure if I love or hate centrists so far, but I certainly something centrists. Koa remarks with an awkward grin as the server, a rabbit-eared woman with 4 arms known as a rabbis, walks up with a notepad and pen. Number 3 for me. Oh, and a large pitcher of water with 3 glasses. Am says as Koa just shrugs. Surprise me off the back menu, he says, and she jots it down slowly before leaning in somewhat. It's good that you're here. The time is coming quickly and we must move soon. The relevant details are here. She whispers as she bows to them, and a tiny data chip falls out of her cleavage to land on Koa's arm. Then she bounces into the back. Are we sure we didn't walk into a parody novel or something? This is the kind of goofy that Pratchett would be responsible for. Am asks with a completely bemused look on his face. Pratchett? Reggie asks, still processing the absurdity and wondering if this means his meal is not coming. Parody writer. Damn good at his job before he departed. And yay, I think what just happened is pretty much the beginning of Guards. Guards. It starts with a cultist going to the wrong secret order and giving half the right code because there's just so many of the damn things no one can keep them straight. Not even the cultists themselves. Explains, and Reggie snorts in amusement at the thought. I'd like to see that. He says, and Am reaches into his jacket to bring out an old paperback with a bookmark that he pulls out of it. Here, it's my 5th reread in so many months. Good old Terry kept me sane and sober during the anti-gravity leg of the trip. Am admits placing the bookmark down in front of him. Yup, Reggie notes as he sticks the bookmark into the novel and tucks it into his jacket pocket. He'll get back to it when reality is less absurd than the book. We've stumbled almost literally dick first into these. Want to see how many we can suss out before getting back to the Dauntless? It'll give the boys in intelligence something more entertaining than just worrying themselves into circles. Am asks, and the other two look baffled at the idea. Yes, but we'd have to somehow bumble our way into more, Reggie says as the door opens. The figure then rushes to their table. A cloakin as her features keep shifting ever so slightly. What a melange for a face, Am says, and she nods. Clipped wires will do that. Reggie notes, and she nods before standing up and leaving a data chip behind. Son of a bitch. He notes as Am starts shaking from holding in the laughter. My money says it's a sabotage-based conspiracy, Koa notes as Reggie pockets the chip. All right. We've got your feast ready, boys. I hope you all brought your appetites. Jenny the waitress exclaims with a beaming smile as she brings in all 3 of their plates and the pitcher of water all at once. I'll be back with the glasses in a moment, she says after plopping down the massive amount of roast potatoes, shanks of what smells like lamb, and what are clearly shrimp right in front of Reggie, who's already borderline drooling. A heaping plate of curly fries in front of Am and a massive stack of waffles dripping with extra thick syrup in front of Koa. You're a treat, Jenny, Am says as she comes back with the glasses, and she nods with a wink before bouncing off. I think I just gave her another countersign. I think she's doing some kind of a lure or enchantment bit of woo-woo with the axiom, Reggie says, watching her bounce back into the kitchen to grab another order. Oh, yay? What's it doing? Koa asks as he saws one of the waffles in half with the toothier butter knife that the locals use, followed by the 2-tined fork to lever it into his mouth. Wow, that's sweet, he notes before shrugging and shoving the other half in. Fries seriously need a salting, but are otherwise good, Am says as he pulls out a cylinder with a large number of small cartridges on it. Camping shaker. These things will become freaking standard issue with troopers soon. He explains, popping open a couple of tabs and seasoning his plate. Ah, perfect. Dude, you just came out of massive healing and are young again. Particularly, you got your balls back. Am notes as he chomps down on his fries. What does that have to do with anything? Reggie demands. What is the baseline human? What do you get if you look at nothing but the DNA? Am asks him, and he glances to the left as he thinks before a look of disgust crosses his face. It might be enchantment. It's a possibility in this weird and wacky galaxy. But I'm not sensing a thing, and I've been going into illusions and such for my learning. I think I would sense one. You've learned to be disgusted, but your body has wants. Am remarks, and Koa starts choking at the sheer look of horror and disgust on Reggie's face. Am helpfully pushes the man's water closer to him. That's vile, he says, and Am shrugs. Ever say that to a gay man? Reggie challenges him. The whole point of lust, from an evolutionary point of view, is to propagate the species. Like hunger keeps a creature alive through nourishment. Your hunger goes wrong and you get massive gluttony, similar to a nymphomaniac or a pervert. Or you get anorexia, which is similar to an asexual or a gay person. You're still capable of getting all the emotional points on things and living a good life. But you can't deny that your natural urges destroy your family line with you. An evolutionary dead end. No offense. I'd say none taken, but that speech wasn't for me, was it? Reggie asks. I had a cousin come out as a non-gendered, they-them-whateverist with no urges, and they threw a fit when I told them to get professional help. Never got to really finish things up with them before the mission. Fine, whatever. Just don't push too hard and I won't give a shit. I'm not under a spell? Reggie asks Sam, who shakes his head. And there's no poison. Good. He says, handing the camping shaker back and tucking into his food. The potatoes gets his attention first, as he wants the painful hole in his gut filled, and it's not till he's half done that he goes at the alien lamb shanks. He nods a bit and makes some gestures at Am, who correctly interprets it as a request for the shaker. Salt and pepper improve the bland shanks and are kept close at hand rather than passed back. The conversation falls away as all three men focus more on eating, with Am taking things the slowest as both Koa and Reggie are hungry enough to gorge. The feast of three shall see the rise of the glutton. Lady, I'm hungry, Reggie says as the cloakin caught him between bites. We're not even looking for this shit yet, and it's falling into our laps. Koa remarks with amusement as he's scraping the bottom of the plate after eating at a fast clip. You know what? Why don't we just head back to the ship and see how many of these things we stumble into on the way there? Reggie offers before shoving half an alien potato into his mouth and chewing hard. Fine, you boys finish up. I'll pay. Am says as he stands up and casually grabs the last couple fries to munch on his way to the cash register. A Nagasha woman slinks down from above. Trine de duos. To unos? Koa asks, and she nods before tossing a data chip at him and slithering away into the ceiling again. You know, when most people think big city nightlife, it's normally clubs and bars. Not so many conspiracies that a thrown rock would hit 5 different cults. Reggie notes wryly. Galaxy is a wide, weird place. Koa returns before going back to his last waffle. Am returns to the table with a big kiss mark on his cheek. Story now. Tips are relatively unknown around here, and it's seen as my flirting. She liked it, he says, tucking a scrap of paper with her number on it into his pocket. She's in a cult. I don't do crazy. You're plenty crazy, Reggie remarks. You know what I mean, asexual or not. Am snaps back as he sits down and grabs his camping shaker. Oh, that reminds me, he says before reaching into his jacket and pulling out some multivitamins. He swallows a pair and chases it down with the water left in his glass and then passes it to Koa and Reggie, who do the same. Thank you, Reggie says before he eats his last half potato. Koa's already finished all but a little bit of sugar tar left on his plate, and they all get up. Let's get to the Dauntless before someone's tied to an altar and sacrificed. We should be safe. From what Jenny implied, we're being mistaken for message runners. Not cult members, but those that pass the notes around. Their pace is slow and indulgent, as Reggie needs to get his newly remade guts to work for the first time, and there was a lot of sugar in Koa's meal. The, the Society of the Searing Sword, martial adepts who specialize in plasma blades to cut away the rot of society. Am offers. No, it's the way of veiled strength Reggie begins. Which is in the blackest night, Reggie responds, and the woman shakes his hand before buggering off. I'm definitely leaning towards loving this city. Not so much a tangled bag of snakes as a damn serpent boulder just rolling along and gathering more slithery idiots. Koa remarks with a laugh. We're going to have to be careful not to get caught up in it while we poke this mess. True. Let's get moving before we're used in a ritual or something. Am suggests, and all three men start hustling towards the Dauntless some 100 levels above them. They collect another 23 data chips from different conspiracies on the way. 100 women screaming in horror simultaneously is something that Herbert is going to treasure for a long, long time. He had offered forgiveness to his wives on the condition that they have to understand why he freaked out so badly when he woke up to them, beyond the fact that he'd been set up to be raped and them the rapists. You girls need a minute or two? He asks after pausing the video while the first chestburster from the Alien franchise reveals itself. The acid blood of the Puris, as they call their face-hugger pets, had freaked some of them out. The fact that it was violating the crew member freaked even more of them out further, but the infamous money shot of that first chestburster had gotten all of them. It's like a demon trying to look like a baby, one of them shouts. It had been a relief to realize culturally he wasn't expected to have their names down for a long time. Puris, don't do that! Puris, do not do that! Another was chanting to herself as she cuddled three of her strange, long-tailed, crab-like pets. They came in more colors and patterns, then bone white, but damn if they weren't freaky as hell to look at. He waited for the din of panic and horror to subside, and everyone to gather their nerves. He couldn't help but feel smug in all this. Learning that he truly was in a harem anime with a huge amount of barely legal brides while being deeged to being barely legal himself was a shocker, but it explained their recklessness. They were mature enough physically for the urges to hit them like a hammer blow, but not mentally or emotionally mature enough to even technically move out of their homes. In short, if he was 14 now, then they were all 15, with all the stupid recklessness and childish selfishness it entailed. A human brain doesn't finish its development until its mid-20s on average. If the Zidane and Yaoya followed similar patterns, then things were just a huge clusterfuck thanks to that Thuna or V-Fin or whichever. Alien names went from borderline unpronounceable to normal without much middle ground, and the Zedin and Yaoya both used what seemed to a random handful from alphabet soup, not always arranged in a way that makes sense either. Still, sympathy for the girls or not, he still had his gun on him. It was basically his security blanket until his own discomfort with the situation passed. Friendly or not, loving or not, apologetic or not, they were still a massive pack of massively murder-capable alien monsters with literally magic-infused armor and blades. Apparently the acid for blood thing was on point too, but only if they charged their fluids with axiom. Each of the girls here was basically a full xenomorph in capability, but built like a stripper and with the mindset of love-struck teenage girls. He was still deciding if this was a surreal heaven or hell with how into him the girls were. Either way, it was weird as all get out. The strange bit is he felt a touch like a pedophile for being involved with all the teenagers, despite them all forcing themselves on him and the freaking conspiracy that had forced them together being almost completely out of his control. You ladies ready for more? He asks as the room quiets down somewhat. Oh, come on. We've paused right as the chestburster's first poking its head out. It still needs to escape and systematically wipe out most of the crew. A conspiracy needs to be uncovered. A last-second save, and there's the director's cut ending where the monster wins. Herbert calls out to the crowd, who start muttering all kinds of protests. I'm not heartless, it's just this one, the next one, and the first two Predator movies. The rest of the series for both franchises really take a nosedive after the first two. We've got about 6 hours of solid entertainment ahead of us, if we don't have to keep pausing at every little bit of fake blood. Oh, this is so funny. It was worth diving out that window to get entertainment like this. He laughs out loud as he settles in to wait for them to be ready for more. He'd seen enough schlocky movies. Seen enough real blood. Seen enough life to know just how fake all that was. Doesn't stop it from being entertaining on its own, but far more entertaining is the floor show his wives give him on a watch. The sheer gasp that passes through everything as Ash is revealed as an android, working to try and get the monster to Weyland-Yutani. It can survive in space? Some of them gasp near the end, and there's a sigh of relief as the engine destroys the monster, followed by a second after the credits start signifying the end of the movie. "So, who's ready for the second one?" he asks, and bursts out laughing at the resounding "no" from the rest of the room. All right, you get a pass for a while. He concedes before considering. "So what do you girls want to do then?" There's chatter around him, and the concession ends up being the swimming pool. "Are you certain that's allowed? I mean, we are guests in Ambassador Halela's estate, and..." He begins to raise protest, and he's brushed aside in a flurry of movement and talk of bathing suits. Apparently it's fine, he notes with a smile. Things had calmed down wonderfully and to a manageable level. The way the massive marriage worked was actually rather pleasant, at least at this point. To put things simply, all the girls were friends and he was their boyfriend. But the responsibility for being spontaneous, for coming up with ideas and paying for things, were on them. There was no fighting over him as they all shared him, and if one of the girls wasn't close to him, it was considered her own damn fault for not trying hard enough. At least that was how he had managed to translate the rambling explanation from Barizi, the only one of them whose name he had down for certain. It all was panning out as they were respecting his desire not to be jumped on, and generally treated each other like a large group of friends. Of course, this leads into the biggest problem with them. They won't leave him alone. Not like they won't stop talking to him or stop bothering him. They literally will not let him out of their sight. There's always around 5 of them, about a half heartbeats away at the most, even when he's in the bathroom. They're always right there, only separated by a thin door, and he hasn't caught them in the act yet, but he's positive they're putting their heads against it to hear everything he does. He asked them to let him have some space for a bit, and they did. But only for a bit. Then there's the ambassador's suite. More like gigantic mansion all to herself. 10 floors total going up and down, an entire massive chunk of the spire, and yet, it was still modestly sized compared to other systems. It was normal, and it was the size of a large hotel by itself. The whole place was opulent to the point of parody, and made Admiral Cistern's office look like a shoebox in the corner of the closet by comparison. And that was a royal office with several side rooms for more private meetings and even personal chambers in the back. The 100 of them had a run of 8 of the 10 floors of Ambassador Halela's estate, and one of the floors was set aside for their personal use. One of the 8 contained a large swimming pool, with numerous chairs and even a bar, 4 times the size of an Olympic-sized swimming pool. It was beyond huge. Even all 101 of them in at the same time would not overfill it, or even cause it to splash out too much. And it was part of a modest estate, given to an ambassador as part of an embassy. The sheer amount of wealth casually on display is absurd. The galaxy has a mind-boggling amount of wealth and resources, and he doesn't know where it's going or being directed. He had reported it repeatedly, yet could not find the why. It's offered freely for moral purposes, but he just can't figure it out. It can suck to be a grunt. I'm not qualified to untangle things. He mutters to himself, too lowly for the women around him to hear, which really summarized the largest problem the Dauntless and Earth was facing as a whole. The ship was bloated, and far, far, far too often the people falling into place to take advantage of circumstance and actually learn or spy were the fillers. The extra bodies dragged along in case things went wrong. "Excuse me, dear girls. I do so beg your pardon, madam, but I must speak with your husband." "1,000 pardons, my dear. Terribly sorry. If you could just allow me to pass ever so," a very proper and old voice says, as Sir Philip weaves his way through the crowd. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Jameson. If could borrow you for a minute or 3, I have a bit to discuss with you, primarily about your effects off the Dauntless." The proper old man says, and Herbert nods. "Excellent. Now, if you don't mind, I feel that my English is getting a tad rusty and would appreciate it if we could continue our conversation in the language of jolly old England if you'd be so kind. How are you holding up? Sir Philip asked straight away. Excellent. Now, you don't have the training to work as a spy or informant properly, so we have to address that. I need you to nod at this point. Philip says, and Herbert nods. Well done. To this end, we are placing a box set of novels into your personal effects. We've doctored them, and they're twice as long now. On the back of each page holds instructions on spy work and the like. The front of each page has the novel as usual, so that if you're questioned, you can start reading out of it. It's an old and somewhat inoffensive series known as The Bellegarde by David Eddings. Please gesture towards your room while nodding and saying something. Very good. Your effects and your training manuals will be in your room before dinner. And don't fret, dear boy. You may not be ready for this, but we have your back unto the very end. Sir Philip says with a gentle smile, and Herbert lets out a huge sigh of relief and gives the proper old man a hug. Yes, yes, I understand you've had a hard time. No need to overindulge. Sir Philip says as the girls let out an awe of delight. Oh, but I do. They'll remember only gibberish and be unable to repeat a thing, as all they will remember is the hug. Herbert remarks, and Sir Philip lets out a laugh. You'll do just fine, dear boy. Don't you worry, you're doing just fine. Sir Philip says, smiling on him as he pats the boy on the shoulder. Okay, why in God's name are you boys now inspiring the other crew members to run to me in a blind panic? Admiral Cistern demands as he walks into the small side laboratory that the Nerd Squad had put up. Clips and images from all sorts of cartoons litter the walls with numerous whiteboards filled with a type of madness you'd expect out of the Necronomicon if Cthulhu was a dork. Biblical verses, memes, and demotivators make the room a dizzying shrine to human madness that somehow still follows enough of a course of logic that 100 men can easily keep track of it and translate it all, even via teleconference. The fact that the men had saluted had stopped them from doing whatever it was they were doing. Jin says as he slowly puts down his searing hot branding iron and Vernon lowers his t-shirt sleeve. Why is there a branding about to happen? Please. I want to trust you boys. Make this make sense. Several of you have actually found ways to rearrange the atomic structure in the atmosphere around you into sold gold bullion, literally crashing economies in front of my eyes. How much more do you want? He asks. I was about to send in my approval when I got a panicked call from Sergeant Florence. Very good, sir. One of the rules of the tournament is that you go in with only your clothing and armor, no weapons. It's raw skill and axiom use, Vernon says. Both of which you possess, soldier, furthermore. You're on your honeymoon. Brands can work as an axiom totem. In particular, we've designed a style of brand that will act as a very powerful totem by working together in groups of 3. Hence the 3-pronged Kutha brand we've slapped together. And what does this brand look like? He asks, wondering just what the soldiers are planning to do to themselves. Jin slaps the nearby whiteboard right over a trinity of symbols arranged in a triangle. A trinity of circles combined, the symbol of infinity, and what looks like a sunburst with a cross inside it. Do they have any meaning or... They mean nothing in the context of the brand. Culture-wise, they have their own meanings. But they look meaningful, which is the point. Obfuscation is still in play. Vernon explains. So what's the point of all this mess? How does this help you win your little tournament? First step is that the brand will let me absorb a huge amount of axiom for my use. This will allow me to mimic, if not surpass, the natural affinity that the Apuk have for axiom. Secondly, I'll be able to hold it within myself safely. This means it will be immediately usable on a scale that hopefully exceeds what they have. Finally, will be control letting me do the more exotic of our techniques, much easier and much faster. Even better is that all these symbols may be human, but they also resemble many different symbols from many different races the galaxy over. It looks like complete gibberish, but it will work as a totem. You're going to that competition to win? I'm going to that competition to flirt with my wife, test out axiom-resistant armor, get a good look firsthand at axiom-based combat, and how our own developments stack up against it. Finally, I'll be going to put on a show, one for the whole galaxy. Winning isn't important. Learning and presentation are. Zawarudo, Jin half shouts, and Admiral Cistern slowly turns to look at him. Shorthand for a temporal acceleration ability that gives him a few moments where all of reality is basically stopped around him. By stopped, I mean he'll be able to watch a laser beam inch through the air. I'm working on it, sir. My own work into conjuring a storm of fire isn't doing so well either, Vernon admits. At Admiral Cistern's look, he shrugs. The 10 plagues of Egypt, sir. Just make sure you're all taking fastidious notes and have someone nearby to at least call for medical assistance if things go wrong. Admiral Cistern orders them and receives salutes from each of them. Medals and money are replaceable, but I have only a few thousand soldiers to take on an entire galaxy with. You boys are of far greater value. Take care of that resource, understood? Yes, sir. The room sounds out and he smiles. Good. Now show me the evidence that this branding business is used the galaxy over, and if you're going to actually do it, for God's sake, have medical supplies and staff on hand. I suppose we did get a little ahead of ourselves. Amadi notes plainly, and Admiral Cistern nods. Right. Slow down. Got it, Vernon says before rushing to a nearby table, and from under a small pile of loose notes, pulls out a thick book in Galactic Standard. Surprisingly, hard copies are still quite popular, more nostalgic than anything, but with the whole galaxy as a market, nostalgia is enough to keep books in print, which is a relief, he says before holding it out for Admiral Cistern. The power of branding is emblazoned across the front. He takes it and opens it to the first of many bookmarks. There's a highlighted paragraph. This modified residue resulting from the branding attunes that portion of the anatomy to axiom use on an enormous scale. Unlike normal burn scars, the galaxy over an axiom brand seemingly heals over without a mark until such time as it's utilized as an axiom-based totem, which causes the marking to glow brightly enough to be revealed through thinner clothing. These markings can be perceived when not in use by those attuned to axiomatic energies and shine like stars. He reads out loud before considering. At first, best we can tell is that they fade entirely within a week until called upon to channel energy. Or at least that's the time frame on a Tret, which is the closest genetic cousin we have out here in the stars. The only thing that hasn't been thoroughly tested is what kind of effects null has on an axiom brand. Does it simply turn it off for a time? Does it erase it? Does it go boom? Does it burn? We don't know. Jin explains and he nods. Sir, they scare us. I go from water to blood and blood to acid. They start talking about atomic conversion into chlorine trifluoride and keeping it from igniting with axiom. When I asked for an explanation of what the hell they were demanding to see, I backed out of the room halfway through the lecture and haven't gone back. And what does chlorine trifluoride do? It sets asbestos and concrete on fire, Vernon says in a haunted tone. Thank you, sir, and please put a motor on that as it needs to happen before they turn their attention to azidoazide azide, which is basically the concept of an explosion in chemical form. We looked up a list of the most dangerous chemicals humanity has ever synthesized and found our friend chlorine trifluoride. Azidoazide azide is higher on the list, Vernon says, and Admiral Cistern resolves to have that talk with them within the hour. Then would come the inevitable bickering, lying, political games, and all sorts of nonsense before a second mission was sent out. Hopefully by then they will have cracked cryogenic freezing, or some kind of stasis technology to allow the majority of a crew to skip the ride out of cruel space, of which he is going to see what level of progress has been made. He tucks the book under his arm and increases the pace of his march into the more official and supposedly rational researchers on his ship. All right, what's this I've been hearing about chlorine trifluoride and azidoazide azide? He demands, and there's a stillness as dozens of different men and women in lab coats turn to look at him. Well, don't everyone answer at once, he says after nearly a minute passes without any form of explanation. No answer. Very well then, he states, you with the clipboard. You are to assist and document what the Nerd Squad are doing in relation to the Axiom brands. Ensure that they properly test the brand on a rat with null being introduced upon it and that a medical professional is nearby at all times. he orders, pointing to a nearby scientist. Yes, sir. The previously guilty-looking young woman states, and she puts down the clipboard and rushes out of the room as he cracks his neck and gets ready to dress them all down for introducing even more dangerous compounds and formulae into his ship. Some were knitted from dental floss. Others were modest and conservative. Some were t-shirts and shorts. There were those with skirts and frills. A few even had wetsuits on. But all of them made sure he got a good look at their bathing suits. The body says yes. Apparently his brain has decided that the difference is academic when the figure is like that, and he's had to adjust his shorts more than once. Herbert himself, however, was in rebellion against his traitorous flesh, and decided that he would not be giving them the satisfaction until at the very least he had his revenge, and the girls saw all 4 movies on the list. They barely made it through the first. Oh dear Lord, those things can swim. He mutters as he sees several purries, face-huggers, swimming through the water and even more scuttling along the bottom. Apparently the little fuckers are amphibious. Joy. The back flaps behind the legs were some kind of flippers, and the tail was a stabilizer that also twisted through the water for more movement. Oh, they're harmless, sweet as can be. One of the girls chirps from nearby as she cuddles a snake crab thing with bright green and blue patterns across its shell. No, no, no. If we have to understand why it was so scary, then you have to get over being scared. It's only fair. She says, bouncing over and kneeling down to his level, even as he pulls his feet out of the pool as a swimming purries brushes by his feet. He leans back and away from the squirming creature that's letting out a strange rumbling noise, similar to a cat's purr, but higher pitched. He leans further and further, as she presses the issue until he's outright laying on his side with his head on his shoulder and his eyes wide. He's not actually that freaked out, and in truth agreed with her. He needed to understand these creatures better. Sir Philip had been kind enough to offer him some advice, though. He was pretending to be the opposite, feigning fear and borderline panic at the presence of the creature. Make the girls underestimate him and feel like they're getting to him at the same time. The illusion of power is as important as power itself, and the less powerful a spy looks, the less likely they're to be discovered. He had explained it by asking him to examine Sir Philip himself. A thin man with short and brushed back iron-gray hair thinning at the front, and a great deal of wrinkles, a bad left eye with a monocle over it, and always formally dressed with an enlarged nose and a weak jaw. Yet it was all that which made him look like a harmless old servant. So stereotypical in his appearance as to be boring. Then the old man shifted his posture from stiff and stern to confident and strong. His jaw set shifted ever so, and he suddenly had an air of intimidation as he pulled the monocle from his face and tucked it away. The gaze of the somewhat faded eye and bright brown opposite had been unnerving. The water below him was fresh and clean but shallow. He glances to where the deeper end of the pool is and notices that there are less of the scuttling horrors the girls consider pets. Okay, so maybe he is freaked out by the things. He's working on it. He admits to himself as he walks along the edge of the pool. He returns the smile sent his way as the 100-woman-strong family pretty much liked to live like it was an unending party. He stood over the deepest part of the pool, which reaches down 4 floors, and considers the depth for a moment. Excuse me, he says to the girls sitting next to the water before diving in and swimming down a bit. A sensation causes him to turn, and he sees that 3 of the girls had apparently fallen in after him. He then reorients himself and begins pulling downwards. Part of the training back on Earth had been breath control and adjusting to harsher pressures, just in case there was some kind of environmental breach on a world with a denser atmosphere. He pulls himself downwards over and over again. Sinking deeper and deeper into the water, he passes by a point where the water pressing in is all the harder, and he pops his ears and then continues on the way. Another pop, and he rights himself to touch the bottom. A slight cracking noise to the side, and he turns to see a light blue and beige purries. It seemed to notice him, and he launches up from the bottom. He was running out of air, not running from the alien equivalent of a cat. A few hard pulls, and he passes several girls who are in the process of diving down. A few more, and he breaks the surface and pulls in a huge lungful of air. The mild spots he'd not noticed dance for a few moments and fade. He's just fine as the girls he passed surface around him. Yeah, you're like an ape or something. Apes sink and drown. Humans are a bit better than that in the water. He remarks, swimming back a bit with his arms crossed. Then something grabs at his foot, and he immediately races towards the edge of the pool, thrashing his leg as something grasps tight around his ankle, and then he stops. He looks down, and to the amusement of everyone present, holds up his leg with the light blue and beige purries wrapped around his ankle and foot. Hell, he scared me, Herbert protests as he starts trying to unwrap the beast and sinks a little as it reshuffles around his ankle. After a bit of fevered and futile yanking, he swims back up to the laughter of the crowd. He clambers out of the pool and starts trying to peel the thing off of him. A dark shape glides through the water, and a pair of hands holds the wall as one of the girls brings her next hands out to stroke the creature. Its purring becomes more like an idling motor, and its grip slackens. Why does an amphibian have tiny furs? Oh, they're for sensing things in the water or air. They have weak eyes, so they get around with touch, sound, and scent. The girl next to him answers as he strokes it again. The purring rises and falls in a strange rhythm. He really likes you. It usually takes longer for a purrs to get used to someone. Oh no, they're scavengers. They don't hunt. Heck, they don't even nibble like other pets, she says as he strokes it again and it fully releases him. He watches it sink into the water and pulls his feet away as it seems to come to its senses and swim off, utterly harmless, but still a freaking face hugger. You saw the movie. That was not a purries, that was a hell-beast rape monster from the darkest depths of depravity, she protests, pointing her top right hand at him sternly. That resembled a purrs, he insists. Only vaguely, and you know it, she snaps back, and he chuckles. You're fond of the freaky little things, aren't you? Yes, and they're not freaky, she protests, and he laughs again. They're bad at climbing, don't worry, she says, and he considers. Face huggers are alien cats that swim but not climb. Got it. Small, furry, inquisitive eyes and twitchy ears with a long tail. They're very graceful and balanced on all fours and are skilled ambush predators. They were initially tamed to hunt pests that got into food stores and the like. Keep the rats and mice at bay. So you have two races of predators as pets, one using pack tactics to fight, meaning they gang up on their enemies, the other an ambush predator. Her coloration shifts in what he thinks is a blush before she looks away. Oh no, what have I done? No takebacks, he teases, and she turns around and yanks him into the water. Oh, she's playing that way, is she? He asks himself as he sinks. She starts to climb out of the pool, no doubt in a huff, and he pulls her back in via the tail. He can hear her shriek of surprise from under the water and quickly swims up to smile right in her face. A waggle of the eyebrows, and he helps her to the surface. No reason not to be a gentleman in his childishness. She faces him totally and doesn't say a thing as he smiles at her. You know, I can't tell if you're angry at me. I don't know how to read your faces just yet. That you did something right? That you need to earn my attention? She asks and seems to pause. Oh, that is adorably strange, she says before pulling herself out of the pool and keeping her tail upwards to give him a very good look of her jiggling rear as she does so. She turns to see him staring and giggles to herself. She taps her shoulder and he blinks before looking over. Gah! He exclaims as he tries to swat away the bright blue and yellow purrs that had perched on his shoulder. It simply wraps its tail around his arm in response. He can neither speak nor understand the fairly screechy and high-pitched language of his brides, but the tone alone tells him that there's a fight, a nasty one. To be honest, if the tone of conversation was any snappier, then they'd be spitting bear traps at each other. The problem was that since he had no flaming clue what they were saying, he couldn't break it up, and the fact that more girls were filtering in and offering the occasional bit made it all look like it was about to get much, much worse. All at once, the conversation goes from snappy to downright hostile, and several girls on the side shout into it. He takes a big step back. The conversation has nigh literal venom pour into it as more and more of the girls are dragged in. That's the point he simply leaves and doesn't let them know. They don't even notice. A few moments later, there's a high-pitched screech, and he climbs the walls to get the hell out of Dodge. He braces against the corner, and no less than a minute later, the arguing, sassing, gossiping, backbiting horde of alien girls passes below him. He waits until the last one is gone before dropping down and landing as softly on the carpet as he can. Wonder what it was all about? He wonders to himself before stretching. Probably better I don't know. I'll need something to keep me out of the way for a while, or at least an excuse. He mutters before briefly considering the books. He pushes it around his head and tries to consider what else. The air cars seem interesting, but not only does the Dauntless have several samples, but they still have Caddy Downshift living among them. An hour later, and he's poring over both Pawn of Prophecy and a to-the-point instruction on body language and how to look both disarming and beneath notice. He thought to the character of Dernick and how he's described as massively honest and dependable. That would be an exceptional look for a spy. There's a scratching at the floor, and he leans over the side of his bed to see one of the Paris snuffling around the overhanging blankets. The colors and patterns of them say it's the same one that had grabbed him earlier when he'd gone swimming. "So you've learned to like me?" he asks as he props the book open on the bed and reaching down to pick it up and examine the creature without being watched. Or rather watched too closely. He's in an embassy. Just because he hasn't found the cameras does not mean they're not there. The creature does have the look of a scavenger. Two very small claws near the front of the Paris. It's very much a crab with three tails. Two fat lobster tails to each side for swimming, and the long tail behind it to grab onto things and steer. It has two tiny bead-like eyes set into its face rather than on stalks, and it seems to taste the air with its endlessly moving mouth. He gives it a stroke as he turns the creature upside down and lays it on the mattress next to him. As the girl said, there's no sign of anything horrific, and it's covered in tiny feeler hairs that make it both fuzzy and hard, like a stone in a little bag. He tickles it a little on the jaw feet and mandibles after riding it, and it makes no move to bite him, but instead wraps its tail around his arm. The light blue and beige creature clasps onto his shoulder, and he becomes aware of the fact that its eyes are staring right at the side of his head. But it does nothing more than cuddle close and very lightly purr in the strange, vibrating way it does. He picks up the book and resumes reading. If the creature tries anything, he has both a knife and a gun in easy reach. He'll go for the knife. Guns in a wrestling match are just messy. He's 2 chapters and hanging his jaw hang loose without letting his mouth open. Slack-jawed stupidity is a good way of making people look past you. He can't help but think that this would be more useful if men didn't stand out like flares in a dark room in the galaxy at large. Hey, cut that out. He chides the Paris as it reaches up and gives a tiny yank to his hair. It pulls its tiny claw back and returns to just gazing at him. He gives it a stroke, and the purring sound grows louder. "You know, little guy, there's no way in hell that anyone back home is going to believe what's happened to me. They'll have a hard time even recognizing me. Hell, they might even think I'm my own son. Some sort of time silliness would be easier to believe compared to just how weird the galaxy actually is." He notes mostly to hear it himself. That, and if anyone's listening in, then it's something that is interesting, but ultimately unimportant. He reads a few more chapters before slotting in a bookmark and setting it aside. The slight amount of argument he had heard and was ignoring in the distance has suddenly stopped. That could be bad. Hopefully good. He notes to himself before stroking the purrs a few times until it relaxes itself limp. He sets it down gently and rushes off to make sure things aren't going worse. If they somehow have cause to blame him for intermarriage murder, then it's in his best interest to prevent such things. The whispering is what he clues into a little ways later, quieter than the tapping scuttle of the Paris following him, but loud enough that he can tell it's still in the language the girls had been shrieking in. He's not sure it's a universal Zedan language. In fact, he's fairly sure it's the Zedan equivalent of Mandarin or English. Widely but not universally spoken. After all, everyone knows at least one other language beyond galactic trade. The sudden shifting of words into another unknown language lets him know that yes, there are a great many Zedan languages. This is a galaxy that a linguist would both love and hate. love for all the fascinating bits to study, and hate for the unified language putting them out of work. He notes to himself as he walks into one of the side kitchens. It's wall-to-wall with shapely pitch-black skin painted all sorts of colors and stylized outfits more worn to look appealing than any practical purpose imaginable. The moment he grabs it, the tiny thing behind him hits the gas and rushes up to him with a loud, approving purr, followed by several others from all around the room, prompting him to jump onto the countertop and pulling his feet up as he gazes with wide eyes at the half-dozen creatures begging beneath him. There's a scattering of giggles. Good. With whatever they were arguing about playing second fiddle to his little show, they should calm down and be ready to talk, both to each other and to him. Okay then. Oh dear, hell beasts away. He cries out, tossing a few of the small yellow treats away. The purries rush away and quickly gobble up the treats before rushing back to beg for more, even as they're visibly munching on the ones they already have. Oh dear, I should have thought that through. He mutters out loud and mentally cheers as the room giggles again. The girls start talking softly to each other and he fights down the urge to pump a fist in triumph. Possible disaster averted. Well, at least let's make this fair, he says before pulling out a single treat and lowering it into the jaws of the one Paris that didn't get any last run. He then snatches his hand back and jumps back a little as the tiny crowd of them lean in to try to get it. But the one is well fed, and the girls are giggling even more than before. Whatever hostility was between them is breaking down fast. A little help? He asks in a slightly higher tone, and there's some politely muffled laughter as a nearby girl walks up and takes the box from him. The Paris follow her. He stays on top of the counter. You're safe from the big bad cuddle beasts, she says as sits on the floor to allow the critters to climb all over her. He notices that the only thing a Purs can really climb are things that are willing to help them up or really easy to scale, like a person, coupled with their lack of jumping ability, and it's easy enough to stay away from them. Just get on a table. That means you can come down now, another girl says as the conversations around the room turn friendlier. Just waiting for the right moment, he explains before dashing out of the room at the word moment. There's a swell of laughter behind him. Good. Now he can casually bring this all up sometime later to get the story. He opens the door slowly and finds that it's a small cleaning closet with one of his wives sitting on the floor, her tail wrapped around her ankles as she hugs her knees with all four arms. She looks up at him before somehow sniffling without a nose. Hey, he says, crouching down to her level. He is not qualified for this. He has no training, and in high school had no idea why the girls all formed their cliques and clubs. He knows now it's the girls' equivalent of a dick measuring contest, but dragged on for years. Want to talk? He asks, and she shakes her head. Want me to talk to them? He offers, and she shakes her head. Is there anything I can do? He asks. Want a place to do this that isn't a closet? He offers, and she nods. All right, let's go, he says, taking her by the hand, and she unfolds to loom over him. Everyone has their pride, and a girl's pride is different from a guy's, and that's before you add in aliens. Pawn of Prophecy. Not the most original of fantasy novels, but well-written and enjoyable. It stars a young man swept into things far greater than himself in a primitive society, his family and friends, and a theft that shakes the foundations of the world itself and places everything in jeopardy. Of course, this is just the first fifth of the story. This part is just the opening legs of the trip and him figuring it out that he is indeed tied up in all of this, but is only vaguely certain how. Could you read it out loud? She asks quietly, as if the simple request was something daring and uncouth. All right, from the beginning, he says, marking his current page and flipping the book to the very start. When the world was new, the 7 gods dwelt in harmony. It is lovely, and I had not considered flexible armor. Ordinarily, it is either strong cloth endowed with axiom, or a large and hard piece of material to keep oneself safe. Miro Noir notes as she holds up what so far is merely a sheet of tritite coins, roughly the size of Vernon's chest. It flowed and moved almost like a cloth and fascinated her with how tightly it was bound together. Without Axiom to help with the process, we had to get rather clever about forging our armor and weapons. In metal-poor countries, tightly bound bits of wood can make excellent armor as well. Very well. There's a few interesting bits of work to consider, and we gave the Admiral a bit of a scare due to a misunderstanding. We've been looking into Axiom totems, and I was considering the brands and tattoos. What I can do is useful, but if I want to be my best for the tournament, then I need a bit of an advantage. I've had worse besides pain fades gain stays. Something workout enthusiasts say. He answers as he opens another tin that the Dauntless had sent him of little connectors for the many coins. You know a bit of jewelry is allowed as well, she says, and he pauses. Well, that's a loophole and a half, he remarks, and she titters. Okay, that makes sense. I'll be getting some Kutha coins to make some pendants and rings then, he remarks, and she scoffs lightly. It's harder than just bringing up a Kutha coin to make a totem. It takes a great deal of practice and ability, she says, and he smiles. I've had it explained to me, and I manipulate Axiom in weird and wonderful ways for fun, my dear, he says, pulling a Kutha coin out of his pocket. He frowns at it, and the metal shifts as the air around him starts glowing with his focus. The coin unravels itself into a slightly stained, thin chain that he latches around his neck. There, now I have a necklace totem. You could have used the ring. I would not have minded, Miro Noir says, indicating his wedding band. No, I couldn't. This is more than metal. This is your gift to me, a symbol of your love. The thought of tarnishing it to use it as a tool is... I couldn't. It's too precious. He stammers, and a goofy smile spreads across her face. He leans over and kisses her on the nose before going back to making more of his disc armor. We're not sure of what the rules around the galaxy are. Humans as a whole just don't know where the lines are, meaning that totems could be harmless. Kutha jewelry appears to be. But a totem is something else entirely. Would it be offensive? Would it cause some kid of war? We're getting away, in our own heads at least, with carrying weapons around because everyone is an accredited soldier in good standing and the weapon is considered to be the least acceptable level of uniform in our own documentation, he explains, and she nods. Of course. Well, you should know that many races are like the Apuk. We're very powerful and very aware of it. There are many races like us, each an apex predator on their homeworld, despite the largest and grandest monsters they could produce. I doubt so many look as pretty, though, Vernon says, and she smiles a bit. He holds up the patch of tri-tight disc mail in his left hand and conjures an orb of energy in his right. He then slaps the mail with the orb, and it shatters against the bright blue metal discs. Perfect. It won't be much help against a thrown boulder or a solid punch. No, but I can accelerate myself enough to dodge. It's the odder Axiom abilities that have me worried. You think you can move that quick? She asks, and there's a sense of deepening Axiom. He's suddenly holding her bridal style after a blur of movement. Quick enough, I hope, he says, leaning in for a kiss. I can make that armor quick enough, he says, carrying her out of the room. It's been too long since we had a proper dance on the water. It's only been a few weeks. Perhaps, but there's no reason we shouldn't. Is there a larger fountain than the one outside of our home? Are you afraid I'm not? He says teasingly. You're not being fair. Do you have any idea how many girls will be jealous and try to force their way in our marriage? What about the Dauntless? So few non-humans have ever seen the inside of it. I'd like to understand the ship that brought you here to me. Don't you need to do something first? She asks. It's better to beg forgiveness than permission. Besides, due to the hack, we've got little in the way of actual secrets left, and none that people are concerned in keeping from you. Not to mention, I think you'd like to meet Sir Philip personally. The old gentleman gave me more than a few pointers on how to properly show affection without stumbling over myself. Is he your father? She asks as they walk out the front door and lock it behind them. Oh, no, but he's taken a fatherly role to a great number, if not the whole of the nerd squad. His children are all back on Earth, as well as his grandchildren at that. He's a family man out for one last hurrah. Oh, no doubt. There were a great many things used to keep our glutted and overlarge crew busy during the long months in zero gravity. Sir Philip used a great deal of it to polish up on the social abilities of many crew members. This became a bit of a get-together, as we learned that there were a fair number of more awkward men with more in common than most of the other soldiers. So we started to hang out, which became a large and loose group of friends, and the Nerd Squad was born. He explains as he casually helps her up onto the waters of the fountain, and arm in arm they skate across its rippling surface. It's the little touches that add ever so much, Sir Philip had told him, little touches done casually and ignored by the doer, but observed and appreciated so very closely by everyone else. So what kind of things would you like to see on the Dauntless? There are some parts of it being upgraded even now and then back-built, to be completely deactivated and purged of Axiom afterwards. The Dauntless does need to be able to return to cruel space. Will you go with it? She asks, and he comes up short, pausing. Luckily, they're no longer upon the fountain, and his mental processes slamming the brakes doesn't do anything but startle her. Her heart flutters as she realizes what's happening. He's weighing her against an entire world, against his home world, and all the love and duty it implies, and he cannot decide which is more precious. Oh, Vernon. She gushes, hugging him close. His clear homesickness rubs off on her slightly, and she feels a pang for the mountains and plains of her own home. The ancient castles restored and preserved, the fields where great tournaments were held in days of old, the ancient forests that would retaliate to any fire brought within them, wherein dwelt the wisest and strongest of Apuk's sorcerers in days of old. Men that had fled there would be brides to seek self-mastery and power of flame and self before being conquered and tamed by a battle princess, as so many of the stories went, and how so many people could trace their ancestry to. It strikes her once more that she had seduced an alien sorcerer, a part of his own cabal of mages from beyond the dark place within the night sky. His strong arms around her make the moment wonderful. Oh, I want in on that so much. Some girl whispers from nearby, and she just ignores them. She's got the man, not them. Think she's willing to let us in? Another voice says, and she wants to glare at the bimbos staring up her Vernon, but doesn't want to break the hug. Look at how desperately she's clinging to him. She's a lesser wife. We don't need to ask her, but him instead. The first voice says, and that's enough. She turns around to glare. It's a pair of desert Nagasha with slight amounts of face paint. So those hussies think they're going to muscle in on this? Let's just go. No need for a pointless fight, Vernon whispers to her. She walks him away, and there's giggling from the two Nagasha. No point arguing with the foolish. They drag the debate down to their own level and then use experience to prevail, he says, when they're out of earshot. Foolish? No, it wasn't foolish of them. Our situation is very odd. Ordinarily, I'd be looking for other wives to share you with. But I want you all to myself. I'm being selfish and stupid and petty and... She's cut off as he holds her close. You're not hogging me. This is fine. On Earth, where there's more men than stones, maybe, but not here. Not in this place. Not with these people or my people or any people. She nearly curses herself out. She's a princess. She has to set the example, not look to them. She has to be better. She has to... Except for my people, he says, and her worries wash away for a time. Miles smiles as he lays back against Agenda. He and the rest of the guys are lounging around the room in tight pants and open shirts. They're all wearing the shield rings, and they've all personalized them to form small Axiom totems. The PT that they all kept up had chiseled each of them into looking more like male strippers than soldiers. No weapons but the Kutha and Jehest rings. Rings that Miles had ridden everyone to practice with until they could not only get a good shield going, but turn it into an offensive weapon too, something they need in this kind of mission. They're deep in enemy lines and being fawned over by the numerous alien women all around them, and fawning over them in return as a distraction. All the women are obviously armed, and there are guards around the room. Only Captain Lilpaw was in there with them, beyond the numerous armed women and the singular leader in charge of all this, hidden from view but in arm's reach. It's a silly trait of the galaxy. If your ship is rough-looking, then they assume you're a raider or a traitor, not anyone running anything, Agenda remarks as she fiddles with her drink glass. Come here, my pet. How do you like the taste? She asks Miles, who slinks over and takes the slightest sip. No thankest thou, milady. Sweetness is rarely a sensation I seek, Miles says, just to be obtuse and have the woman sweat. Now, my dear little Tret, there's no cause to be rude. You're drinking the generous woman's drink and have been offered her food as well. It's rude to refuse, Agenda says with a smile. She knows she can be seen through the curtain. The game is afoot. If thou insist, mine love, Miles simpers in the exaggerated and stupid accent. It's a slice of hardened candy that tastes like a grape with the texture of a dried orange. He almost spits it out with the strangeness. The woman behind the curtain relaxes somewhat, then seems to go into agitation as Miles takes a deep pull of the drink. Are you certain the Liga wedges aren't to your taste? I find they pair exceptionally well with the Morita liqueur, she asks, and Miles shakes his head. Oh no, I'm quite all right, he responds, and there's a dense silence that descends. The men lounging around the smoky and cramped room all repress the urge to nod. It's just about go time. I must insist, she says, and Agenda tilts her head. Why, Madame Vekas? Is that a note of concern in your voice? Whatever is the matter? Agenda pokes, knowing full well that everything was about to happen. The mob boss no doubt wants the men for sale or personal use. No difficulty scanning? Miles asks, and Franklin shakes his head. Take a left, Franklin says as they all race out in pursuit of the captain. As she races down the hall at the front of her pursuing pack of men, she draws a plasma caster and kills 3 Horchka guards before they can even shout, and doesn't lose a step. Left again, Franklin calls out, and she spins on the spot and all but rips the door off the wall, to reveal an empty closet. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to get us killed? She demands as the men catch up and Franklin rushes past everyone to tap on the walls and then opens a panel hiding a lever. The back wall of the closet moves to the side to expose a stairway down when he yanks it. She considers secret passage's security measures. This takes us right to the vault, he answers before rushing down the stairwells. Behind me, she orders, and he flattens against the wall to let her go first. The stairwell takes them down several floors and they emerge into a hallway. To the immediate left are several guards, and she gives them hot plasma before she even fully registers the sheer difference in the decoration. Gone is the lap of luxury of the upper floors. It's all no frills, no nonsense, and utilitarian. A pair of walls slam together and Agenda skids to a stop before slamming into it. What now? She demands of Franklin, who rushes up to put his hands on the barrier. For a moment it's covered in crackling axiom energy. Then it's gone, missing as if misplaced by all of reality. You can just undo things you put your hands on? Miles demands in a shocked tone as the implications hit. No, I need to put my hands on it when I want to be precise and subtle. Otherwise, I make a hell of a bang and the shockwave of repurposed energy goes off like a bomb, he says, and everyone stares. Do we have time for this? Plasma and laser weapons are susceptible to atmosphere. A very high oxygen concentration causes a premature detonation in both, and since it's already there, you need to do very little to play around like that, he says as he walks forward. Come on, that's the last of the guards. She doesn't like anyone too close to the vaults. They rush down the hallway, still at the alert despite the lack of alarms going off. Franklin leads them right up to a massive doorway covered in sensors. Stand her up in front of the door and grab her head tentacles. She has specific sensors in each one that need to go off. It's the first part of the password followed by a number code on a hidden keypad. Okay, how do we do this? Agenda asks, and Franklin waves his hand, causing the head tentacles of Vekas to glow, half of them flashing their colors. Flashing colors go to the left side, solid to the right. Red are at the bottom down here, blue in the middle here, and green up here. He explains, kicking a lower part of the door, then slapping an upper part before jumping to slap 2 points in the top of the frame. He then steps up right next to the door as the mob boss is wrestled until her tentacles are in the right positions. There's a quick taping sequence a few moments later as Franklin puts in the password and the massive reinforced door opens wide. Goddesses and chrome, there's so much! Agenda gasps in awe as she sees the rows upon rows of Axiom Ride trade bars, each worth 100 of the expensive discs. 10 million credits apiece, and there were hundreds of them. We're gonna need a bigger boat, Miles remarks with an open gawk at the amount of wealth. It's right here, he says, opening up a random wall panel to expose a computer terminal. He puts in the data chip and turns it on. What about the password? Agenda asks as it turns on, and the virus they made downloads itself into the security systems. Not on this terminal. It's the only unprotected one due to being in the vault, Franklin remarks as the security systems self-compromise, and he punches a code into the terminal. The screen shifts, and there's a wonderful look to Gula on the bridge. Hey, cutie! Captain there? The Drin hacker asks, and he nods before stepping to the side. Captain, is what I'm seeing real? Are those entire shelves of Axiom Ride bars? We've hit our biggest payday yet, Gula. We're rich, Agenda boasts with a wide, toothy smile. Hey, Frank, how'd you do that deletion thing? Beck asks behind her as Gula is cheering in her seat. Dude, you're scary. So what am I looking at exactly? Admiral Cistern asks, as the video of a transparent circle with some strange doodle-like designs in it is approached by what appears to be a large number of tadpoles, and the entire thing turns brown and collapses in on itself when one wriggles its way in. What you saw was an attempt to fertilize a Tret woman's egg with exclusively Y chromosomal spermatozoa. As you saw, the moment the cellular wall was breached, the entire system collapsed as if introduced to an extremely virulent poison or acid. We had bought and paid for 30 eggs, and we noticed a very interesting pattern. The Dr. Wren explains as he moves to the next video. See here? This is an unaltered spermatozoa sample introduced to the egg. Genetically speaking, there are few enough differences between a Tret and a human, as they could be considered another nationality and not a separate species entirely. Yet observe. He states, and the image shows brightly and dimly colored sperm swimming to an egg. The brightly colored sperm quickly starts to burrow at roughly 5 times the pace as the others, and then the wall becomes completely impermeable to the remaining swimmers. You saw spermatozoa colored with Harst 33342. X chromosome portions of the samples retain a higher amount of the chemical and therefore appear more visually striking than their male counterparts. So for some reason, alien eggs resist male sperm by a factor of roughly 5 to 1. Furthermore, the eggs spontaneously die when introduced exclusively to male sperm. Admiral Cistern summarizes for clarity's sake. Yes, sir. In every scenario where we have introduced exclusively male spermatozoa to the eggs, they have spontaneously aborted. Why? Admiral Cistern asks, and Dr. Wren merely shrugs. Not an answer I expected of you, Doctor. It's extremely frustrating, sir. The moment we left our little corner of the galaxy, we were effectively informed that everything we know about physics, biology, chemistry, and frankly, every field of science, excepting math, was incorrect. I don't know how or why this is happening, but I have found a way around it. Observe, sir. Dr. Wren explains, and Admiral Cistern nods. I understand, and in light of such things, I'm willing to let a lot slide, so long as the more exuberant members of my ship do not cause themselves, the crew or the Dauntless, undue harm, Admiral Cistern says, before gesturing for the video to start. This time, the video shows the different colored sperm, but there's something subtly wrong with the brighter colored ones. The lighter colored ones win out the race, and the egg seems to get properly fertilized. What happened? I had X chromosome spermatozoa deliberately damaged to render them incapable of properly fertilizing the egg. However, their mere presence was enough to ensure a proper male fertilization. My current hypothesis is that there is a specific chemical or hormone that alien eggs require a sample of, or it self-terminates rather than fertilizes. This chemical or hormone is exclusive to the X chromosome spermatozoa and also allows it to penetrate the outer wall with greater ease. How and why is still beyond me, but it would explain the enormous gender disparity in the galaxy at large. Dr. Wren explains, and Admiral Cistern nods while stroking his chin in thought. Do we have any options to correct this odd imbalance? He asks. As of yet, no. But I assume that a more precise form of spermicide that exclusively weakens but does not kill X chromosome spermatozoa would allow for a jump in male births the galaxy over. Such a thing would require years and years of research and development in order to get down properly, and likely require customization for each individual species, of which there is a truly enormous number. Products for the market, then, I'll be speaking with our lawyers to see if we can get a patent on such a thing. A product to guarantee male births should sell well. Admiral Cistern notes. Perhaps not, sir, another scientist interrupts him. Dr. Ricken, do you have another opinion, ma'am? He asked the behavioral scientist. Yes, sir. When it comes to a great many of the systems in the galaxy at large, they seem to be in a state of stasis, for a lack of a better term. There has been little in the way of advancement or desire to advance. The general consensus the galaxy over is that they're in a golden age, which is somewhat accurate, but they've become massively complacent. A good example would be the Apuk species as a whole. They behave like they've freshly walked out of the age of antiquity, with knights and castles and such. So much so that the equivalent title for the Princess Miro Noir would be that of a knight, and amusingly with our soldier Vernon as her lady. She explains to some light chuckling around the room. I've found a few contributing factors, sir. Nothing concrete, though, but many things that would add to it. One of particular note here on Centris is a society of conspiracy. There are an enormous amount of petty conspiracies further gumming up the already rusted and slowed wheels of progress. The conspiracies can be about just about anything, and the many hundreds of thousands of them seem to be one of the primary sources of the hack. Thankfully, they're mistrustful and believe the information completely compromised by one another. Sir Philip and the other intelligence officers on the ship have identified nearly 100 different conspiracies to change the color of the font on officially broadcasted announcements from the Senate. Their methods range from bribery to blackmail, to planting agents, to disrupting votes electronically, to taking hostages, to planning out assassinations. There are conspiracies about changing the approved weaponry for the Senate Guard, dozens for each type of weapon, all of them operating independently and without knowledge or each other, or knowledge of how to actually accomplish their goals. The local hobby is conspiracy to such a degree that some people put them on their resumes. He pinches his eyes closed and takes a few deep breaths as he steadies himself. When he opens them, the madness has not vanished, but it seems more manageable. Very well. Is there anything else I should be aware of? Only that we and our emergence from cruel space is the largest cultural shift in 600 years, with the foundation and rapid growth of the Meccan Reach being the last one. Our shifting of some laws, even in small and seemingly inconsequential ways, is comparatively big news, as most of the conspiracies don't get a tenth that far in decades, let alone weeks or months. Thank you, Dr. Ricken. Dr. Samuel, you've been researching the energy weapons of the galaxy. What do we know? We already have the math and engineering figured out for most of this, sir. Dr. Samuel says with a smile as he tosses his own data chip to Dr. Wren, who plugs it in before tossing Dr. Ricken her own back. A self-starting slideshow of plasma and laser weaponry blueprints begins playing in cycle. They skip a couple of steps with the axiom, but otherwise we not only know exactly what's going on here, but can make our own now that we have the techniques and technologies written out for us. None of it will work back home, but we can certainly make it here. What are the big hurdles for getting it to work on Earth? Admiral Cistern asks, and the smile turns into a rueful grin. First off is power, the sheer amount of electricity the laser needs and the power-intense process of compressing, igniting, and magnetically bottling before launching the plasma is frankly absurd. Without Axiom as the big battery to draw on, you'd need an enormous source of energy. Even the smallest models would need a truck to move its battery around if it's not an emplaced bit of hardware. 1 for the laser and 2 for the plasma. The plasma's magnetic fields, bottling and rail are extremely complicated, and without Axiom using components as a stabilizer, we can't get it to work, though we're working on it. The other thing is a shared problem between the two. The amount of power that both give out is brutal on the equipment itself. Without the Axiom-based internal shielding, both weapons can only provide a small handful of shots before burning out, if not failing explosively. Research into synthesizing more robust materials that don't need that level of protection is ongoing, but is mostly in the metallurgist's camp, not mine. Anything else you'd like to say? Admiral Cistern asks, and he considers. We've opened research into 2 weapons based on the laser frame. Samuel says, walking over to the projector and switching to another file. A blueprint fills up half the screen and the other half is filled with mathematical equations. Where lasers work, so do masers, or rather microwave ray lasers. The name is descriptive and the function is a much more deadly and subtle laser. Effectively, instead of burning through something with light, it agitates the water molecules in its target until they convert to steam in an instant. This leads usually to a nasty bang from within the target and is invisible to the naked eye as well as less susceptible to atmospheric interference. That sounds like a nightmare to deal with. Not much worse than an ultraviolet laser, and since it's an unknown technology, it'll have the added benefit of being technically legal around the galaxy, unlike invisible lasers. Gamma-ray lasers, the bigger and meaner and much dirtier brother of the maser. It's pure theory at the moment, but it uses the nastier frequencies of radiation to make the beam. It will burn through you, blow up everything around it, and irradiate the area it hits and travels through. It's only in the theory stage, but if you want to add to whatever Geneva Convention they've got out here, a grazer will do it. Let us assume that we will not be committing war crimes unless absolutely necessary. Understood? It's just theory crafting, Admiral Sir. It won't ever be more than numbers without your direct approval, Samuel vows. Good man, Admiral Cistern says, and his communicator goes off. Admiral Cistern, he says. Sir, not an emergency, but something you should know. Trooper, or is it researcher now? Anyways, Vernon Shea is on the Dauntless showing his wife around. He's avoiding critical areas, and I doubt he's dumb enough to change that, but you should know he's there. One of the bridge crewmen on security detail reports. Just ring him when he's showing her someplace he shouldn't. He's not stupid enough to disobey. Admiral Cistern responds he had evaluated the man's profile both when he became part of the nerd squad and when he got married. Vernon, while not normal, was still solid and sensible. All right, that reminds me, ladies and gentlemen, Admiral Cistern says after turning off his communicator. What about our research into armor and the suggestions from the nerd squad? To be honest, sir, we were planning on waiting until after the field test in the Shellcracker tournament, Samuel responds with a shrug. Fair enough. However, how do you know? How much is the rumor mill churning? We have spies on board? This is the sort of thing he should know about, even if it is somehow amusing. They're really obvious, sir. Sir Philip has been using them as training aids for the intelligence division. They seem to think that a Tret with a uniform can just walk on and be mistaken for a human solider. They can't. They really can't. But we haven't let them know that yet. She explains, and that does soothe his nerves more than somewhat. If they're that incompetent, it's no wonder I haven't been informed. How poor a spy are they? The closest they get to actual infiltration is when they're mistaken for strippers. The average girl out here is curvy to the point that Jessica Rabbit looks flat and plain by comparison. It's really, really damn easy to tell who's an alien bimbo and who's actually part of the crew, Dr. Rickon says in an amused tone. How those idiots can tie their own fucking shoes is a mystery to me. Solve it on your own time, Doctor. I want you focused on your field of expertise. Admiral Cistern orders with a gentle smile. And despite her not technically being a soldier, he gets a crisp salute from her. Good woman. It's very utilitarian in here. Miro Noir notes with the plastic and chrome walls and tile flooring. There's a carpet bolted to the floor to increase traction and small handholds all over. I'm afraid my people just aren't as wealthy as we'd like to be. The Dauntless is the finest ship humanity has ever produced, but compared to most other vessels around the galaxy, it's liable to come up short in almost every field. Vernon admits as he slowly shows her down towards the barracks where he would be living in, if not with her. And where does this ship excel? I can't say I'm too thrilled with the idea of you dwelling within such a place. She asks, as the idea of decompression and just being hit by a pirate raid terrified her. This ship has enough redundant systems that you can break it into pieces, and most of those pieces can endure for days or even weeks. Really? Oh yes, we've got a dozen little tricks for filtering the air and a few chemical reaction to create oxygen and also keep up air pressure. He explains before pointing towards a closet with a large circle and a small squiggle on it. That sign is O2, meaning oxygen supply. He says, opening it up. This is effectively a candle that gives off safe oxygen to breathe. It also burns very hot, so once we set one up, we stay away from it. He says, indicating a few strange cylinders, and then gesturing to the closed vent above it. Interesting. Where was this technology invented? It was made for submarines, underwater vehicles. We adapted a lot of submarine technology for axiom-free atmospherics. Actually, we straight up cannibalized about a dozen different submarines to make the ventilation systems, twice their number in aircraft carriers and a large number of rockets and a few hundred pieces of experimental equipment. This really the biggest warship your kind has ever made, isn't it? Miro Noir asks, and he nods. Yes, not only am I still a member of the crew, but some of the work building it was done by me. Nothing advanced, mind you, but a lot of welding and riveting and soldering. Did you? Oh, yes. This hallway, in fact, was something that I spent a few days on. The whole thing for the next few hundred meters, I was on the team that did all of it. We had to build the Dauntless in space. We just wouldn't have the technology to get a ship like this into orbit, and landing it without axiom. It will shatter the insides like glass and crumple the frame as it slams into the ground. Is this massive ship really so fragile? She asks in horror. Yes and no. With axiom, there's an enormous amount of durability. This ship has more ablative armor than most ships have anything. It's tough to the point that you can shatter it, and the individual components can survive on their own. And on top of that, there's no other ship in the galaxy that can go from system to system without being undone by null. We take them apart. Each and every axiom using component of the ship is pulled apart and purged of energy. That way, when we re-enter cruel space, there won't be any issues. You shall not pass! A voice bellows from nearby, drawing up the couple short in confusion. What? Both Vernon and a man unseen nearby ask. The couple rounds the corner to see a soldier being held at stick point by another man in gray bed sheets with a pair of mop heads for a fake beard and hair. I am the servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor. The robed soldier bellows and Vernon groans into his hands before chuckling. Oh, Christ, Vernon mutters. Go back to the shadows. Hop it, Merlin. I need to drop a deuce. Oh no, Merlin's in the bathroom itself. To pass him, you must answer the riddles 3. I'm Gandalf. The nerd says to the pissed-off soldier who draws his pistol. I can literally harden the air like metal in front of the barrel. That doesn't scare me. Don't be jackass, Jonathan. Vernon calls to him and the cosplaying man turns around and almost jumps. Holy crap, Vernon. Oh, whoa, that must be your girl. Hey, Bob, get out here. It's Vernon and his wife. The Gandalf impersonator shouts into the bathroom and outrushes a second man using mop heads to simulate hair and beard and sheets for robes. Thankfully, both are dressed under the get-ups, and the man they were harassing uses the distraction to rush inside. What are you complete clowns doing? Vernon demands them as Bob and Jonathan glance at each other as they pull off the disguises. They're in the on-duty tan cargos and black t-shirts with boots. Bob, you complained to me that people were bullying you out of the toilet and messing with you. Now that you've got the power, you're doing it? I thought you were better than that. Oh, come on. It's just some harmless fun. Bob starts to protest, but it turns to a question as he gets the stink-eye part way through. For God's sake, Vernon, we're bored out of our minds here, Jonathan protests and gets a glare that draws him up short. Bored out of your minds? How could you be bored? You have access to an entire galaxy's worth of media, movies, video games, books, and more. Vernon is more visibly upset than Miro Noir has ever seen in him. What about this set him off? Actual freaking magic is available to you. How to not have so much to do? Vernon demands as pure power arcs between his hands in a dazzling display of power and control. Well, Bob begins just as the man they were harassing emerges from the bathroom with steam coming from his hands and a toilet flushing behind him. Oh, thank God, that was almost forcing its way out, the guy says before looking around. Well, hello. Tell me, Missy, if you ever get tired of a nerd boy here, then you should shack up with a big as far as the man gets before being flicked in the forehead and simply stopping. No one hits on my wife, Vernon growls out. Dude, you inverted the temporal acceleration research. You scary, Bob says as Vernon puts his arm protectively over Miro Noir's shoulders and she can only smile. He's fighting to keep them away from her. The reversal is so scandalous, so exotic, so strange but wonderful. Right. Look, Vern, you've been let out. You've got a gorgeous wife and things to do. You're going to a tournament. You're going in front of the galaxy as a champ. We're stuck in here. No matter how much there is to do, there's still the fact that we can't go out and take a look at the massive alien world just begging to be explored. We're going nuts, again. I know. Believe me, I know how important it is that we stay in the ship and not cause problems. We all know. That doesn't make it easier. Jonathan cuts him off. Did you at least sign up for shore leave rotation? Vernon asks ruefully, his annoyance clearly shifting to sympathy. I'm out in 3 days and Johnny Boy here gets out next week. Good luck. Though I doubt you'll find half so beautiful a woman. Vernon taunts the two as he gives Miro Noir a kiss on the forehead. She leans into him with a sigh of contentment and watches in wonder as the two men have a flash of jealousy rush across their faces. Whatever. Bet you're one of those guys that can't take the sound of a... The soldier begins and takes a breath before Vernon pokes him to stop him in that moment in time. Okay, he had it coming, but you shouldn't go down to his level, justified or not. Vernon admits and admonishes at the same time. How about we be somewhere else before Shrieky here gives his lungs a workout? Bob asks, and Miro Noir lets out a little huff of surprise when Vernon picks her up and all three men rush down the corridor before the time stop wears off on the other soldier. They round a corner in time to hear an unearthly high-pitched shriek that's cut off with confusion, then frustration. What was that all about? She asks as she's put down, rather baffled at the behavior to put things mildly. Basically, every major group in the Dauntless has its own sort of small society and act in different ways. The Nerd Squad, one of the smaller factions which I'm a part of, is generally regarded somewhat poorly around the ship due to our obsession with hobbies and pursuits that kept us busy in cruel space. Jealousy is fueling that, Bob explains with a grin. Of course, other groups exist as well. Everyone's scared near witless around the scientists. No one feels safe around the intelligence division, as they can borderline read your mind in casual conversation. Everyone's polite to the engineers. The command crew are kept at arm's length due to numerous threats of court-martial. The legal division was kept at arm's length before, but since we got access to the galaxy, that changed. It is a work of outright magic to listen to those men and women rant long and hard about the nonsense of the galaxy. Oh, the loopholes. Oh, the contradictions, Jonathan remarks with a grin. The rest of the ship is divided among who likes what kind of weapon if for no other reason than to have a group to belong to. Machine guns forever. Of course, that doesn't mean to say we don't have each other's back. The guy back there and us may bicker and argue a lot, but if things start going wrong, there's not a person on this ship that wouldn't kill and die for each other. The cliques and clubs are more for personal entertainment and social interaction, Bob remarks, and Vernon notices the troubled look on Miro Noir's face. It certainly sounds better when put like that, although I do believe we were in the middle of a tour of the ship. Of course, this way, please. Bob, Jonathan, This is my wife, Princess Miro Noir. Wait, it wasn't a gag? You've married into alien royalty? Jonathan demands in shock. Yes, she earned her royal title in a tournament. The same one that you're entering, isn't it? Bob asks with a grin. Yes, it's rather fitting for a princess and a prince to be married, isn't it? He who does ruin the fun shall become it, Bob declares from behind them and gets a very unimpressed look from Vernon. Then he grins. I thought it was, he who has smelt, dost verily dealt it, Vernon asks, and there's light chuckling from the two men. Miro Noir relaxes what little tension she had felt building up. Friends playing with one another. Not much of a curse when we're landed in safe atmosphere, Bob remarks. I know. I knew it the moment it left my mouth. Vernon groans as Miro Noir begins to giggle. Oh my goodness, but I was so brash and foolish back then, so unsure of myself that I bloated myself up to an enormous size to compensate for it all. Miro Noir waves it away as Vernon grabs Jonathan by the back of the shirt and hoists him off the ground one-handed. Knock it off. Fine, but we do have a request, Bob says. Oh no, you two don't want to, Vernon trails off before chuckling to himself. Oh yes, Lady Miro Noir, there is a style of commentary where the silhouettes of the commentators are seen alongside the piece of media, with their voices and commentary given precedence over the commented upon media. We would like to go into a production where you, your husband, and us two are all commenting on your own tournament round some years ago. It would be an excellent way to introduce Apuk culture to humanity. And by giving it your personal point of view, and with your own insights, we'll be able to understand yourself and your people all the better, Jonathan offers. It's a good show. Yay, but come on, guys. It's not even night yet, and we're being followed? Reggie asks casually to Am and Koa. They're driving alone inside Caddy Downshift. She wanted to go out, but didn't feel safe doing so alone, but didn't want anyone driving her, and it just kept going in circles. So they had bought and outfitted her with a holo projector so that she could show a shrunken-down version of herself in her own driver's seat. She starts giggling, and all three men give her hologram an odd look. They're just jealous that I've got three men inside me and they can't get any... She jokes, and the hologram flickers nervously as the men chuckle at the dirty joke. Yes, She freezes as she sees one of the fossa on the street. Everybody out! She screeches, pulling over to the opposite side, and the doors fly open. The men jump out and Caddy zooms away back to the Dauntless. And she was doing so well too, Koa mutters. Until she lets go of her fear of Karen Darkdown enough to see another of her species without panicking, then healing is going to be a long way off. Koa grumps. She did okay. It took a fossa in a suit to scare her. A palette-swapped version of her abuser. That's a good step in the short time since she escaped from her multiple years of abuse. Am says kindly, and Reggie shrugs even as he shudders at the impulses his body is sending him. She's not the only one getting used to things, Reggie growls. The engineer just starts walking off. They all know the way back to the Dauntless, so they're not too worried about being abandoned by the panicking Caddy. So, is there something you want to do? We have to get the people used to seeing humans in the capital, so it's probably best to be doing something with it. Am asks as he pulls out a book. He knows what he wants to do, but the average bookstore doesn't like random people walking in, pulling a book off the shelf and just reading it there without even buying it. Reggie begins glancing back and seeing the book, reminding him of the one he borrowed and is still carrying. Why don't we just find a park and hang out or something? He remarks, and Koa shrugs. Sure, there should be some pushcart snack vendors or something. That might be interesting. Koa thinks as Am tucks away his book and pulls out his communicator for directions. Someone needs to stop skipping cardio, Reggie remarks, before he frowns as he realizes he was watching her bosom heaving. The alien woman has dark blue skin, glowing yellow eyes, and jet black hair. She's wearing an outfit that has the emblem of a training academy for local guards. The creme of the crop go to the Senate and stand around doing nothing on intergalactic television. The ones that don't make the top grade do actual work with various companies, and the ones that barely scrape by are given a license, and that's about it. This one would be lucky to get even that. Can we help you? Koa asks after finishing off his snack. He passes the shaker back to Am, who tucks it away. Oh, goddess, you ate it! I'm too late! No! She declares, falling to her knees and howling at the sky as a pair of tiny bat-like wings poke out behind her in her agitation, tearing through her shirt in the process. What are you doing now, Nita? A very similar voice asks as a white-haired version of the girl rushes up, much quicker and much more steady than the first, and skids to a stop rather than staggering. He's going to die. He's going to die because I couldn't save him. His food was sabotaged and I, Nita declares before falling to the ground and sobbing. I'll never get a boyfriend. She starts bawling as the second one of the girls looks heavenward, as if begging a higher power for patience. What's going on? The new girl asks the less stunned and more amused but still somewhat stunned trio. I was just having a snack when she ran up screaming and then pitched this fit when I kept eating. Koa remarks, and Nita heaves another sob. The canister. It's full of deadly poison, and you sprinkled it all over your food. She gasps out between sobs. My digestion is very robust, ma'am. I could eat the contents of that canister straight if the taste wouldn't be overwhelming. Koa begins assuring the hysterical little alien. I am not putting any money on it, Am. He says, not even looking at Am, who chuckles in response. Sir, are you all right? The white-haired one asks, and Koa nods. Are you certain? You do know humans aren't real, right? We're not? Reggie asks, glancing at Koa. Then what are we doing here? Shouldn't we be in someone's imagination? He snarks out and gets a stern look from the girl. Look, I don't know who put you gentlemen up to this, but it's not fair and it's not nice. There is no race from cruel space. There is no species that has a 1-to-1 gender ratio. These sorts of things cannot possibly exist. Null is not only dangerous to all life, but all things. It makes axiom dissolve or detonate, and axiom is within all things. Therefore, nothing can exist within that giant evil cloud of null. We're awfully solid for race that doesn't exist, Reggie notes to Am's amusement. Yes, stir the shit. Let the snark flow through you, he adds in a mildly raspy voice. Shut up, Reggie responds, and the nerd starts chuckling. Pop culture reference. Koa waves it off, even as he glances around. There's a few more food vendors taking wonderful advantage of the gathering crowd to the drama, which includes some things he hasn't tried yet. But no doubt things would get odder if he were to get up and buy some himself. A pity. Her little drama queen act has cut me off from more snacks, rather. The wind shifts as he speaks, picking up and carrying the scent that had previously lightly blowing away from the girls right into them. Rude. Oh boy, here we go. The stories of what's about to happen have been told long and often by any of the boys in the EFL. Oh, oh my. You're in season? The still-standing sister demands in shock as Nita looks up towards Koa with tears in her eyes. You must have someone to live beyond your death. Come here, Nita declares before diving at Koa. Am starts laughing out loud as Koa tries to wrestle the little freak off him with the help of her sister, who puts her into a full Nelson. What are 3 men in the peak of their season doing out in public? You could run into a criminal or a slaver or... Is that common in Centris? Reggie asks incredulously before glancing around the crowd. Sure, a lot of them look downright hungry in ways he's not comfortable with, but they don't look anywhere near aggressive enough to take what they want by force. There you are, a familiar voice coos as Misty the snicked cougar buzzes over the crowd. I had heard you'd been rejuvenated by the healing sleep, but this is astounding. She coos as she saunters up to Reggie, who looks like he's staring down an oncoming train. Hey, is it really him? Shireen asks, forcing her way through the crowd. Oh, wow, it is him. And he has friends, the six-bodied woman exclaims, as her larger lower half easily parts the crowd. Aren't we popular? Koa asks Reggie as Am chuckles and gets a dirty look in return. Oh, dude, I'm counting on it. Even without our little sideshows, it was going to happen because, unlike you idiots, this man's got a plan. Am boasts as he tucks his book away. In fact, they should be here any moment now. Dear God, he does have a plan, Reggie notes as he backs up a little from Misty, who starts looming over him. Now, from what I understand, handsome, you have regained your capacity to perform. I was hoping that you'd be in a mood to test it out some, possibly with a lovely ripe snicked and maybe her lidrous friend as well. Misty purrs down at him. She had clearly been getting ready for this, as she looks ready to fall out of her dress with Shireen looking desperately awkward and earnest behind her as a counterpoint. Amadi! A familiar bouncy voice calls out. It's Jenny the waitress, and what seems to be her entire immediate social circle. What the hell am? Reggie demands. What? I want it. She wants to give it. What's the problem? Do you have any idea what? Don't care. Getting some. Am cuts off Koa as he starts walking to the dozen exuberant rabbis women who are bouncing in many different ways to see him. All right, girls. We have an important decision to make. The Veeks crime family is no more. Its head is our prisoner. Its heir died in the takeover, as well as all its sworn sisters. We own the assets. We own everything. The rank and file that are still alive are too scared to do anything, and we've won. Now what do? I'm in favor of simply taking over and sitting pretty. We play this smart, and we can have the start of a pirate fleet with this as our home base. The question is, are we ready for the big time? Not to mention, there's the possible issue on our deal with the humans. I don't want to lose my husband over a base. If we can't have them, then I say we take the money and upgrade the ship as much as we can. If we can, though, that's where things get interesting. I think we could do big time. It'll be hard and take us recruiting a lot more girls. But it can be done. I've just gotten off a call with Admiral Cistern. So long as you're willing to help out if a call for battle shows up and are willing to do fair business with humans, then the deal stands. Adding more ships, though, will mean that he'll personally be meeting with the new captains to take their full measure before giving them an official EFL designation. That's his only caveat. Miles adds in. There's a glance to where he and the rest of the guys are sitting together. He posted 25 guys on Ashen Ducks. What makes you think that he'll have a problem with more stationary places? Considering that the universe is in motion, Franklin begins before Victor casually reaches over to clamp a hand over his mouth and shut him up. I saw what you did, Captain. There's no question we can kick all the ass. Jin remarks. She's only got some eye makeup and a light covering of white over her face. So she's honest, but not completely serious. Is it enough is the big question. Mirage states from where she sits, somewhat visible due to not only the bell and collar they've forced the cloakin to wear, but the full outfit and makeup as well. There had been a few too many friendly fire incidents due to her sneaking up on people. What are you talking about? Mercy demands her. Easy enough. Is it enough? Mirage asks, before moving a hand visible due to painted nails and jangling bracelets through her visibly dyed head feathers. Trust a cloakin about stealth, all right? We were using stealth before to keep safe, but there's a time for stealth and a time to take a stand. Do we have the muscle, the money, and the will to take the stand rather than run? Why not use the money? Jingai asks, and there's a bit of quiet. She has a point. The whole purpose of money is to be exchanged for goods and services. Sure, it looks nice and is nice to have, but the stuff it gets you is even better. Miles says. I've done the numbers crunching on that, actually. If we spend about half of it, we could easily shore up the defenses, hire enough security, and bribe enough people to make this place impenetrable to anything short of orbital bombardment or an elite commando raid. Hell, we almost had to do that ourselves already, and we showed up under false flags. Mabby explains with a shrug. To be fair, we didn't do anything till they tried to kill us and back out of the deals. Miles adds in, feeling somewhat attacked. Yes, but you came in ready for a hostile takeover and made it happen, Mabby remarks. I think we can do it. We're ready for the big time. We took care of a bigger and supposedly badder organization. Which reminds me, what are we doing with the Vex boss lady? Are we sure we want this to end like a cartoon and have her come back to screw with us after some kind of dramatic escape? Beck asks before thinking. Because I'm all right with that. It could even be fun, a great way to test our defenses and to let everyone know that we're not playing by the normal rules. Hours. The word rings out, and the smile spreads. The sheer possibility rushes by, and people begin thinking good and hard about what they want. Captain Lilpaw begins showing all her gleaming fangs in a gleeful smile at the thought and nodding. That settles it then. Ladies, gentlemen, this is your last chance to back out. We're going for all of it. This is just the beginning. We're expanding until we take this backwater world ourselves. Hell doesn't even have a seat on the council in Centris. We're taking it, and we're taking it hard. We're pushing out every gang and family from this planet until we own it, and then we make it legit. Who wants to conquer a planet? Agenda announces, and the crew cheers. The men, on the other hand, are staring at Miles, who's hooked up his communicator into the emergency channel of their link to the Dauntless. Yes, Admiral, planetary takeover. Vuxa 5. Its way out in the galactic boonies. Think smack house in a ghetto, Wasat, more reading material, infrastructure and jobs, and then booze and circuses. Got it? Wait, what? In what circumstance could they possibly be more off the hook than taking a planet? Miles whisper reports into his communicator. Okay, fair enough. Actually, that's not a bad idea. Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. At once, sir. He closes his phone. And if it's pulled off well enough, then we'll get a full endorsement from the Dauntless, and particularly Admiral Cistern. Why, if we were to take control of the world, then a human colony might spring up with all the men on it. Imagine that. Let's look at this tactically. You girls are allied to the Dauntless and Earth, therefore any planet you take over would have that extended to it. And Earth is looking for potential colonies. This would be a place for rougher gents, but I think that would be appreciated around here. The whole planet is a mass of mini-continents in a shifting ocean. Good fishing, hell for those that like sailing, surfing, or swimming, it's a paradise. So, tourism. The high mountains that each of the mini-continents are based around make perfect natural spaceports and inner atmosphere construction yards as well. Actually, there are some mining operations out here, but they tend to get leaned on pretty fast and heavy, so they dry up in a hurry. Gentlemen, Agenda asks, cutting off the rapid, whispered conversation. Something to add? She asks. That's tempting. Agenda begins before the ceiling collapses down. Spawn! Beck calls out in glee as he holds onto the assassin's tail and easily arrests her movement. His mental image of the tick, burning strong and bright, before he reefs her back and slams her into the table. Then back again to the side opposite, followed by another swing, then another and another for nearly a dozen iterations. Foul feline fiend, your ferocious failure of, is there a word that starts with F that means violence? Beck calls up to the guys. Fighting, you gigantic tool, Jean-Luc calls out to him. Franklin quietly dies of muffled laughter right behind him and falls off his seat. Oh, yay, guess I went a little far being the wild blue yonder, Beck muses before slightly tossing the thoroughly bruised and dazed assassin a bit and yanking her back via the tail like a tetherball. He grabs her hands and holds them between his fingers. Well, that was embarrassing. Are there jail cells or something for this girl? Here, I'll show you the way, Franklin says as he picks himself up and makes his way to the exit of the room. Anyone else up there want to lodge a protest? Agenda calls up to the ceiling. Come on, I'm open, she teases. Two more forms drop down out of above, and their swings of their activating plasma swords are deflected by the weapon that Agenda picked off the ground when the first assassin was disabled. There's a pang and a bang as both Miles and Marcus move fast, Miles having shot one of the swords as it bounced off Agenda's and destroyed it. The other was knocked out of the assassin's hands by a thrown knife from Marcus. Nice throw, man. Miles compliments his friend as he keeps his gun trained on the two who are also being held, rather smugly, at plasma sword point by Agenda. Nice throw? Nice shot. That was amazing. Marcus compliments him as they both stand up to drag away the newest prisoners. By the way, Agenda, my lovely, how much do we have in liquid capital now? All told, we have 18 billion credits in Axiom Ride trade bars, Agenda announced, and the entire crew grew quiet. A piercing whistle sounds out from Miles. So that qualifies as fuck you money, I take it? Shall we? Miles offers, and the grin turns into a smile. Yes, I believe we shall, but in a bit. We need to prioritize, no matter how painful that is. Actually, the next real question is, can we make out on the cash? I mean, there's only so much room on the trade bars, and I want to have a freaking party on the loot. Mabby asks with a distant look in her eyes. Priorities. Are we taking the planet or not? There's a lot of work ahead of us, and a huge number of enormous paydays ahead if we are. The Vakes cartel made its fortune exploiting this world and its resources. If we want to stay on humanity's good side, we'll have to be something other than enormously greedy cunts. But if we manage that, then we get a whole planet, and possibly a city filled with hunks. That's even more tempting. You boys are hard to keep up with at times. Mercy chuckles. That sounds like it's settled then. Ladies, we're now a planetary cartel. Time to let the neighbors know, after Nookie. Come on, Miles, we're having fun.
If you finish this story, please subscribe and like the video. Then leave a comment that says, I liked the story, and I will heart every single one of them. It really helps me. Thank you for your time.